Ωραία.
Fine. So here we are launching ourselves. So let me bid you a hearty welcome. Welcome to all of our distinguished members of the government, honoring us with their presence, delegates from the Greek Parliament, representatives of political parties, the distinguished speakers to take the floor in due course, the shareholders, trustees and partners, members of the board of directors being here present in the room. Let me also bid a very hearty welcome to several people who are kind enough to be connected to us over the internet, and my apologies for this slight delay in launching ourselves. Up to yesterday evening, as late as that, we kept receiving requests for admission to the room by more than 200 registered people, which is quite telling of the interest that our events are triggering, this being a critical moment halfway through the summer, a critical moment for the Greek agriculture and for the European sector as a whole. We will be debating on quite a series of interesting issues, featuring many distinguished speakers to speak on the Greek agriculture on the way to 2030, getting the bait of sustainability through the appropriate implementation of the COP. Prior to calling upon Mr. Antoniadis to formally declare the works of our event open, I believe it pays to follow a short video presentation to inform us of how it is we got there, this 9th National Conference on the Development of Greek Agriculture. Now is the time for the video to be showed. It's a pleasure to me to be addressing the attendees of a conference on the primary sector, which, interestingly, all the way through to this day, for the last 8 years, by way of consistently updating on farmers in Greece on COP, we have been very actual. The response to the challenge of food precarity and the security of safe production goes through farming. Intelligent farming, which is why we should see how to make the most of this very rich toolbox that COP is providing by safeguarding our farmers against a crisis background within a very unstable context. There is a new coefficient that the new COP is setting, which is quite in the epicenter of your debates. This is investing in knowledge, investing in green and digital transition of the farming sector as a whole. So, welcome to this 9th National Conference on the Development of Greek Agriculture, and I'm calling upon forthwith our President, Mr. Christos Antoniadis, to formally declare the works of our event open. Mr. Antoniadis, you have the floor. I'm strongly recommending every one of you to get hold of a bottle of water. You'll be needing it throughout the day. It's a very hot day today. The speaker says, distinguished delegates of the Greek government, Mrs. Kalogiru, distinguished ex-minister, Your Excellency, an ex-Euro-deputy. I'm not very familiar with the protocol, I'm really sorry. The speaker says, distinguished representatives of political parties of the opposition, deputies of the Greek Parliament, regional governors, dear members of the Board of Directors, trustees and shareholders of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, dear attendees. Also hailing the presence of people from the academia, the dean of the university no less, welcome, and let me declare the works of the 9th National Conference on Development of Agriculture open, this 9th National Conference of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Admittedly, today's event has been a challenge to all of us. It is a kind of a bizarre emotion we're feeling for two reasons. More, and above all, we've been reminded also by the introductory video with shots from previous events and the very warm words of support by our distinguished guests. It's been 10 years of activities of consistent and continual presence in the farming sector, amongst people who are taking an interest in common agricultural policy at the highest level possible. 215 speakers to this day coming from EU institutions, all of them being agencies and organizations that are very crucial to agroalimentation, academia, agencies, scientists, deputies and delegates from the scientific sector, councillors and reps of the production of the farming sector, trustees and shareholders of ours, partners of ours, to whom we all are indebted. Together with our speakers today, we will all be sharing knowledge and experience, reflections and visions on how you have been able to very crucially contribute to lifting high the agenda amongst the institutions and setting priorities that have been adopted to a great extent. Priorities like that of the digital transformation of the agriculture in the epicenter of our conference continuously since 2016 have been contributing to the fermentation of mentalities, so that the true revolution happening everywhere in the country, in the most humble stables up to the greatest exploitations, were crucial for all these priorities to be translated into policies. Let us bear in mind that the Common Agricultural Policy started being implemented in early this year, setting the knowledge, innovation and digitalization as a horizontal, very pronounced objective, a catalyst for the Greek farming to attain the objectives of the climate, financial and environmental sustainability. Another reason why I feel so emotional today, and this is also for all of us here in GAIA, is the fact that today our event is being hosted on the premises of our own headquarters, gaiasense hub. It is being transmitted live on air from the very premises we have officially inaugurated early this year. Besides the beauty of the installations, those intelligent and smart places where being hosted, there is also a palpable reflection of our vision to place knowledge and innovation in the epicenter of every venture and activity, the ultimate goal being to enforce and invigorate the sustainability of Greek agriculture. Let us come to our own agenda. Today's topic is Greek farming on the way to 2030, getting the bet for sustainability helped by the Common Agricultural Policy. Why is it 2030 and not 2027? After all, 2027 would be the end of the programming period of the current CAP. Quite simply because, as we all know, this is a very critical and milestone for the agricultural world of Europe and Greece, more particularly, this being the year on which we expect to see the implementation of very ambitious quantitative objectives for the primary sector within the context of the progressive implementation of the European Green Deal. Such objectives is not an exercise on paper. This is a series of legislative initiatives already on the table of consultations and negotiations, and as such capable of radically changing the profile of European agriculture and the CAP that will be called upon to incorporate them in the next few years. For example, the files in the matter of the reinstatement of nature and the programming of industrial emissions is now being fought fiercely, both in Brussels and Strasbourg, with all of us on the side of farmers asking for justice to be done, that farming become a part of the solution, not being part of a problem. In this country, nevertheless, in Greece, several kilometers as we stand away from Brussels and Strasbourg, and with so much distance being not just geographical but also different, we are in the process of a difficult transition to the new COP regimes. Many of the parameters of our national strategic plan remain quite unclear even now, which hinders us all, and most above all the producers, to project themselves for the years to come. Despite our internal difficulties, however, which we all will be helping to be dealt with efficiently, we may not shift our eyes away from the future and perspectives. It's not the agenda and the calendar of Brussels. The very challenges of this time so demand. By saying challenges, we mean climate change, we mean the geopolitical instability, an urgent need for us to protect our citizens and the natural resources that are very important for the agricultural production. Produce more and better by using less, enhancing the competitiveness and the extrovertness of our products. The bet of sustainability and resilience of the farming sector need to be won. Unless we restructure ourselves, unless we become inspired by the very valuable toolbox under CAP, every day left to go unutilized will be to our detriment. That is what we'd like to transmit to you through this conference. We need to look into our future in a very thorough and consistent way. We need to see what the challenges are and what the opportunities will be and what are the solutions to be dictated. For as far as this is concerned, we'll be speaking about the standards and norms of this future held by our distinguished speakers, also from Brussels. We will be dealing on innovative digital solutions of benefit to the public administration and the fiscal coefficients of farming and health nutrition. We'll be speaking about how to enhance the extrovertness of our products, speaking of our the agricultural products, cotton, legumes, greens, and dairy, amongst other. We'll be definitely elaborating on solutions towards a more viable and sustainable farming. Over this effort, we'll try to go deeper into a debate in the matter of common agricultural policy. We're assisted by the General Direction of Agriculture of the European Commission, to which we're indebted for its consistent support. We owe our appreciation to many of our sponsors and supporters, as well as to distinguished speakers that are honoring us with their presence. I'm also bidding welcome to the regional governor. Lots of appreciation to each and every one of you. 1 year more, once again, you are honoring us with your interest. Halfway through a very hot summer, 1,200 registered attendees are now following us over the platform, not to mention our partners, trustees, and collaborators. Without you, there can be no event. And you are the motor for all of us and our partners, which every year are giving the best of themselves to prepare this event. So here's wishing truly that this will be another year of fruitful cooperation, leading to useful conclusions. As the case is every time, we are committing ourselves to communicate all this to every one of you upon the end of this event in the form of a concise and enriching report. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of success to this event. Microphone, please.
So you can all hear me now. Thank you, Chair. And now we would like to proceed with the welcome addresses by officials, the guests of this conference. So we will begin on behalf of the Minister for Rural Development and Foodstuffs, Mr. Avgiannakis, and Mrs. Christiana Kalogiru, Secretary General of the Ministry. Mrs. Kalogiru, you have the floor. Thank you very much for honoring us with your attendance. Thank you for the invitation. Regional Governor, Minister, distinguished scientists, entrepreneurs, representatives of various bodies, and all those of you who participate in this conference online. As we just heard, were more than 1,000 attending this conference. So among the participants, we include also the associates of my office. This is the 9th conference. This is an established institution by now that practically and substantially contributes to this public dialogue. And through the conclusions of this conference, conclusions that will be drawn via all contributions by all participants and speakers of broad experience and scientific knowledge. And so your conclusions will actually give us a momentum to take steps forward, because this is what we are all asking for. So conveying the welcome address by the Minister, Lefteris Avgiannakis, who is not here with us because he's at the Council of Ministers in Spain. Here, there's a Council of Ministers running in Spain. And I would like to share a couple of thoughts with you regarding the current state of play and the challenges we're fraught with. Many, many challenges. Of course, what is obvious is that we have to confront climate change. It's not climate crisis, it's climate change. Crisis is something more versatile, it comes and goes. But climate change is something permanent, so we have new climatic conditions. New conditions regarding financial situation as it stands after the aftermath of the energy crisis and the war in Ukraine. The war, you know, that has set its own context, and it has revealed its own potential of crisis. And of course, we need to respond to this modern era in terms of sustainability, and we need to respond to the needs of consumers. And these needs do touch upon well-being, welfare, quality products, these products that are not only of high value. Giorgos Patoulis have always stressed this, and not only in his capacity as regional governor, but as president of the Medical Association, how important it is to have good quality in our nutrition and in the food we consume. So we are also confronted with challenges vis-à-vis consumers, and I also talked about economy, consumers, and of course, we also have responsibility towards our producers. They need to cover the high costs, always in relation to production costs. They have to face the limited resources they have, that is to capitalize on the resources, showing always respect. And so through respect, to be able to produce products. And Mr. Antoniadis, the president, a little while ago talked about this, how innovation is giving all the answers. Innovation, smart farming, so that farmers can really produce at low cost without wastage of resources and always complying with sustainability. To be able to achieve all this, the funding tool that really gives us the possibility to respond to these multifaceted needs is the new Common Agricultural Policy. It has its own terms and conditions, its own requirements and capabilities. So this conference, the 9th conference, takes place at a very critical conjuncture, because now more than ever we need all aspects: state, local government, private sector, universities. They should all join forces to achieve the best outcome. Initiatives like this one exactly gives us this possibility, and that's why their contribution is valuable. So good luck to the proceedings of this conference, and we look forward to the conclusions of this conference. Congratulations and good luck.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κυρία Καλογύρου, και για...
Thank you, Mrs. Kalogiru, for your kind words. Actually, you just described the heart of all the purposes for which we organized this conference, and I really liked this four-level aspect approach you mentioned, because we want to achieve the optimum outcome to help our producers. Thank you for your presence. We continue with this round of addresses with Mr. Alexis Haritsis, member of the Parliament from Messina, Syriza, a political party. Mr. Haritsis, welcome. It's a great honor to have you here. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for this invitation. It's a very fortunate occasion that today I am at the premises where I had participated in the inaugural ceremony of this place, and this is very important. And I really feel that this is an investment that will bear fruit. This is a new hub that really represents a very important evolution, development. Thank you for this invitation in this beautiful facility, and congratulations on your initiative to organize for 9th consecutive year this conference, a very, very important conference for the primary sector. Mr. Antoniadis, the President, elaborated a little while ago on the issues pertaining to the activation of their national cap and the problems arising. And I think it is well spot on that the conference focuses on the strategy, on the vision, how we're going to proceed looking ahead to 2030. And this is what I would like to talk about, because I think that this is one of the hot potatoes, let's say, not only for Greece but for Europe. Primary sector. The primary sector represents an economic sector that has a very important impact on GDP and employment. And the concept of sustainability that you raise at your conference is the main objective, not only of the Agenda 2030 on sustainable development by the United Nations Organization, but also the European Green Deal and the new strategy that Europe is following since 2019. So sustainability is the framework within which we are called upon to develop our activities. Each economic sector needs to work within this context, and agriculture will not, of course, be the exception. On the contrary, it should actually take the lead in this whole effort. It lies at the heart of green transition. Greek agriculture lies at the heart of green transition, because producers are the managers, let's say, administrators of ecosystems and natural resources. Sustainability lies at the heart of the new Common Agricultural Policy 2023-2027 that has started being implemented in the beginning of this year. What do we mean when we talk about sustainable primary sector in the current circumstances? And Mrs. Kalogiru really mentioned she was very correct in talking about climate change. It's not a phenomenon that it's erratic. It is a transition, a shift to a new global climatic condition that will affect the populations, the ecosystems, and the production itself. So sustainability in the primary sector becomes particularly critical. It is decisive. Sustainable primary sector refers to a sector that will be competitive, ensuring fair, equitable remuneration for all, but dynamic schemes for production of healthy and secure food for consumers, while safeguarding and protecting the valuable natural resources, biodiversity, water, soil, adapting effectively to the new challenges. It also means that we're talking about resilience in the context of transition, resilience vis-à-vis crisis. Agriculture will be in a position to attract new producers, new farmers, new cooperative schemes, while contributing to the overall development of non-urban centers, but the province. And this is really what we seek to achieve as we witness a demographic crisis, and its key element is the desertification of the countryside. So the role of the primary sector is particularly critical. And of course, we cannot bypass the geopolitical turbulence, the war in Ukraine, the recent pandemic, that really underscore the need for higher resilience levels in this very critical sector. So you see that the sustainability of agriculture encompasses social, environmental, economic, demographic dimensions, and this is something we should always keep in mind. So the question is the following: how can we combine economic, environmental, social, climatic targets in an era that has many challenges for the agricultural world, and how we can combine all these multiple crises and transitions to the new era, how we can have at the same time the productive development we aspire at, how we can ensure social cohesion, and how we can adapt to the new environmental conditions, and how we can cope with environmental challenges. The answer has been given in practice. Innovation approaches based on knowledge, they're all acknowledged across Europe as one of the most effective ways to achieve this objective of resilience and sustainability of agriculture and food systems at all these levels I have just mentioned. That's why knowledge, innovation, digitalization represent a horizontal objective of the new common agricultural policy, an objective that with specific support tools, funding tools, we need to adapt to. And at this point, I would like to say that during our governance, there was a big effort as regards the digital transition of Greek agriculture in the context of a smart infrastructure that capitalizes on knowledge and data generated by scientists and specialists, and of course by smart systems, smart devices. And this has multiple benefits for economy and production, the primary sector. So I believe that it's very, very important in the years to come to have the progress and development required in this very important sector of smart agriculture. And this place here, you all make this effort. You actually are the pioneers of this, because technological innovation and knowledge is actually a sector in which Europublic and at GAIA EPICHEIREIN and Europublic, you know that very well, because you are pioneers in digital transition, and I'm sure that you will continue doing so. And this is really very important for the national economic growth. So I would like to wrap up and conclude this brief address by expressing once again a heartfelt thank you for this invitation. Good luck to the proceedings of this conference, and of course we look forward to the conclusions and of this effort of this conference, so that we can all lay the foundations for the new era that we need to move to, that Greek agriculture needs to move to, and our priority will be to equip our producers with the appropriate tools and ideas, the appropriate proposals, so that not only will they survive under the new circumstances, but they will have to play a key role in the productive reconstruction of Greek economy and Greek countryside. Thank you very much. The speaker is off the mic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Haritsis. You conveyed many messages in your welcome speech. We take stock of these messages for the discussions throughout the day, and we continue with our addresses and welcome speeches with Mr. Patoulis, Regional Governor of Attica region. Thank you, Mr. Patoulis, for your presence. The region of Attica, well, it's not the first that comes to mind. The region of Attica has a very important agri-food sector, and I suspect you're going to talk to us about it. Maybe you have something to announce, to give us a useful piece of information. You know everything. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our members of the Parliament, Mrs. Kalogiru, Secretary General, Mr. Christidis, the speaker, the previous speaker, former minister, the rector, the president, the rectors. I would like to say that it's a sheer pleasure for me to accept this invitation, and this conference is a well-established practice in public debate and dialogue for the primary sector, positively contributing to imparting information to producers and to all stakeholders at national and regional level. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of the 9th Panhellenic Conference for the development of Greek agriculture and the participants in their effort to actually find ourselves in positive waters and reinforce Greek agriculture vis-à-vis modern challenges. It is true that food adequacy, quality products, and sustainability of the environment are critical issues of global reach that urgently require responding to the challenges. Greek agriculture is the hope of humanity. Farmers, consumers, and everyone involved in the agricultural sector hope and see to sustainable development, sustainable production and farming. And so it seems that in this context, your conference contributes to green and digital transition of the production process. The region of Attica, with all its support services of the agri-food sector, is always standing by farmers' side and standing by the side of all professionals in the agricultural sector, and supports sustainable development of the primary and secondary sector, aiming to render agri-food sector a pillar of growth for food sufficiency and sufficiency. So it envisages the attainment of the Agenda 2030 objectives, and actually we have this from farm to fork strategy, biodiversity, in order to adapt to climate change. It aims at highly leveraging the resources within the strategic plan of CAP 2021-2027 in order to contribute to the modernization of the primary sector. Our executives and our human resources are of high level, cooperating with all scientific and academic communities. I have Mr. Kitsius here, the rector, and all institutional operators and political representatives of the agri-food sector in order to serve a common vision for a sustainable and competitive Greek agriculture. GAIA EPICHEIREIN is the company that since 2014, when it was set up, has been trying hard and unfailingly trying to become a powerful alliance between the primary sector, the banking sector, the technological sector, and scientific sector, making a contribution to this vision. A very important initiative of the region of Attica in this respect is the establishment of the Agri-Food Partnership of Attica. It is now towards the finish line, and GAIA EPICHEIREIN will participate as a major shareholder, and thank you very much for that. The key purposes of this partnership is to support, showcase, promote the agri-food products through the development and, of course, development or the enforcement of existing mechanisms and initiatives of other bodies, farmers, collectivities, and private bodies. Also to reinforce the local supply chain, food supply chain, by taking on initiatives that will increase demand for local products. I believe that the participants in this conference will highly benefit, and I would like to kindly ask you to send us the minutes of this conference so that we can notify them to our services. So, in conclusion, I would like to say, because Mrs. Kalogiru also mentioned it, talked about the importance of nutrition and health, and this is something that we need to be really concerned with, not only locally, but also at a global scale. Greece can develop a thematic tourism, high-level thematic tourism, contributing to well-being and long well-being. So through sports, good diet, let's not forget that we are also the country of Hippocrates, so we also have a good climate, so we can have visitors from around the world throughout the year, so they will be able, through agri-food products, to actually boost their health and well-being. And with these thoughts, I wish you all the best. Congratulations, and we really hope that we will all be healthy to attend also the 10th Panhellenic Conference next year here at your premises. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ το...
Thank you, Mr. Patoulis. We're very happy to have you here and to participate in this partnership, the Attica Region Partnership. This is very important for the development of agri-food sector, and I'm sure that we will have many things to do together. Now we'll continue with our welcome addresses with a representative of PASOK political party, the secretary of the digital policy sector and member of the Central Parliamentary Committee, Mr. Yannis Bazios. Yannis Bazios will be one of our speakers later on in his second capacity, director of Messini Association. Good morning. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here with you from this podium and represent our political party. Now, we made a decision today. We have Mr. Haritsis and Mr. Katsoulis. So I understand that Messenia and the Peloponnese are highly represented. So I wish you all the best in your conference. This is a well-established institution by now. For us, being directly involved with the primary sector, this is the event of the year. As regards the conclusions that the conference draws at the end, and it's very interesting because all this partnership that started in 2014 between cooperative organizations, a banking institution and a technological provider, this partnership yields tangible results in the field of managing CAP resources in a transparent way, and this is really very important in our days, and sometimes it is contested, and it is also very important because of the know-how provided to us, and it's also very important for the concerns raised for us, for our political party. The issue of the primary sector is a discussion that goes beyond CAP. We are going through a period of prolonged and extended crisis, and according to the annual report of the World Economic Forum, we're going to have polycrisis that we don't know what the repercussions will be. Pandemic, a phenomenon that really decisively affected the supply chain on the occasion of the war and the wars, all these geopolitical upheavals and turbulence, and of course the financial crisis with its impact. Well, all this impacts also on the primary sector. Over the last years, we witnessed this in the production cost, in the lack of workers in the primary sector. We also see the climate change, which could also be a crisis, depending on the circumstances. So the point is how we can turn crisis and change into an opportunity. And I feel that this conference is really very important because this really, conference like this set the scene as to what we want to achieve. Also, the tools of CAP need to be better utilized, as we haven't really utilized them properly, and we need to draw up a broader strategy drawing on these funds and allocations, and we need to also follow the requirements set by the fourth industrial revolution, and we need to see how we can all integrate all these things in a much afflicted primary sector, because our heart and thought goes to farmers. Low natality rates, or various problems should be taken into account. The digital illiteracy is also another issue, the lack of digital infrastructure that will reach the countryside. All these things are really very important. CAP gives tools, gives answers, and we should all jointly plan, because what actually the period after military junta showed is that you need to have a more long-term plan and vision for agriculture, because ministers cover a mandate of 2 years, more or less, but you need to see far ahead. So this conference is a think tank, and we can really draw on these conclusions. All political parties can utilize these conclusions, and we need to build on common strategies, national strategies, to respond to the needs of the sector and actually make the best use of these tools. I wish you all the best to your conference.
Ευχαριστούμε τον Γιάννη τον Πάζιο.
Thank you, Yannis Pazios. I truly believe that what with all these addresses and what with one more speaker take the floor to salute this audience, there is such a wealth of messages and reflections meant to make food for thoughts for the hours to come. We're closing this round of opening remarks with the Dean of the University of Athens for Agriculture Engineers, Spiridon Kidzios, Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture Engineers. It is a model faculty that we have through you, Mr. Dean, and it is a faculty in the epicenter of research and innovation. I'm so much obliged to you for your kind words. We're here today as we were here last year, and I'm sure we'll be here next year again, and for all events to come. You can count on us. Thank you very much, and I'm saluting the presence of the General Secretary for the Ministry, Your Excellency the Governor, Ministers, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, Chairman, I am also not very good at protocol things, but it is a joy and honor for me to be here with you, both in my capacity as the Dean and in my capacity as the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture Engineering, being so different, because we are the only institution of our kind present. I rejoice in the fact that GAIA EPICHEIREIN, in a very difficult context, has been so much present. It is something unique for Greece that the private agency becomes an institution of so much importance. You deserve the best of congratulations, and you can count on our will to be of help to you. I will be very brief since I was the last to take the floor to make some opening remarks. We will be prioritizing our activities by doing everything to do to safeguard the agri-food systems and doing anything we can to promote the position of Greece. There are some things on which we should be touting, and now more than ever science is important. We need to make sure that production is maximized in order for the second objective to be attained, which is how to integrate domestic products within value chains. And we will be elaborating on both domestic consumption and on tourism. Every summer, our population is tripled and even quadrupled because of tourists flowing in. And we all know that we're in no position to cater to all the needs in food of all these people coming from everywhere in the world to visit us. So we need to aim at boosting production in a way such as for specific needs to be catered for. But we also need to highlight and promote the superior quality of Greek products. And besides the agro-food alliances, together with the region of Attica, we have been launching an initiative towards the development of a new norm of assumption to operational capacities. In this way, we'll be giving new push and highlight the supreme value of domestic food products, as opposed to other models coming from abroad that could be pernicious to Greek products. So it is our ambition that the acknowledgeability of Greek products will be recognized. And then prices. We know inflation is rampaging in food products, and just as Mr. Manavis will say, it is much higher than the overall inflation. We need to have accessible products, and we need to support the producers to get the prices they deserve. We need new rules and a new kind of agreement, a contract that will be beneficial to all. For the Greek government also to be able to support this initiative by way of tools and finance. And as for the academia, we as reps of the academia need to be quite in advance in terms of innovation. And all of the beneficiaries should benefit from it. We need to have rules to be conformed with by everyone, rules to become the incentives whereby everyone to be in a position to help in the effort of utilizing, of promoting Greek agricultural production for value chains to be served. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture Engineering. Yet another information. Nutri-Score is another kind of labeling that penalizes some products that are very high nutrition value, hence the value for a discussion on a positive alternative proposal. Closing on the opening remarks, we're going on session 1. How to buttress the viability of European and Greek agriculture through the new CAP. And while having this poster on, I'd like to call upon Tanos Chaniotis, Niv Mata, and Yannis Chaniotakis, as well as urging each one of you to get hold of your headsets, please, because very soon we'll be having a presentation in French. So please be so kind as to get hold of your headsets, addressing yourselves to the Secretariat at the entrance of this room.
Μισό λεπτό. Λοιπόν, ξεκινάμε λοιπόν με αυτή την...
Let us launch ourselves as of this first opening session. Much has been said, the truth be told, by our distinguished guests having made opening remarks from the government, from political parties, as well as from the mouth of the Dean and the regional governor. Against this background, we have the facts upon which to base ourselves on this elaboration in the matter of a transition to a new CAP that started to be implemented early this year. A second fact is that this is a CAP which, despite what we decided, is still under gestation, since it will be called upon within the next few years to incorporate those very ambitious objectives emanating from the European Green Deal, objectives that are in a position to radically change the profile of the European and the Greek agriculture for this purpose. A third fact is that here we are at a very critical conjuncture. Within a year from now, we'll be having the European elections with a new legislature coming in and the new European Commission to be mandated. In the fall of 2023, first debate will be starting on CAP past 2027. And against this backdrop, a fourth and most important fact, the producers of ours, those directly taking interest in all that, who are meant to deal with these very critical challenges, those that have been highlighted as of the opening remarks: climate change, geopolitical instability, the need to have natural resources protected whilst maintaining productivity and competitiveness. All these will be elaborated on in the presence of our distinguished speakers. And to launch ourselves in this first session, let me give you a video message by Paolo De Castro, member of the European Parliament and the Agricultural Commission of the Parliament, ex-Minister of Agriculture of Italy and a friend of GAIA EPICHEIREIN and the Greek producers. He's there to protect our interests. Let's have it from Mr. Paolo De Castro. He has been kind enough to send this video to us. Good morning to everyone. As you see, I'm speaking to you from Strasbourg. I have not been able to come to Greece and be here physically present, but it will be a pleasure for me very soon to have this. I would like to thank Michaeli and all friends here in present, Pierre Basqua, Yves Mont, and the friends of and the Minister of Agriculture. Here we are at the end of a very challenging week here in Strasbourg, very intense for the agricultural sector. I'm sure you'll be talking about this a lot on issues that have been high on the agenda of the plenary in Strasbourg, both on Wednesday and for the days to come. When it comes to the Industrial Emissions Directive, which we have been discussing and which is so critical for the agricultural sector, we have also excluded the beef from the critical cattle raising activities, this not being able to compare to the rest. It was an error also in terms of implementation, because since cattle raising has been very space-consuming and semi-consuming, as I would say, an important effect would be also under the law of nature, because despite the difficult political competition, we've been able to promulgate two articles that in a way exclude the scope of implementation of these law in the agriculture sector. So we'll be having a new regulation that will not be having any negative impact on agriculture. Some important developments and the message of how important it is to negotiate towards having a way that will avoid any conflicts. In that sense, it does not have been so much useful to the executive committee to do that. It would have been preferable to shape a different context and a proposal that would have been of more acceptance by all of us. Throughout the European history, we understand that we are developing majority, not splitting the parliament. So if we follow this path, it is very rare that we have good results. Anyway, we have been able to contribute to this new directive on emissions and the reinstatement of nature by reducing the impact on agriculture. Now we'll be going ahead to work on pesticides, and this is very important. The only new good news is about the geographical indications of origin. We're going close to the end of the negotiations. So there will be a trilogue in the days to come, and they will be having more and more such developments. We expect that between now and September, October, we'll be having something more important to share with you. And finally, there will be good news also for the agriculture sector by way of regulation that is launching the new about wine farming products, giving more force and more simplifications for this world, this DOP economy that will be important for a Europe of more than 80 billion euro to be invoiced. I wish you the best of success, and that was the message by Mr. Paulo de Castro. Thank you, Paulo de Castro, for this very interesting message. I must say, he brought us right into the epicenter of developments we've been having lastly, and that culminated some days ago as of the plenary in Strasbourg. Very, very heated was the debate, and the motions on the law for in the matter of the reinstatement of nature, directive in the matter of industrial emissions. More of this will come in terms of debate when we speak about cattle raising, stock raising. Now, he also brought us in the epicenter of the heated debate and conflicts in Europe. I'm sure speakers around us will be helping us delve even further deep into all that. Unless I'm wrong, Monsieur Bascu is already connected, so let us bid him welcome over the internet. Pierre Bascu is director in the domain of purchase of farming products in the general direction of agriculture and development in the Commission. Right now, he's also delegating for the general director of this very critical direction for the Greek interest. Monsieur Bascu, thank you so much for being here with us, and the floor goes to you for your presentation. Vous avez la parole. Καλή σας ημέρα, με ακούτε παρακαλώ.
Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you. Welcome. Μπορούμε παρακαλώ να δούμε και στην...
Perhaps we can also have Mr. Bascu shown on the screen.
Yes, we can hear you.
My camera. You can hear me?
Monsieur Bascu, on vous entend.
Να βοηθήσουμε τον κύριο Μπασκού από το control. Pierre, yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Because I am stop my video.
Παρακαλώ, αν είναι εύκολο να βοηθήσουμε τον κύριο Μπασκού από το control.
Could the technicians please help us also visualize Mr. Bascu?
I'm sorry, I'm difficult to connect my camera.
Να δώσουμε λίγο χρόνο τότε.
Then perhaps we may allow for some time for the connection to be re-established, and in the meantime, let us go ahead please help me out in that, how to proceed. Perhaps we may have Mr. Bascu right now, or otherwise can go ahead with the next speaker up until the moment the connection has been re-established. The floor goes to Yves Matre. He is physically present right next to me. He is a president of a very important think tank in Brussels, Farm Europe. We're very happy and honored to be members of this think tank already since 2016. It's been some years now. Yves is a valuable partner and friend. Many fights have been waged together in Brussels by all of us in protection of a more innovative, more digitalized agriculture. Many accomplishments are credited thanks to us, thanks to Yves' contribution, and many more fights will be waged. Yves, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you to GAIA for having been kind enough to invite me, and I would like to take some seconds of your time to pay witness on the importance of the activities of yours in Brussels. Ever since 2016, for several years now, you have been doing so much in order to promote not just an agriculture that would perpetuate things from one year to the next, but you're after an innovative agriculture that has been developing enough to get into the future, allowing for us to conjugate several times of sustainability, because this is the real challenge we are faced with today, something we've been having for years now, how to be able to discuss at the European level of all things. And you, have been one of the pioneers, and I have to pay witness on that as to how to really, truly conjugate sustainability financial-wise. Otherwise, there is no agriculture and food production with an environmental and social sustainability. And this is those three parameters we need to follow on. And this is a very delicate series of issues that are being played. So I must congratulate you on this yearly event. You've been doing things in a very diligent way. And based as I'm in Brussels, to me, and as far as I'm concerned, I may pay witness on the fact that your event is not just one of the most important events of its kind, but also in terms of specific discussions you are hosting to go ahead. Please go ahead with that and be consistent in what you're doing. Going back into our theme, it is the challenge of how to be able to work on all three axes of sustainability. Up to now, things have been rather simple. There was this common agricultural policy, and ever since, for 7 years, things have been clear and predictable, and we used to be content, if not totally satisfied. We were content because at least we knew where we were heading at. But the world has been changing for the last few years, and the common agricultural policy is only one of the components, actually, already. The kind of CAP which you are now being implementing, and which is not something simple, is something that dates back in 2018 that was implemented in 2023. It is a CAP that is shorter in terms of term effect. It is a kind of CAP that while being implemented, has been missing some of the developments, hence the need to change by way of the discussions that are being held at the European level as to the farm-to-fork strategy. That's important for agriculture, the biodiversity strategy, not to mention other elements that are closely associated to one another and will be impacting on the agriculture, having everything to do from cancer to nutrition. Here we are at a turning point where we will be starting. It has already started. Speaking about reforming the reform, and I understand that for farmers, speaking of a reform of reforms not as yet being implemented becomes rather complicated, and we may all, you, ourselves, be a bit at a loss. Having said that, we have several months behind us, 12 months to define or redefine the path we'll be following all the way to 2030. And that path indeed is of multiple forms. There are many developments to reckon with, because after all there is a cap. There is also the issue of the budget of the common agricultural policy, and we should never say this is a fact. I don't know, I wouldn't say it is good or bad, but the fact is that the budget incurred by the current CAP in terms of financial terms will, between now and 2027, will be impacted by 400 billion euros, which is 2 years of direct aid at the European level. Hence the question, will there be a financial compensation for the loss? The first discussions that are launched for the revision midway through on the budget makes us think that it will be rather difficult. Maybe it is justified, it definitely is, and the commissioners, so say, and DG Agri has been following this objective, and we are agreeing on that. But this money is not there. We're short of money to compensate this fall of inflation after the 2019 decision. I wouldn't say we should be adding this or not. I'm just acknowledging there is a fact. And this money, when it comes to PAC, needs to lead us to a reorientation of several things. And then many other aspects that are also to be discussed and are very much of relevance. The regulation on well-being, the issue of the synthetic food, the ersatz, so to speak, food, this being an alimentation without presence of agriculture, and the debate has been launched at the level of the European Parliament on a protein-relevant strategy, and do we really want to have an agriculture that is rooted in the various regions, or maybe we are after an agriculture and a food in the absence of agricultures, of industrial origins in nature. There is a push that has been quite critical of the whole world of industry and of the multinationals that are pursuing their financial interests, of course, in this matter. And then there is the issue much is being talked about and everywhere else, just in Brussels, about the pesticides. 2 directives are of relevance. Part of the Castro so said, and another issue, that of the additives, which is something that will be bringing about a positive element today. When it comes to the proposals on the table for the implementation of the farm-to-fork policy, the acknowledgement is that even if the European Commission has been relativizing this in their studies, I do understand there is no other figure that has been disclosed by anyone, hence are wondering as to whether the costs that are proposed are bearable. Regulation on pesticides also being discussed. This would lead some 12% more of cost for consumers before the Ukrainian crisis, and 15% of the European production without effect on the climate. We all agree that it is very clear we need definitely to reach at a carbon-neutral agriculture. The decarbonization is a single way on for Europe, but what could be the path to get there? And this is the whole crux of the matter, and it is through such debate today that policy makers are not in agreement upon. There has been a majority that used to be alive in Europe, the socialists and the liberals, and now it has been crumbling, and there is a whole discussion on how to be able to do all this and how to do that without being to the detriment of agriculture. And there used to be an ample consensus in the past. 2022, post-COVID, post the Ukrainian crisis, the world has changed, and politicians are now wondering whether we are following the right path to get to those objectives we're pursuing. And then this is maybe yes or maybe no. And the latest discussions we've had last year, Paul de Castro has also mentioned something about it, actually lead policymakers at the Parliament to wonder and opt for the agriculture to get out of the draft text we used to work on by the Commission, saying that we do not want to have an agriculture such as the draft text so suggests, and we do not forget agriculture is also about nature. So we need to have a more clear-cut cooperation with the researchers, trying to get into a path of consensus to see how all this can bring us ahead. There's a whole thing at stake for the years to come. Pursue a consensus, as we have been trying to do with the Parliament. Never mind, the split there is very pronounced. But even when member states at the European Council level are also very, very separated, and there is so much discord at the European level, with so many coalitions being different, and at the level of member states there is a chaotic situation, so as to say that it is difficult to all engage in the same path Europe-wise. Hence, as I say, we have 12 months ahead of us, the way between now and the European elections, to create a roadmap that will be leading us all the way through 2032. Because that's the whole thing at stake, you see, the overall mandate to come that is being at stake right now. If we define and indeed create the right path, I'm sure we'll get somewhere somehow. But we'll get there all together on the same page without leaving anyone behind. If we fail, the best thing we will expect will be beating around the bush. And the more we beat around the bush while the world changes, then we're losing stamina, and at the end we'll be losing the momentum socially, financially, and the environment will be paying the price as well. And in order to perceive the kind of path that we'll have to get ourselves on between now and 2030, there are three pillars on which the agriculture needs to rely on. Food safety is one such pillar, clearly, and food safety is the food sovereignty in the European Union. I'm not speaking about autonomy, I speak about sovereignty. We may not aspire at autonomy in everything, but we need to choose whether we become too dependent or not. But it's also about the responsibility of the EU vis-à-vis the world. We cannot get away from the world markets. We cannot withdraw. We won't say we'll do things our way internally and ensure our safety. Because if the European Union withdraws itself from the international markets with its products, unless we follow the trends of the demand worldwide, it will be very disturbing. There will be two different things happening in the market, and the yo-yo will be too intense to bear. So we need to do both things within a scheme of production with care for the protection of the environment more than ever. And we should also bear this in mind, this necessity, without which we will be missing momentum, and this is something we will be relegating to our children and the future generations. Then sustainability. Sustainability in agriculture is something very, very important. Decarbonization is one thing, caring about our forests. It is also about the sole sector which may truly and sincerely reduce those emissions by producing more. And your piece of work, indeed, what you've been doing in Greece and throughout Europe in order to open this pathway to scientific development, is very critical. Digital farming, decision-making farming, and the genetic selection that allows us to develop and have an intelligent, smart agroecology for the years to come. Third pillar, energy. might be good to say that for the European Union, we will be transiting to 100% electricity everywhere. That would be remarkable, I grant you that much, but is it feasible? We should be talking about it. And how about the environmental aspect? Is this environmentally correct? I doubt, truly. But in certain countries, you may having electricity by reactivating the coal-based generation. Otherwise, what can we do? We should be starting working country by country to see what will be the optimal way to go ahead, environmentally speaking, between developing electricity and mobilizing biomass in order to make to produce energy for our transportation and heating. And when we optimize solutions, then we're on the plus and win-win scenario, being spared millions in carbon equivalent. 61 billion tons is a very telling figure, but we need to want it and focus on reality, not say that bioenergy, biocarb is not something we want, because what happens elsewhere is also an environmental problem, and what we're doing in our Europe by using raw material, European-wise, is something we should be shooting away. That's not responsible. We need to be realistic. If the French say a cat is a cat, and we should be saying things by their name. And we need to understand, of course, that there are political demagogues. Let them be, in that case, to conclude, and remain within my time brackets. There is a question we need to pose ourselves in order to determine the path eventually to lead us to 2030, and even beyond that, something that will allow us to get where we need to be, which is carbon neutrality within a European environment, and a kind of Europe that is perpetuating itself, and which allows us all to prosper from one generation to the next on a way to progress. Are we betting on agriculture? Are we betting on the capacity of European agriculture to produce more by using less and inputs, and by allowing the energy dependence to be reduced? Or we do things the easy way, produce less? Of course, if we produce less, no problem, but the environment will be best in our Europe. But when it comes to environment, this is something global, and we cannot have our environment better without having environment becoming better elsewhere. So, do we face the bet of 30% more of production of food in Europe within 30 years, or no, minus 15%? There are two different pathways. Plus 30%, we will be doing this between now and December. This would allow us to respond to the challenge of food safety, that of protein independence, and the energy dependence by way of an intelligent mix of electricity and biomass. And if we opt for this, we need to meet the challenge of smart farming, the fact of having better training on genetics, and we should also take the financial bet by utilizing public finance, European finance, to truly push ahead and invest. And then there will be choices to be made, crucial choices in terms of budget and the utilization of the CAP budget. We need to do this courageously and be objective before speaking about tools, because traditionally in the European Union we speak about budget, and then we speak about the tools, and then the objectives. It's time we changed the order of things and be courageous enough and sincere as well to say that science is the basis of the reasoning upon which a policy can become ambitious, be away from dogmas and short-sighted visions, allowing all regions to develop without leaving anyone behind, sometimes even the policies of the European Commission are responsible for today's political world to be very much split and unable to define a clear-cut mission for agriculturists and the financial forces, which is very pernicious and may not continue. It is our responsibility for the months to come to redefine together our financial development, together with the technical, the people of the European Commission, and Pierre is one of them, to have a clear-cut path so that everyone knows in a very responsible way how to act. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Yves.
Thank you, Yves Maudre, and I think that we gradually build this puzzle of challenges and of the roads ahead of us, what paths we have. I'm sure that Pierre Bascu and Tassos Chaniotis will have many things to comment. I have to say that even adding to this picture we have, building on this, the picture we already have on the basis of what when before the greetings, he talked about the budget of CAP, the protein strategy of the European Union, and we will be discussing it later on in the animal husbandry section. The energy sector, the agricultural sector is really affected and has a role to play. And of course, the political question at the end, where are we heading at? And we need to answer this question, and then we can have the discussion about the resources. I think that we have now good connection with Pierre Bascu. Welcome, we see him on the screen. Thank you very much. This year he's online, but doesn't matter. It's very important to listen to him. On behalf of the European Commission, Pierre, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ellie. Good morning, everybody. I hope if you can see me, but I hope that you can also hear me. I'm very pleased to have the possibility to talk to you today. I came last year, but I think today I couldn't make it, but at least I'm very happy to be here, remotely, to talk about the need to promote and strengthen, I think, the sustainability of the farming sector, but with a specific focus on the socio-economic dimension of sustainability and the role of the new CAP in this endeavor. I'm going to stop on this. Okay. We are living in a context which is characterized by many uncertainties and crises. Crises of very different nature, a geopolitical and economic crisis with the war in Ukraine in particular, and security. I've got the Greek translation with me. I don't know if you can hear me properly. Okay, I will continue, but I don't know when I speak. Do you hear me properly? Because me, I hear.
Yes, we can hear you, Pierre. Yes. Please go on. We can hear you. We can hear you.
I can continue?
Yes, you can continue, please.
Okay, so as I was saying, I think we are living in a world, I think, of many uncertainties and crises. Geopolitical, pandemic, sanitary with the COVID pandemic, climate with the effect of climate change, and environmental, I think, and this is all these challenges, but unless the EU to commit to a progressive and reversible transition towards sustainability and resilience in the framework of a new growth to the food system, which is a farm-to-fork strategy. And this strategy clearly aims at how we produce and how we consume. And I would like to underline that we want to see a productivity growth and a growth in the production. But we need to see a different types of production and a different types of consumption.
Pierre, sorry to interrupt you. Pierre, sorry to interrupt you, but there are some interruptions while you speak. Give me just a second. Τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε, σας παρακαλώ, για να ακούμε καλύτερα τον κύριο Μπασκού? Πρέπει να του δώσουμε μια κατεύθυνση να...
Actually, we're trying to fix the technical problem because there are interruptions with the connection.
Do you have another channel that is on while you speak? Maybe you should pick another channel. Maybe our team here can help you.
You want me to change channel for speaking?
Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you. I think you can go. You can go on. We can hear you. I think. Let's try.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Properly?
Yes.
Okay. Because I hear at the same time the translation in Greek, so I don't know.
Let me ask here the team to help you how to go out of the Greek interpretation. Μπορούμε να δώσουμε οδηγίες στον κύριο Μπασκού, παρακαλώ, πώς να μην ακούει την ελληνική μετάφραση.
Actually, Mr. We need to give instructions to our speaker not to listen to the Greek translation.
Yeah.
At
yes,
farm
Pierre,
level,
please
this
continue.
means these strategies, the Green Deal, the farm-to-fork strategies, at farm level, we need to produce more with less food, and we need to produce better. And these strategies, the Green Deal and the farm-to-fork strategies, are being translated into a set policy initiative that are focused on the transition and just mentioned, and this I think for good reason. However, it is important to underline that this transition will not be successful if it is achieved in an ambitious and in a balanced manner, the three pillars of sustainability: the economic pillar, the social pillar, and the environment. Becoming more efficient and more sustainable in the use of natural resources, the use of plant protection product, of fertilizer, of water, all these not relevant emission, improving the environment.
Pierre, sorry to interrupt you one more time. Could we try, because there are still, these interruptions are insisting.
The economic performance of the sector, and it reinforces, I think, our strategic autonomy in Europe.
Pierre, could we ask you to shut down your camera, please, because the interruptions keep insisting. Let's try with the camera off. Sorry for this.
Yes.
Please go on. Let's see how it works now. Let's see. Please go forward.
Is it okay for you? Can you hear me?
I think it's better, yes.
Okay. So in this endeavor, the and implementation of this strategy, I think the future strategic plan will be absolutely essential in order to get the farming community to adjust and operate such a transformation. The contribution of the new common agricultural policy critically relies on three elements. First, by supporting the resilient sector through the granting of direct decoupled, and this in a much more targeted and much more. The second.
Sorry, Pierre, I need to interrupt you again. The sound is really very, very bad. The sound is very bad. Our people here will call you, will give you a call to see how we can fix this. And we will come back to you. I hope you are able to stay with us for half an hour, let's say.
Yes.
Okay, good. I will now give the floor to Tassos Chaniotis, and then we will come back to you. Our teams here are going to call you to see how we can fix this. Λυπόμαστε γι' αυτό. Αυτά έχουν...
We really apologize for this, but this is live connection, you know, and we will try to come back, and our team here will help Mr. Bascu to fix the technical problem and see what happens with the connection. Now let's continue with Tassos Chaniotis, former president of the director of the General Directorate of Agricultural Rural Development of the European Union, and actually senior guest research scholar at the International Institute for Applied System Analysis. Tassos Chaniotis is a well-known figure to all of you. You know him very well. You all look forward to listening to Tassos Chaniotis for CAP issues and for the primary sector development in Europe and Greece. Tassos, you have the floor. And by way of introduction, maybe Tassos, you can really explain the purpose of EASA. Thank you for this invitation, and it's indeed a pleasure for being here and being at the rather transitional stage. I really, sorry for jumping in. I will say what EASA is and what we intend to do in the context of the EASA, and it will be during my presentation. I feel quite awkward because so far you knew me in my capacity as representing the European Commission. Now I don't represent the European Commission. Of course, it doesn't mean that, of course, I sort of I'm not expressed and by all the things that I have been representing so far, but I will try actually to combine both Pierre and Yves, and I will try to set the scene in a rather monotonous way compared to what I used to do in the past. So as a research scholar, have more freedom to express myself. So I will begin with a comparison. Priorities. A comparison of priorities between Brussels and Greece. Actually, Paulo de Castro mentioned it. I was taking a look at the ranking and structure of Greek ministries. I am not going to pass any judgment. This is a decision by the incumbent prime minister, depending on the needs of the country. And we find similar things in other countries. Ministry of Agriculture is number 16. Number 70 is the Ministry of Merchant Marine, related somehow to the agriculture due to transport. Number 18 is tourism. And the regional governor talked about the indirect relationship to tourism. Practically, it's a mechanism of promoting or disqualifying, defaming the primary production. Number 19 is digital governance. And number 20 is climate crisis. In Brussels, the priorities are fully reversed. Everything starts, the whole discussion starts with climate crisis and climate change. And I think that there is a need to see, and this is the advantage and disadvantage when you see your country from afar, and we need to highlight this big discrepancy. Let me be more forthwith, because you know exactly what CAP is, because that's why you're here. I'm talking about those who are in the other ministries. Over the last 43 years, Greece every year buys 18 Rafale and discusses about CAP, whether 40-year-old vessels can really cope with current needs. And I make this connection on purpose because we talked about food security. We also have some geostrategical issues being related. Now, I close this parenthesis and I move on. How you can see the big picture. And I will try to do it through 3 diagrams. That's why you're going... this is from other presentations, that's why it's in English. So you see the evolution of inflation. This is a diagram that I posted on LinkedIn some months ago. Back then, the discussion on inflation was not the one we have today. What you see here, you cannot see it very well because on the right you have your own green colors. But anyway, what you see with orange, the amber line, which is rather linear, not big fluctuations there, but rising over the last years, is the index food prices index at the level of consumer, at consumer level, consumer price index for food. And this is a global trend. The index, the food price index of the World Bank is the index of agricultural products less cotton, tobacco, and rubber. I forgot the Greek word, says the speaker. Caoutchouc. Caoutchouc. The rubber, as we call it. So what you see is the comparison of prices between the producer represented by green. You see the fluctuations, and they are more intense during the three big crises we had this century. We have three crises. At global level, never did we have what we have now. A tremendous rise of food and energy inflation that has nothing to do with the laws of the market, the supply and demand, and what Adam Smith used to say centuries ago. It has to do with the fact that even a first-year student learns this, and knows this. There is a difference between the economic profit and normal profit, and on the long term, the economic profits in competitive markets are zero. The fact that we have this situation has to do with monopolies in the food markets that give the possibility to a whole series of production sectors to take advantage of successive crises, whether this is COVID, war in Ukraine, energy prices increase, to actually put pressure on consumers. And this largely has to do with one of the three parts of the process from farm to fork. This farm to fork process has to do with consumers. This diagram shows exactly the whole transition and the trading process from producers to consumers. It has to do with this big discussion regarding food security. It has to do with the repercussions deriving from the Russian invasion to Ukraine. On the left, you have wheat as an index to measure food security, and I compare 1996, 2021, and 2032. 2032 refers to the forecast by the American Ministry of Agriculture. I need to check what OECD published last week. So the big picture is that as regards traditional exporters of wheat, whether we talk about the European Union that has increased its exports, or the USA that reduced them, or in the middle of the diagram, Australia, Canada, Argentina, the big differences do not lie there. The big differences are that Ukraine and Russia, since 1996 to 2021, took actually a big part of the global cereal market of cereals. And as regards Ukraine, Americans do expect that 40% of production is gone for at least 10 years. And if you take a look at the disaster, but also the fact that it's like a huge landmines. The country is full of mines, so it will take many years to clean the situation, even after the end of the war. So practically you have Russia appearing, and that's the paradox, hence the paradox and the irony, appearing as the big exporter of cereals, particularly to Africa, and there are a couple of coup d'etat by Wagner that have made the situation even more bizarre. And if you take a look on the right, you see the increase of the shortage of wheat in the rest of Asia, barring India and China, and mainly in Africa. So Africa, in the upcoming 10 years, will have soaring population equivalent to the United States of America, but will not add a ton more in rice or wheat production. In other words, what we see in basic food supplies, such as rice and wheat, that has nothing to do with what happens in the meat market, that is livestock goods, because there the increase in Asia and relates to the higher population income, not related to increase of population. When you increase your population, which is the case in Africa, while not increasing your income, and population increase in Africa is at 2.4% per year, this will be like a bomb set to explode. This discussion is on and takes the form of a dilemma: food security or climate change or climate crisis. Choose. Do you want your lungs or your stomach? This is the dilemma you raise. And there's not an option. So the point is to combine both. And the third diagram, as to how we combine both, relates to the CAP budget. I'm trying to find data to create the same diagram for Greece. I promise after summer I will find the data. Now I don't have them. This is the budget development. I agree with most of them. I don't know, at least for one thing, I give another my own aspect. I don't think that CAP can claim more. What CAP can claim is not to ask from the agricultural sector to do things outside this agriculture. It cannot solve all the problems of the planet. And so this diagram shows the CAP budget development, evolution, and how allocations are channeled to different measures. And you see the x-axis. And with the red, you also see the evolution of the rural balance of the EU. And you see a rather geometrical increase. This is added value, what Paulo de Castro said. This is the big economic success of the common agricultural policy. As far as data are concerned, this is uncontested. The social success, the social aspect of sustainability is represented by blue. The evolution of agricultural balance, yes, we have also bad years, but this is the tendency and it's on the rise. And Greece, unfortunately, does not respond to this overall EU trend. It is one of the 3-4 countries confronted with a problem. And the yellow line shows the greenhouse gas emissions. Well, there is some kind of progress has been registered, but it's below the level desired, the desired level. In other words, if we want to talk about sustainability, and if we want to talk about targets to achieve for Green Deal, and if we want to have this discussion and make it more specific, what we need to do is to try to bring this yellow line even further down without touching on the other lines. And this is the big question. So I would like to share some very personal thoughts as to where we stand. Yves may know it, Pierre definitely knows it, and with Pierre we agreed on that. The words soil, water, air, and biodiversity became part of the CAP reform right from the previous CAP, and that was on purpose, to be able to clearly target and show the repercussions of this policy. My feeling is that we have the cart before the horse. There is no doubt that biodiversity pays the biggest price of what's happening now. Then we have emissions, air, and then water, and the end, the tail is soil. In other words, we try to fight the consequences, the impact, without starting from the source, the soil. And this brings about a huge paradox, because the leverage you have is soil-driven. It is multiple compliance-driven, and it is also based on a series of practices that you can control, and it's also based on the data you have as to what goes into the soil and what precision agriculture can do, and a whole series of practices. And also it depends on the particularity and the, I guess, the difference in each region. And this is what we should focus on. This is what I want to do in our institute, IASA, with a simple example, by measuring, if you take the yield of wheat, 5 tons per hectare in one or the other region, these 5 tons as regards economic productivity are considered the same. But if you take into consideration as to what happens in the soil, it's a different thing. If you take into account the data you have as regards climatic data, again, you have a different situation. So by carrying out analysis as to what happened in the past in relation to productivity and factoring in environmental data, environmental criteria, when you perform your analysis and you build your scenarios, you can really make your adjustments. I will conclude by saying something that you might have heard already, and it is already in place over the last 10 years. I am a fan of the American communication school, talking about 3 communication isolates. You have to talk about 3 things. So in an article in Καθημερινή newspaper 3 years ago, I was reading 3 problems in Greek agriculture. Redistribution, it clearly shows how you measure subsidies and take into account differences, soil differences, the opportunity cost of land renting, land lease. Pasture land, second, and here we have Spiros Danelis, former member of the European Parliament, who managed to save a big part of the budget going to Greece because precisely they included pasture lands in the measured lands, and money that came in was more increased. And it's a different thing to see the European Union as the cow you're going to suckle, and it's a different thing to see that you have a big pasture land with animals that you're going to have to produce products to export. And the third has to do with a system for the provision of advice and consulting to farmers. System for the provision of counseling to farmers. It's a different thing from a list of consultants, because the system means generation of knowledge on the basis of data, sharing some common concepts, dissemination of knowledge through mechanisms, public sector mechanisms, universities, private bodies, and mainly, and this will be the end, because also Eve mentioned it, the way you see science, because at some point in Greece we need to have a clear discussion as to how is it possible to use different criteria and deal with people's health, animals' health, and plants' health. If you have a good technology being good for one group, why is this technology bad for the other group? The way you produce knowledge and apply it may follow different criteria, but you cannot be already going and crossing the 21st century, adopting obsolete criteria. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tassos Chaniotis.
All of these thoughts you've been willing to share with us are so critical. We have witnessed the development and success stories under CAP, but where are points on which we should be trying more, maybe more in Greece. What you said about the soil have been stressed by the Commission, both in the text on the recommendation to this country at the time of development of the strategic plan, and we'll see how things develop. I believe that there again, more should be done. It goes for certain that the major challenge in terms of knowledge and innovation, I think we should be working on a lot. Back in 2003, CAP had indeed launched this notion, and there was an incitation to member states to advance in terms of farming advice. 20 years later, we're still looking for a solution. But going back to that in due course, without taking up more time, the connection with Pierre Bascu has been re-established, so we can both follow him and listen to him.
Okay, let's try. You have the floor.
Thank you, Ellie. I think my third attempt will be the right one. I don't know if you can hear me and see me, and with no echo.
All good. You can go forward.
Okay,
yes.
Super. So I will try to tell you a few things regarding the need, I think, to promote and undertake, I think, this transition towards sustainability, I think, of the farm sector, with a specific focus, as I said, on the economic, on the socio-economic dimension, I think, of this transition. Clearly, due, I think, to a set of factors, economic, climatic, geopolitical, environmental, etc., we need to undertake this transition, but we need to undertake this transition towards what we call a new growth strategy. And I would like to underline the word growth, because this is not a way to produce less in order to improve the environment. It is, what we want is to promote a new system of production in the farm sector, but also in the whole food supply chain, in order to basically improve the environment, the climate performance, and also the economic dimension of the farm sector. And clearly, so far, this new strategy has been translated into a set of policy initiatives that focus on climate, that focus on environment, and this, I think, for good reason, because we were lacking of legislation in these fields. But clearly, the economic dimension is absolutely paramount. And as I said, I think in my second attempt, what will be key is that if we want to be successful in achieving this transition, we need to have it in an ambitious way, but also in a balanced manner between the three pillars of sustainability: the economic, the social, and the environment pillar of this sustainability. And in this endeavor, I would like now to focus, I think, on the role of the CAP, because clearly the Common Agricultural Policy and its translation at national level with the National Strategic Plan is absolutely essential in order to raise the ability of the sector to adjust and to operate in such a transition. And the CAP is supporting the socio-economic dimension of sustainability in three ways. The first one is by supporting the resilience of the sector through the granting of direct payment, be it be decoupled or coupled, but this in a more targeted and in a more balanced manner as compared to the past. It is important. The second element with which I think the CAP is going to support this transition is by strengthening the market orientation and the competitiveness of the farm sector. And this through the granting primarily of support for risk management tools, for investment, as well as for the sharing of knowledge and the provision of advisory services. Because we need to optimize, I think, the potential of technology, of new technologies, digitization, robotics, etc., because we need to develop and increase the level of productivity of EU agriculture. So once again, we are in a strategy in a new growth strategy, but strategy for increasing the level of agricultural production in the EU. On this second element, second contribution of the CAP, I will have two observations. The first one is that clearly innovation and digitization are instrumental, not only to strengthen the productivity and competitiveness of the farm sector, but also to contribute significantly to many sustainability-related objectives, like climate, like environment, etc. But here the challenge will be to ensure that this innovation reaches all farmers in the EU, and to ensure that the new technologies, the new innovation capacities can be developed and enter the EU market in a timely fashion, and particularly in the next decade. Because clearly the success of this transition will rely on the capacity of you to innovate and to use the product of research and to increase the level of productivity. Another element also, another observation that I will make is that we also, it be important for the member states to balance the distribution of support between the short-term needs in the form of income support and also the medium to long-term needs in terms of support for investment and support for innovation. Too often, a member state privilege, of course, the short-term needs and use the state support, for maintaining the level of income. But it is very important also not to forget the medium-term and long-term needs to invest into research, to invest into innovation, and to invest into new technologies which are available. So the third element of the CAP in supporting the socio-economic dimension is related to the need to improve the position and the organization of farmers in the food supply chain. And this, in order to increase, the share of value added that stays at the farm level, in the farm sector. It is clear for us that if we want to master all the challenges ahead, the economic, the climatic, the environmental challenges, the pandemic challenges, and enhance cooperation at the level of farmers together with the other actors of the food supply chain, will be absolutely critical. And I would like now to focus, my intervention on the specific objective of improving the position and organization of farmers in the food supply chain, where the new CAP and reinforce, the policy framework and the support to farmers to better organize themselves and to better interact with the rest. And the new CAP is forcing to strengthen, the role of producer organization, but also of association of producer organization. And the new CAP is also forcing to provide further financial support, financial incentive to operational programs in the strategy. And we need to be, producer organization should play, and they have to play a crucial role, because they allow the strengthening of the standing of farmers for, economies of scale, economies of scope, for concentrating, the supply, and better organizing, the supply and what we put in the market. It also allows to improve, the marketing of products. It also allows to better manage risk at farm level in a collective way. It also provides technical and logistical assistance to members of producer organizations. It also allows to better adapt to climate change by implementing actions which are designed the most appropriate way at the regional level, and also, and this the last element that I would like to mention on that front, is that it allows to transfer knowledge between members in a much faster way to individual parts. But clearly, producer organization need to come into being at the initiative of farmers. And around half of recognized producer organizations in the EU are formed in the sector of fruit and vegetable. And even in this organized sector that is fruit and vegetable, we see a degree of participation of farmers of only slightly above 50%. It's only 52% of farmers who are members of this producer organization. So even in this sector of fruit and vegetable, many farmers are not using the opportunity to strengthen the position in the food supply. The new CAP, by using the good practices that exist in the fruit and vegetable sector, allows the possibility that member states provide financial initiative up to 5% direct payment to farmers in other sectors. And when I say other sectors, it is other sectors than fruit and vegetable, other sectors than wine, other sectors than olive oil. And this financial capacity of up to 5% of direct payment will be possible, but unfortunately, it is hardly used. And only 5 member states so far are using this possibility, but with less than 0.5% of a direct payment envelope. And we consider it very unfortunate because once again, this possibility could be used in order to better organize farmers, create producer organization, and develop these operational programs that concentrate supply, facilitate the marketing, better help farmers in accessing knowledge, etc., etc. The new CAP also recognizes the need for enhanced coordination and cooperation, and the new CAP expands what we call the value sharing possibilities to more downstream stages of the food supply chain, and this without any restriction of competition law. There are several changes which have been introduced in the new CAP that strengthen the role of interbranch organization. For instance, in this organization may draw up standard forms of contract, or they may also issue price guidance, to the different members of this interbranch organization. In contrast, also, while using the good practices of private supply management possibilities for PDO and PGI, in the ham and the cheese sector, it is also possible under the new CAP to expand, this possibility of private supply management to all agricultural sectors. So you can see, this new possibilities which have been introduced under the new CAP, which have had to better organize farmers and to better integrate, the economic dimension and economic objectives in the context of the food supply chain. I would like now to highlight, a new derogation from competition rules, which have been introduced, in the new Common Market Organization regulation. It is, a new derogation that relates to sustainability agreement. It is a novelty, one of the key novelty of the new Common Market Organization, and it allows basically farmers to take contractual commitment with the rest of the chain in order to improve the sustainability of our operation. And when I talk about sustainability, this is related to environmental friendly practices. It is related to welfare. It is related to animal health or antimicrobial resistance. And clearly, without this derogation, basically this sustainability-oriented, agreement would raise issue, of competition law. And this is something which has been offered, and which is available to farmers and to the rest of the chain. We are finalizing now the guidelines to implement them, and they should be finalized by the end of the year. And we do hope that many actors in the food supply chain, not only farmers, but all the actors, will be, interested in basically entering into this capacity of developing sustainability agreement, outside, the competition law. Finally, I would like to recall, 2 important avenues to support, the economic viability, of farmers and their position in the chain. The first one is the directive of unfair trading practices in the relation business to business. It's this unfair trading practices directive has been adopted in April 2019. It has been implemented since May 2021, and it is very important, and the Commission is monitoring very closely its implementation, because it is a way for farmers, to benefit from better condition, better economic condition in the marketing of a product, I think, with the rest of the chain. Another element that I would like to mention is the support, I think, of the development of shorter supply chain in order to enhance, I think, the resilience of regional and local food systems. Clearly, I think this short food supply chain range from farmers' markets, community-supported agriculture, e-commerce, to smart, I think, supply chain. And there it is important to mention that this is not contradictory, I think, to the development of international cooperation and international trade. We do believe that, I think, there are rooms between, I think, the development of supply chain in order to address specific needs at local level and for local markets, and the development of international trade and more export-oriented types of agriculture. So, to conclude, I would like to say that it is essential for the farm sector to embrace, I think, this transition towards a sustainable food system that is, in our view, in the Commission view, but this is, a path which has been adopted at EU level, is, I think, the most efficient path to ensure food security over the long term to our citizens and beyond. And once again, this is also fully coherent, in our view, to the continuous support, I think, to productivity growth in the EU for the agricultural sector. And the CAP at large, and in particular, the tools available for improving the bargaining power, I think, of farmers in the food supply chain, these tools are essential in order to support and promote, I think, this transition and to increase the resilience and the economic performance, I think, of the farm sector. But now it is time, I think, for you, I think, the sector, the farm sector, the cooperative, the agri-food supply chain, and also, I think, the public stakeholders to take advantage of this possibility of better organizing, better organizing the farm sector, better integrating with the rest of the chain, entering into this sustainability, more agreement, etc. It is, I think, your time to take advantage of these possibilities and to implement them in the most efficient way, I think, on the ground. So this is what I wanted to tell you in terms of transition towards sustainability from an economic angle, and what can, I think, the new CAP, I think, bring, I think, to this journey. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. I hope you have been able to hear a little bit, at least, my intervention. I'm very sorry not to be with you in Greece, in Athens, but I wish you very
Thank you. Thank you very much to Pierre Bascou.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Of a very busy day for being with us online. It was very important. We were able to hear you very clearly this time. I know that you cannot stay with us for long, so I would like to take the opportunity to ask you a question. You mentioned, you touched upon dimensions of the CAP that are not so, we don't discuss regularly in the public debate. The attention goes to the income support, to other kinds of tools, but the CMO, the Common Market Organization, is a fundamental pillar of the CAP, and then the goal, the objective of enhancing cooperation between farmers. I think that you mentioned during your speech that only 5 member states, for the moment, took advantage of this very forward-looking proposal from the European Commission. I think it was already there in 2018, to use some funds from Pillar 1 in order to extend, let's say, the possibility to finance operational programs in other sectors. Greece, unfortunately, was one of the countries that did not use this opportunity. But what I would like to ask you, because for us, in the public debate here in Greece, we have ferociously fought for this. Would it be possible in the coming years of the implementation, maybe in the context of the amendments to the strategic plans, would it be possible to come back to this? And how does the Commission see the development of these tools to enhance cooperation in the future? Since you mentioned that besides the market-related objectives, they can play a fundamental role in diffusing knowledge and innovation, in helping farmers make the transition in a successful way.
No, thank you, Eddie. This is something which is very important. And as you said, I think we are in a very, what can I say, intense and heated discussion when we made, I think, this proposal, I think, for the future CAP. Clearly, what we would like is to be able to offer to all the sectors in agriculture, to offer the possibility to use the capacity and the potential of operational programs for better organizing, I think, all the sectors, not only in fruit and vegetable, in wine, in olive oil, in apiculture, ops, but I think to all the sectors, and in particular to the animal sector. And what we have seen is that only 5 countries, Bulgaria, Czechia, Italy, Latvia, and Slovakia, and use them. But there is a possibility, if at country level you decide, I think, to use this ability to use between 3 and 5%, well, up to 3 and 5% of direct payment in order to support this operational program in one or several particular sectors. It is possible to do that in the context of the amendment of the strategic plan. And so far, I have heard that France, this is to be confirmed, but France, I think, is thinking about using, I think, this operational program in order to target, I think, some sectors from next year onwards. And as you said, Ellie, I think this is important because it's not only a question of improving the economic, economic dimension, I think, and the economic performance, I think, of the members of this producer organization by concentrating supply, by improving the marketing. It is also a way to transfer in a much more efficient way, the knowledge, and I think to promote innovation, but also it's a way to better manage risk in a collective way. It is also a way to improve, the adaptation to climate change. So there are very different objectives that can be, achieved through this operational program and through this producer organization, and the tool to be able to use part of the direct payment to finance these operational programs in, for instance, the livestock sector, but also in other crop sector, is very powerful. And we would like to really make, I think, all the sectors of agriculture benefit, I think, from this capacity. And this is something that we are going to promote towards the member states. Now there's only 5. There may be 6 now with France. We would like to really encourage the member states at least to reflect about, I think, whether or not they can use it and they should use it for other sectors, because a better organization of farmers is absolutely key if we want, I think, to achieve, I think, this transition toward, a better economic, environmental, and social transition. It's absolutely fundamental.
Thank you very much. We are fully aligned with you on this, and we will do our best in order to try to convince, at least in our national debate, to target funds towards this direction. Thank you for being with us here today, for sharing all these important messages and information, especially in such a busy day for you. Again, a big thank you, and I think that we can let you pursue your day, your busy day in Brussels. Goodbye.
Thank you to you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Ωραία, μπορούμε νομίζω να συνεχίσουμε.
So we can continue now with Yannis Chaniotakis from Piraeus Bank, Senior Director, Agricultural Sector Development. He will talk to us about a very important dimension. Previous speakers talked about investments. Investments require resources, private and public resources. The Bank of Greece has important tools to suggest throughout all these years, and it's very active in the agricultural sector with a broad portfolio, and we look forward to Mr. Chaniotakis' presentation. Good morning. Before I begin, I would like to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN for this invitation, and I would like to congratulate it for contributing to substantial dialogue and for highlighting issues that concern the rural economy of our country in the context of all these conferences that have been held over the last years. Now, as regards this issue, I will place emphasis on funding, talking about and defending the common agricultural policy as a means to facilitate funding to the agricultural sector, which is a key prerequisite for its development. Previous speakers talked about the challenges that concern the international agriculture and European agriculture, such as climate change. I think that everyone talked about climate change. I think this is one of the most important challenges. The increase of international demand for safe food with proper management of natural resources and digital transformation of agriculture, the fluctuation of prices as a result of upsetting this balance of supply and demand, combined with changing production cost and fluctuating production cost. Consumers want production to adapt to sustainability practices. The close link between production with all stakeholders in the value chain and the increased dependence between sectors. For Greek agriculture, someone should take into account that other challenges are added up. Challenges related to the special characteristics, for example, the structure of agricultural holdings, that still is a point of discussion in all conferences of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, the increase of the age of producers and the limited intention of young people to actually be involved with agriculture, the lack of counseling, the lack of willingness to cooperate, and a lack of innovation. Now, I will digress a little bit and say that the Euro-Public Group has played a pivotal role in this respect through important investments carried out over the last years. Ladies and gentlemen, it is true that these challenges do not affect the sustainability of small-scale holdings, as was the case in the past, but also big ones. So in this context, it is obvious that agricultural holdings will soon be distinguished to those that will adapt immediately and use all the tools available to make interventions in their operation, and those that will stall in implementing these changes and will run the risk of surviving, of losing their survival, of missing their survival. So, and actually, farmers need to have a stable income and be sustainable. Over the years, through continuity and consistency, actually, strategies are in place, taking into account the environmental conditions through policies being implemented by making use of funding. Funding that for Greece, even with the reduced budget that we mentioned, will be 13 billion for the period 2023-2027. Funding through the subsidies of the first pillar that relate to the income support, and grants through the second pillar and the rural development program for the implementation of the necessary investments as determined by the national strategic plans that specify the national needs. That's why CAP is rightly considered as the key funding tool of rural production to support rural production in the EU. But besides this recognizable dimension, I would like to showcase another emerging dimension linked to its operation as a means, as a leverage means, capital leverage means to fund rural production from private funds through the banking system. The creation of funding tools over the last years is a strategic option of the European Union, and the allocation of funds is there. To be more practical, In Greece, in the context of the previous programming period, we had the first efforts in trying out these funding tools. The first that raised funds through the Rural Development Program was the Guarantee Fund, Rural Development Guarantee Fund, that was designed in cooperation with the IF. This is a guarantee program whereby the participating banks get collaterals for the loan, for a part of the bond, and for a part of the loan portfolio. And it regards investment loans of increased duration up to 12 years from 10,000 to 5 million euro that can be accompanied by additional working capital that needs to be associated with the investment. It covers the needs of the primary sector undertakings and processing, regardless of their size. Now, what happens with this program is that banks commit to improved granting terms. Piraeus Bank, for example, offers reduced interest rate, reduced our other collaterals, grace period, and also some arrangements regarding the installments, 3 months, 6 months, depending on the flow of revenue. The implementation of the program showed that there are significant benefits involved as regards the raising accessibility of producers, and with good results for cooperatives, young farmers, and newcomers in rural production. There was an increase in the approval rates of loans because this grant was facilitated by the need to give collaterals, the broadened duration of the loan, and the reduction of the risk undertaken for the funding bodies. Finally, the market needs coverage was more effective because the required collaterals were reduced. Usually you don't have them in small exploitations, and there was a fairer pricing policy. I would like to highlight that in this program, 1 out of 2 borrowers are young ones and have many women. So equal accessibility was facilitated in practice. Actually, many loans, besides the guarantee of the fund, 20% of the loans has no other collateral. Also, we have the Fund of Small Loans of Rural Entrepreneurship. This is a program which is co-financed, whereby the fund makes available the funds that come from the Rural Development Program with 0 interest rate throughout the duration of the loan, and subsidizes the interest rate for the bank borrowing part. As a result, there is not an interest rate encumbrance for the producer during the first 2 years, whereas later on the interest rate is very low. It regards investment loans that are small, up to 25,000, 5-year duration, that can be accompanied by additional working capital. The loan covers the needs of small primary sector exploitations and small enterprises for the processing of rural agricultural products. In this case, it is important that the participating banks commit to improved granting terms, such as the issue of 0 or limited safeguards, collaterals, guarantees. So, small-scale agricultural exploitations have access to loan, and actually there is a pre-evaluation stage for potential borrowers on the basis of the bank's Know Your Customer policy. One innovation of the program is the possibility to grant the counseling services cost. We have this counseling possibility for producers receiving this aid, and this counseling comes from specialized consultants in the field. That is, it combines funding with mentoring. On the basis of the applications, the demand for this financing already, since the first 3 months, actually overcovered the funds available. These funding tools, of course, can be improved. There is room for improvement. For example, the inclusion of new purposes, purchase of land and investment in new modern irrigation systems, and funding for working capitals without the prerequisite of investment. But they are the basis for a different way of supporting fair access to rural sector funding. Besides the funding tools, the Common Agricultural Policy indirectly facilitated the provision of specialized banking products, for example, the farmer's card and the microfinance of farmers, through which agricultural exploitations were able to cover their short-term needs on much more favorable terms. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new programming period of CAP, and new rules create new conditions in funding. In particular, we anticipate that the use of funding tools will be further broadened in the upcoming years. At the same time, the implementation of new rules, such as the conditionality and participation in eco-schemes that affect the level of subsidies, like from the first pillar, could be gradually integrated in the offer of bank funding. Well, that having been said, we know that actually the Common Agricultural Policy can really help Greek agriculture revive, because it is a catalyst for access to all forms of funding, particularly for productive links and chains that have a difficulty in attracting private funding. It is known that Piraeus Bank has a broad range of funding instruments. I'm not allowed due to time restrictions, but what I would like to reassure you is that the Piraeus Bank, as the par excellence bank of the rural sector in Greece, monitors developments, has the know-how and the willingness to support this important sector through funding and specialized initiatives to make sure that sustainability is there and viability are there. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ το Γιάννη.
Thank you, Yannis Chaniotakis. Half an hour delay, but I'm tempted to raise one question to the three of you before we conclude this panel. So I will start from the end. Yannis Chaniotakis, you developed a rather unknown dimension of CAP. It offers the guarantees so that banking institutions like yours do play a pivotal role to have leverage of investments. Very important dimension. This is a very good news as regards interest. We saw young people, women. I would like actually to ask the following. This also derives from the taxonomy regulation of the EU. So it makes a green shift, green investments. We see that approvals of investments will be gradually filtered. How does your Piraeus Bank see this prospect? As you may know, Piraeus Bank supports responsible funding, not only at the level of daily banking practice, but also by taking international initiatives, like the one in the context of UN organization, seeking to have a dissemination of the principle of responsible funding, because it considers that funding is able to actually make wonders to various dimensions. At the level of strategies, the Common Agricultural Policy and the strategies from farm to fork the Green Deal, all these things do highly determine the strategies, but the funding appears to be able to lead through financing investment towards a greener reality, a greener chain. Thank you. I continue with Tassos Chaniotis. Many questions that come to mind, but I will have to limit myself. Now, this is something that is being discussed here in Greece. Many specialists write articles about it. The issue of food inflation, food prices inflation is very high. You had an article in LinkedIn, and you mentioned it also, that what happens and why do we have high prices? Is it the fault of producers? Rising prices, there is a blurry landscape as regards the intermediate stages of the chain. How do you explain it? I don't think it's easy to explain. It's not easy to explain unless you want to raise some questions. If, for example, the agricultural products, whether we talk about animal husbandry, livestock, or plant, represent, if they represent 20 or 30% of the final product price, how is it possible to have a price that exceeds what has happened in the primary sector? There are issues, and there's a lack of competition in a series of markets. The diagram I presented is global. The phenomenon is global. In different countries, we see different things, depending on the lack or not of the inflation. What I'm worried about is that we have the same problem in the energy sector. And so there is an initiative in the UN that starts from the concept that we need to know the actual cost of food and increase the price to express the environmental cost. Yes, but even with rising and soaring food prices, the environment didn't gain anything. So what we do, it's as if we oppose what we want to achieve. I think the answer to this is that it's very simple and difficult at the same time. It has to do with productivity. Productivity means it does not mean actually what we have been accustomed to during the 1960s, because across the range of agricultural production, organic farming or conventional farming, precision agriculture, you can reduce the production cost and reduce your environmental impact. How? If you base yourself, underpin yourself on science and take all data into account. And no discussion is done on this. We have a true dialogue of blind people. If presented some voting at the European Parliament, no matter how you read them, what is the gain? If you have one decision with a marginal, being voted with a marginal difference, we have lost any possibility of talking about something we agree on. I mean, are we going to discuss that we have climate change? It's self-evident. The vast majority agrees. Are we going to discuss whether there is or is food security? Food security is not a problem of Europe. It's a global problem. There is a need to have a very specific discussion. And for as long as we exchange slogans without making the discussion specific, we will be reiterating the same problems. For me, this is the big problem of the public debate, not taking place anyway. You answered the question in a very specific manner. And
So the polarization taken aside, we in Greece are still trying to sound the waters, and we're very introverted in what we're doing. This is a very good cue for me to also put forward a question to Ni Mother. So going back to the Euro Parliament, we did say so before, within a year from now there will be elections, and what we are realizing is what your transparency is highlighted. Highly fragmented parliament, highly polarized in discussion, and just as Paulo de Castro said, the notion of community has been lost. The need to build a majority rather than creating cleavage and splitting is now gone. So what is it we're expecting will happen from the next legislature? What will the new commission do? Given that in each member state, and in Greece this is very, very important, the agricultural issues are very low on the public agenda. So how are we heading towards these new elections? What are the dilemmas, the challenges, the priorities, and what is it we expect from the new parliament and the next European Commission? Well, precisely, I believe that we may expect the following, that agriculture once again comes high on the agenda for the years to come, and that the electoral campaign is carried out nicely and fairly on all pillars that are to be discussed. Tassos himself so said this is ever so critical, and Pierre also said that we need to have a new voice, and this new voice should be echoing also agricultural interests, even though there are those who still think that agriculture is old-fashioned and should be shunned. No, we should be grinding once again. We should be putting both feet on the ground. We have the climate problem and carbon. If we want to be able to eat tomorrow, you know, in Africa, the population will be doubling within a very short period of time, and if we really wish to tackle the energy problem, it's only through agriculture. I won't stop saying so. So it is our responsibility, your responsibility. All this should be becoming endowed with a very strong and pronounced agricultural facet. In the light of the oncoming elections, at European level we'll do what we can, but in your countries it's another kind of mission. You otherwise will have to work on a roadmap that has not existed before. Inspired by those policies that are functioning is already a good solution to go ahead. We don't know what the majority will be. Will this be fully fledged right or not, more liberal, more socialist? We'll see, we don't know, but one way or another, unless the code of conduct is not agreed upon a priori, and unless things happen the way they should, we'll be at a loss. Right now, this is our objective, is to be able to determine the line of action and ask from those who would like to be elected and represent us to tell us exactly what it is they promise, what kind of message they will be conveying, and what will be the decisions that will be affecting the farmers and the citizens. Each and every citizen is concerned, and on this basis it is that we'll be going ahead. That's the only solution, I believe. Thank you very much for this answer. So, agriculture should be the protagonist, a part of a solution, not of a problem, whereas by way of policies that need to be of service to this specific mission. We're closing this unit here. Let me also tell you that my colleagues have been sending messages. There are more than 450 attendees, which is quite telling of the high interest triggered by our debate. We will be resuming after a very short break. We'll be resuming at 12:50 for the next session to start, as of which we will be discussing the comprehensive management and control system. This will open the way for us to reflect and eventually provide innovative digital solutions and services to producers on the paths we have been discussing together with our distinguished speakers of this first opening session. We'll be resuming at 12:50. Thank you very much.
Ελληνική γη, συνυφασμένη με το ελληνικό πνεύμα, καρποφορεί κάτω από τον μεσογειακό ήλιο και φροντίζει για την ευημερία των Ελλήνων. Αυτήν τη γη αγαπάμε και σε αυτήν τη γη στηριζόμαστε. Σήμερα, η επιστημονική γνώση και η τεχνολογική πρόοδος μας βοηθούν να πετύχουμε περισσότερα σεβόμενοι, όπως οφείλουμε, το μοναδικό μας περιβάλλον.
Το σύστημα υφιούς γεωργίας gaiasense είναι ένα πολύτιμο εργαλείο για τον αγρότη και τον γεωπόνο. Και αυτό γιατί τους δίνει τις πληροφορίες που χρειάζονται για να διαχειριστούν καλύτερα και πιο αποδοτικά κάθε αγροτική εκμετάλλευση.
Η χρήση αυτών των συστημάτων στη σύγχρονη γεωργία είναι μονόδρομος. Έχοντας τα σωστά εργαλεία, μπορείς να έχεις τις σωστές αποφάσεις και να παρακολουθήσεις όλη την παραγωγική διαδικασία, από το χωράφι μέχρι το ράφι.
Εκτιμούμε ότι το gaiasense αποτελεί έναν πολύτιμο και αξιόπιστο οδηγό που θα μπορέσει να οδηγήσει τους παραγωγούς στην επόμενη περίοδο.
Η ευφυής γεωργία, αξιοποιώντας τη σύγχρονη τεχνολογία, έρχεται να συμπληρώσει και να ενισχύσει τις παραδοσιακές καλλιεργητικές μεθόδους, μεριμνώντας για τις οικονομικές πτυχές των αγροτικών μας εκμεταλλεύσεων.
Πήρα δείγμα από το χωράφι μου, το οποίο δείγμα θα το δώσω στο γεωπόνο του συνεταιρισμού και προσδοκώ, αφού γίνει ανάλογη ανάλυση, να μου δώσει όλες αυτές τις οδηγίες για την καλύτερη θρέφση των φυτών μου.
Ο γεωπόνος παραλαμβάνει το δείγμα εδάφους από τον παραγωγό, κάνει καταγραφή στην ειδική ψηφιακή εφαρμογή του gaiasense και συμπληρώνει το έντυπο για να στείλει το δείγμα στο εργαστήριο. Με βάση τα αποτελέσματα της εδαφολογικής ανάλυσης και σε συνδυασμό με άλλες πληροφορίες, εκδίδεται η συμβουλή λίπανσης και αποστέλλεται στον παραγωγό, ενώ με τον συνδυασμό διαφορετικών δεδομένων και πληροφοριών εκδίδονται και οι εξατομικευμένες συμβουλές φυτοπροστασίας και άρδευσης.
Τα προβλήματα που έχουμε όσον αφορά την ελαιοκαλλιέργεια είναι ο δάκος και το γλιοσπόριο.
Για το θέμα του δάκου στην περιοχή, εμείς οι ίδιοι παραγωγοί παρακολουθούμε με παγίδες την εξέλιξη του πληθυσμού και κάνουμε τις επεμβάσεις όταν αυτό κρίνεται αναγκαίο.
Συλλέγουμε δείγματα εδάφους, νερού και φυτικών ιστών για να κατανοήσουμε τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας σε αρδευτικό νερό και θρεπτικά στοιχεία. Θέλουμε με αυτόν τον τρόπο να μειώσουμε το κόστος παραγωγής και να περιορίσουμε τις ροές που δεν χρειάζονται και επιβαρύνουν το περιβάλλον.
Η τεχνολογία μας έχει βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ. Η τοποθέτηση του σταθμού μας έχει δώσει τα μέγιστα.
Με τη χρήση της τεχνολογίας προσπαθούμε να μειώσουμε το κόστος καλλιέργειας. Ένα πολύ μεγάλο όφελος είναι στις εισρωές του νερού, το οποίο είναι και πολύτιμο αγαθό, αλλά και αρκετό το κόστος για εμάς τους ελαιοκαλλιεργητές.
Οι παραγωγοί του συνεταιρισμού υποδέχτηκαν με πολύ μεγάλη προσμονή έως και έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι ο συνεταιρισμός μέσα από την στρατηγική του συνεργασία για την εφαρμογή των προγραμμάτων του gaiasense θα οδηγούνταν στο να μπορέσει να υιοθετήσει όλες αυτές τις τεχνολογίες, οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να τον οδηγήσουν σε νέου τύπου γεωργικές συμβουλές και έδειξαν πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον σε απρόσμενα μεγάλο βαθμό που και εμείς οι ίδιοι βρεθήκαμε σε δύσκολη θέση γιατί δεν μπορούσαμε να εξυπηρετήσουμε τόσους πολλούς παραγωγούς ταυτόχρονα.
Μέσα από ένα εύχριστο, εξατομικευμένο και απόλυτα φιλικό σύστημα αισθητήρων, ενεργοποιητών, βάσεων δεδομένων και δορυφόρων, η ευφυής γεωργία αισθάνεται το χώμα, τις καιρικές συνθήκες, τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας. Συνδέει δεδομένα και πόρους. Υπολογίζει συνθήκες και ποσότητες προκειμένου ο παραγωγός να έχει μεγαλύτερη εισοδιά με μικρότερο κόστος εισρωών. Και ενεργεί με γνώμονα την αύξηση της παραγωγής, τη μείωση της χρήσης νερού, ενέργειας, λιπασμάτων και φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων.
Από την εφαρμογή του συστήματος της gaiasense περιμένουμε την ορθολογικότερη χρήση των φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων για την αντιμετώπιση των εχθρών και των ασθενειών στο χωράφι, βάσει των συμβουλών φυτοπροστασίας που έρχεται από το σύστημα, την διαχείριση των φυσικών πόρων όπως είναι το νερό, βασιζόμενοι στα μοντέλα άρδευσης του συστήματος. Διαχειριζόμαστε πολύ καλύτερη την άρδευση στο χωράφι, άρα μειώνουμε την κατανάλωση σε νερό και οπωσδήποτε αυτό συνεπάγεται πάλι τη μείωση του κόστους παραγωγής.
Το gaiasense παρέχει κάποιες επιπλέον υπηρεσίες, όπως είναι η εξατομικευμένη πρόγνωση καιρού σε επίπεδο αγροτεμαχίου, αλλά και οι έγκαιρες προειδοποιήσεις σε περίπτωση εμφάνισης ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων.
Καλλιεργώντας βιολογικά, σαν πολυαγρόκτημα, έχουμε ήδη μειωμένο περιβαλλοντολογικό αποτύπωμα. Χρησιμοποιώντας τους αισθητήρες και το σύστημα λήψης απόφασης της gaiasense, είμαστε ακόμα πιο βελτιωμένοι όσον αφορά τη σωστή χρήση άρδευσης. Μπορούμε να ξέρουμε πότε η ριζόσφαιρα έχει την μέγιστη ανάγκη σε νερό για να μπορέσουμε να ποτίσουμε τη σωστή ποσότητα ανάλογα με τον τύπο της καλλιέργειας στο σωστό χρόνο.
Είναι σημαντικό να αναφέρουμε ότι το gaiasense δεν απαιτεί από τον παραγωγό να επενδύσει σε ακριβό τεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό, αλλά ούτε και στην υποδομή που χρησιμοποιεί το gaiasense. Αρκεί μια σχετικά χαμηλή συνδρομή σε ετήσια βάση για να αποκτήσει ο παραγωγός πρόσβαση στις υπηρεσίες ευφυούς γεωργίας του gaiasense.
Η ελληνική γη είναι πολύτιμη. Οι φυσικοί μας πόροι είναι πολύτιμοι. Αυξάνουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα των προϊόντων μας, μειώνουμε το οικολογικό μας αποτύπωμα, φροντίζουμε για το μέλλον μας.
Χρόνο με το χρόνο, η ατμόσφαιρα θερμαίνεται, το κλίμα αλλάζει, το περιβάλλον υποβαθμίζεται και η απειλή για την ισορροπία των οικοσυστημάτων και των κοινωνιών στον πλανήτη είναι ήδη αισθητή. Οι γεωργικές και οι δασικές εκτάσεις καλύπτουν περίπου το 70% της επικράτειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Οι αγρότες είναι οι πρώτοι που αισθάνονται τον ισχυρό αντίκτυπο της κλιματικής αλλαγής και καλούνται να προσαρμοστούν σε αυτή. Ταυτόχρονα όμως μπορούν και πρέπει να διαδραματίσουν σημαντικό ρόλο στο μετριασμό της, καθώς οι καλλιέργειες αποδεσμεύουν άνθρακα από την ατμόσφαιρα μέσω της φωτοσύνθεσης, ενώ τα εδάφη με σωστή διαχείριση μπορούν να αποθηκεύουν άνθρακα. Πώς μπορούν όμως να παράγουν με φιλικότερο τρόπο προς το περιβάλλον και το κλίμα, διασφαλίζοντας παράλληλα τον όγκο και την ποιότητα της παραγωγής τους? Η σύγχρονη τεχνολογία και η επιστημονική γνώση δίνουν τη λύση. Η ευφυής γεωργία αποτελεί μια δόκιμη λύση ώστε οι αγρότες να είναι σε θέση να διαχειρίζονται πιο σοφά την παραγωγή τους, μειώνοντας τη σπατάλη σε φυσικούς και οικονομικούς πόρους, ενισχύοντας την παραγωγικότητα, αντιμετωπίζοντας αποτελεσματικότερα τους κινδύνους, παράγοντας πιο ποιοτικά και ασφαλή προϊόντα. Η νέα κοινή αγροτική πολιτική που σχεδιάστηκε και θα εφαρμοστεί στην εποχή της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας θέτει ιδιαίτερα φιλόδοξους στόχους για το κλίμα, το περιβάλλον και τα οικοσυστήματα. Παράλληλα, στηρίζει τους αγρότες ώστε να ανταποκριθούν στους φιλόδοξους αυτούς στόχους και στις μεγάλες προκλήσεις της εποχής, ανταμείβοντας τις ορθές πράσινες πρακτικές όπως η ευφυής γεωργία, αναγνωρίζοντας την ψηφιοποίηση ως καταλήτη για τη βιώσιμη μετάβαση της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας. Ο τρόπος με τον οποίο παράγουμε θα πρέπει να αλλάξει. Αξιοποιώντας τα ωφέλη της ευφυούς γεωργίας, μπορούμε να διασφαλίσουμε ένα οικονομικά, περιβαλλοντικά και κοινωνικά βιώσιμο μέλλον για την ευρωπαϊκή και ελληνική γεωργία, κάνοντας τους αγρότες πρωταγωνιστές του πράσινου και ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού.
Το θέμα που επιλέξαμε να θέσουμε προς συζήτηση απόψε, η γεωργία άνθρακα, τοποθετείται στην καρδιά όχι μόνο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας, αλλά και της νέας κοινής αγροτικής πολιτικής, η οποία σχεδιάστηκε και θα υλοποιηθεί προκειμένου να υπηρετήσει αυτούς τους μεγάλους στόχους σε σχέση με το περιβάλλον και το κλίμα που πλέον τίθενται πανευρωπαϊκά.
This is very important for the European Commission to support these types of projects because it does correspond, in our view, to the future for our agriculture in Greece and in Europe, but also for our food industry, and also in order to support, I think, the socio-economic development of rural areas to provide jobs and sustainable jobs.
Je voudrais dire un immense merci à la Fondation Gaia pour nous avoir organisé aujourd'hui cette visite de la coopérative Neos Aliakmon, qui est une coopérative extrêmement performante. Nous avons pu visiter les locaux, les infrastructures Et nous avons pu voir toute l'innovation qui est présente un petit peu partout.
I was very pleased to be here today here in Greece, and I was really impressed with what I saw. It's clear that we see people with passion, they love what they do, and they strive to find solutions and to improve the production, the process, and to deliver products.
ξεκινήσω. Ακούγομαι.
Am I being heard? Yes, you are, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Ours is a mission of holding a very interesting panel. We will be discussing on the common administration and monitoring system since IACS. As many of you are following us online, we will be able to read your questions as they're put through over the chat. We're lagging way behind schedule, so I would like to urge all of you to be very timely and to respect the time limit, which will allow us eventually at the end of the session, if the time so allows, to have some kind of debate further to the questions and answers that will be exchanged. And this is a cue to the speakers to follow. What I meant to say was that Ajax has necessarily changed. It was fatal. We expected this as the previous event, and we kept speaking about it. From what used to be a system that was used as a way of auditing producers' declarations, more and more is Ajax being developed to a method whereby to document decision-making. Now that we're more familiarized with the terms of intelligent, smart farming, we will be doing what has already been said, namely, but it takes some counseling. But counseling is not unidirectional. It's not only there for the human. Either we like it or not, machines have also a role to play in counseling. Machines are those that make it possible for us to utilize the data we we are collecting, and such data we're able to process and eventually turn into advice. This enables those decision makers, those who are no one else but the farmers, are therefore in a position, thanks to these decision-making documentation tools, to make further decisions for their farming exploitations. The current Common Agricultural Policy has by far going way beyond the strict rationale of subsidies or allocations because of a product being produced or because one is a tenant, a holder of a plot. More and more, CAP is now becoming involved in the so-called producers cultivating policies, be it in terms of greening or in terms of other different interventions, mostly when it comes to climate change. And much has already been said as of the previous session. Now, this decision-making documentation system is directly being implemented also within the Ajax system, and what is being said continuously and will be seen when it comes to monitoring. Monitoring is essentially a system relying on data, satellite-generated data, imagery, and possibly other kinds of data in due course, all of which, in an automated way, will eventually be used to carry out integrated audit on plots, which will allow producers to become alert on whatever deficits, incompatibilities, and deficiencies, not just to punish them, but mostly to advise them. Ajax itself started a system to be a system to document decision-making. Such technologies, and even more than just satellite imagery, air imagery, pictures we ourselves are bound to take in situ, in the field, same techniques as those used in smart farming, from land stations all the way through to satellite imagery, and I'm sure most of you will be dealing with this in due course. By that saying that those very technologies likely to be used towards the management of subsidies will also be utilized for more productive purposes, and this is what Ajax is gradually going to be about. The way it exists and the way it is being turned gradually. So OSDE, or Ajax in English, is a source of data which we need to utilize in as an efficient way as possible for plus value to be generated for producers. In closing, and for us to also start with the first intervention this afternoon, allow me to read literally into an excerpt from a webpage of the European Commission referring to the new act in the matter of data management, and I'm sure that Mrs. Murmura will then be elaborating on this in due course. Now, let me quote from the webpage of the European Commission. Good data management and the exchange of data are bound to allow industries, and by saying industries is the automated translation, allowing the private sector to also develop innovative products and services, as well as rendering many sectors of the finance more performing and viable. It is also necessary for the training of artificial intelligence systems. So there, dear friends, in 4 simple bullets, there is already a direct reference to what we refer to as AI. AI, artificial intelligence, is about taking data. Data by themselves have no intelligence, of course, they may be even stupid, but by picking on unintellectual data, you may obtain information, therefore providing plus value to the producer. That's what machines do based on human counseling. And with such very few opening remarks, let me switch to my main mission. I am the moderator of this panel. Hopefully Mrs. Murmura is connected. She's not with us, unfortunately, in the physical presence, but I can see her all right. She's connected. I'd like to thank her because at this point she is with us, and the floor goes straight to Mrs. Murmura for her intervention. Good morning, Mrs. Murmura, you have the floor. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Am I being heard? Yes, we are. I would like to express an appreciation to all of you for the invitation extended to me and for the opportunity given to me to take part in this interesting discussion. Unfortunately, as you also said, I have been unable to be there in physical presence, but we're becoming digital, so here I am. From a distance, I work at the Strategic Analysis and Policy of DG Agri in Brussels, and I'm with you today to give you the context of the digitalization of farming and that of the farming areas under the CAP and beyond. And I'm so very glad to have heard you saying those things in the beginning, because besides Ajax, we'll be dealing with the overall digitalization context, and yours is a very specific role in that, and what the data will be used for in the future. Hopefully you can see something on my screen. I'm sharing it with you, and I can go ahead. You have already said about the previous speakers having mentioned some aspects. Those major priorities of the European Union, the green transition and the digital transition, have been mentioned according to the European Green Deal. But let us always bear in mind another priority, also very important: Europe ready for digital era. Of course, the strategy from farm to fork is within the epicenter of the Green Deal. You have already enunciated the objectives, the reduction of the environmental footprint, international transition to sustainability, the creation of a very strong and sustainable food system, which are all known objectives, all the aims known all the way through to 2030, and by all means, all the factors along the food supply chain may play a very critical role on that, including farmers. Farmers who are also called upon to transform their production method towards the achievement of those goals. Challenges for farming are several and it's complicated, and it has already been mentioned the concern about food safety or precariousness, access to food, stability, environmental and other geopolitical challenges, securing the interests of farmers, and the developing, changing preferences of consumers are all meant to shape the context. And let's also bear in mind the farmers' communities also faced with a variety of challenges: demographic change, a low quality of life, and a lack of access to fundamental services. But then again, digitalization is also on site, and we realize that there are unique opportunities emerging from and through digital technologies meant to shape the way whereby we produce, process, and distribute food, also changing the way whereby we communicate amongst ourselves. Digitalization, as it has been mentioned, is in a position to help out farming become more efficient and performing, whereas at the same time allowing it to reduce its environmental and climatic footprint, achieving social goals and enhancing its resilience. I believe that the examples of digitalization in farming have all been mentioned: the use of precision farming tools towards optimizing input like water, nutrients, soil enrichment, GPS and sensors towards the follow-up of culture and the stock capital, the application of software for decision-making for optimization of management of exploitation and right decision-making, the use of services and applications platforms for cooperation with the public sector. Let us also bear in mind the blockchain technology for the supply chain, or the use of autonomous robotic vehicles for automated collection and cropping. And these are but some of the very many examples of what digitalization can do for farming and the communities. Nevertheless, there are still challenges ahead that are hindering, obstructing this digital transition, which we need to overcome in order to fully make use of the potential of those means. Financial performance of digital tools, the deficits in terms of infrastructure, access to the internet and reliable connection, deficient capacities and knowledge, the lack of trust on the part of farmers vis-à-vis the tools and the communication of data. Also, is there an issue with respect to availability of data and with respect to reliability thereof. All these being challenges that require a holistic approach, an approach which should be maximizing benefits for all, as well as minimizing risk. And we also need to acknowledge that digitalization is not a one-way road to everything. The successful implementation requires good planning, investment, and the development of capacities. Also, there is it necessary to ensure a supportive policy environment, hence the role of the CAP in cooperation with the European Strategy on Data and Digitalization and all research and innovation programs are underway. All those tools, although available, should be seen in conjunction. We should not rely on one without also trying to use the others. Let me go further into the common agricultural policy and what its mission is towards the digital transition of agriculture. Already since the previous programming period there have been measures for the promotion of digital technologies, but the current CAP, active since January 2023, is further focused on knowledge, innovation and digitalization. So there's a horizontal target towards the modernization of farming and farming areas, a target which should not be objective by itself, also something to buttress all other objectives under the CAP. During the current programming period, for the first time was it required from the member states to include in their operational plans digital strategies relevant to the way they mean to promote digitalization of farming and the farming areas. It was also asked from the countries to describe how they intend to use CAP-generated tools and other financial means to that purpose. So member states were provided with tools like intervention for the adoption of digital technologies, the support of infrastructure, training on digital aspects, activities relevant to networking on digital issues, as well as actions towards the modernization of administration. Up to now, our experience has shown that almost all member states, albeit in a different degree, have been carried out digitalization strategies catering for needs of farming and the farming areas, always conditional on each member state's needs. There is no one solution fits all problems. It was placed emphasis by the states and the European Commission on actions relevant to the closing of the digital gap amongst areas or between exploitations or even age groups. And what we saw, we were able to realize, is that the digitalization of farming cannot only be obtained by way of a CAP, it should also be obtained by way of synergies with other funds. Some information for you with respect to the interventions I spoke about. Some 24 member states have included interventions in the form of investment towards the adoption of digital policies, as is the reduction of use of pesticides and medicinal products. Many member states, including Greece, have opted for supporting precision farming and technology within the context of ecological systems through Pillar 1. Similarly, other member states have been supporting such technologies by way of farming and environmental commitments under Pillar number 2. supporting smart irrigation technologies, following and moderating environmental parameters, and also measures for the management of soil. Other points is counseling on digital aspects, which is obligatory for all member states, the supply of such counseling. Starting 2024 and on, member states should also include in the list of counseling available for farmers the use of sustainability and viability of farm exploitations for active substances. FAST can be any digital application providing information on the balancing of most nutrients on the serum level, policies and data in the matter of soil, as well as data coming from and under IACS relevant to the management of nutrients. In that way, the possibility is given to all farmers to learn how to use digital tools. Other interventions we came across under the strategic planning are, of course, the way whereby investments will be used for the broadband data applications. At this point, may I also note that there were only a few member states who promised to be using CAP tools towards financing this specific kind of infrastructure, but they explained that they mean to use other funds, especially under the recuperation and resilience mechanism. Many member states included interventions for the exchange of knowledge on digital issues, and yet another important element is that of the promotion of the so-called smart villages towards the development of farmers' communities, whether by way of direct support or in a variety of ways. And last but not least, a very important aspect of digitalization is the modernization of administration. Within IACS, during the current programming period, we are promoting the use of advanced technologies, VHR, imaging, satellite data under Copernicus, geolocalization, imagery, data of a large scale, all big data are used, and AI application towards the processing of this data. And all this should be done not just to the purpose of conforming, but also to boost performance, because you're getting late, and the idea is to have cooperation between farmers and the administration. Let me also underscore the fact that IACS is a major, tremendous source of data, which besides serving the purpose of conformation to the rules, may also provide precious information for the development of policies, not just in the matter of farming, but also in the matter of the environment, and they all can be used for the provision of new services to farmers, especially by way of communication of data. At this point, may I tell you that the Commission has been making the effort, in cooperation with Member States, to facilitate further this process of communication of data under IACS, only speaking about geospatial and not personal data under IACS, as it is provided for under the article in the matter of horizontal regulation under CAP. In concluding on the review of tools made available under CAP, let me also mention the horizontal framework that here comes to complement the whole arsenal of means towards digitalization, because digitalization and data are two facets of the same coin, and we cannot afford to speak about utilizing data unless we see what is happening in the matter of European strategy in the matter of data and digitalization. The Commission has been waging efforts towards full utilization of the potential data produced during all this digitalization effort for the use of digital tools, the idea being to create a single data market, which will help innovative procedures to be launched and innovative products and services developed. In this context, the Commission has been proposing a series of legislative acts for the governance of data, access to data, further use thereof, as well as for a wider availability of data. I won't be going into details because it's a major thing, believe me, but let me refer to two main regulations, nominatively the regulation in Data Governance Act that has entered into effect in June 2022 and is meant to become operational starting in September 2023, aiming at the appropriate and safe reuse of data already available with the public administration, and the proposal of a regulation for fair access and fair use thereof. Data Act. To cut a long story short, very recently there has been an agreement between the European Parliament and the Council on this agreement, and we're expecting to see what the outcome will be and what the final draft will be shaped like. Such legislative proposals will be contributing to enhancing, reinforcing people, specifically farmers and all other users with respect to data, because we should bear in mind at all times what the tremendous volume of data is that is being produced as of the use of all digital tools available in the fields, including IX. The value of such data should be going back to the same farmers. It should not be allowed to remain idle and only become available to the major players of the agri-food chain. These regulations promote a fair distribution of the value of data amongst all farmers. And let me also mention one initiative with respect to which the General Direction on Agriculture and the General Direction for Telecom Networks and Communications have the development of a common European space for data relevant to farming, so as to fully utilize the potential of data generated during digitalization, specifically by farmers. The aim being to facilitate a reliable common use, hence the term communication, and the collection of the pooling of data and the transparent control of access to data and their use, meaning the farmer will be able to decide who has access to their data, how such data can be utilized, and what will be the price to pay in exchange for it, be it in money or in services. Meaning that this is a capitalization of data for the sector, and such European space will have to be connected to other data spaces, this being one of the priorities of the European Commission. Create such spaces, as is the space for health, for energy, the space of Green Deal, so that we may unlock the potential that all these data will provide. And in conclusion, yes, indeed, we are living through transformation times, and as such we should make sure that the digital transformation of farming and all areas wherein such practices applied is a fair transition, leaving no one behind. The existence of a long-term vision and a strategy of approach at the European level is of paramount importance, hence the need for the General Direction of Agriculture, already bearing in mind the future perspectives past 2027, has started the elaboration of an ad hoc post-side project study on the long-term impact of digital transition on farmers and communities. We are working between now and 2040 to see what will be happening in the future. This will provide us with insight into preventive governance strategy and development of policy for the future CAPs. Such project study will be introduced as of our conference in December in the matter of digitalization by the General Direction of Agriculture, and of course the debate will be going on there as to how to achieve a more digitalized and viable farming sector. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Actually, I didn't introduce our speaker. I know her so well, so I thought that you would all know her. Mrs. Murmura is in charge of the modernization team at the governance unit of data in the DG Agri at the European Commission. And as you understood from her presentation, she's very experienced in rural policy, because before being involved with data, she was also involved with policy and policy issues. I will actually I take note of the challenges that are very important, and so a holistic approach is needed. Obviously, digitalization is something that is conquered, let's say, by all parties, all of us. And let me comment before we continue. And in the end, I hope we'll have some time. Most obviously, the legislative effort of the EU is too ambitious, I'm afraid. Of course, it is necessary. The fact that a data market is put forward is not easy, but it is one of the big issues, because we all know that the data and managing data, big data, is not only an issue of the agricultural sector, but it is also an issue that has to do with all sectors, because are now going through the fourth industrial revolution. Machines seem to play a pivotal role. Mrs. Murmura, will you be with us? Okay. So I keep the question, and we will see if in the end we will have some questions from the audience. Second speaker, Yannis Mavroudis, executive consultant in Europublic, colleague and friend. And he will talk to us on behalf of a technological provider with a very broad experience in such services, how he sees all these things. Thank you. I have prepared a presentation, but I think that most of the slides have been covered. I have to say that the integrated administration control system is a system undergoing tectonic changes. And during the previous period of CAP, we were informing everyone that the new CAP has really tremendous changes, but I don't see that everybody understood it really. Now they're called upon to manage the new data. They see that reality is really different compared to what they have been used to. So now we find ourselves at the end of June within IAX, moving on with open issues, problems in implementing decisions and provisions being awaited for by the ministry, a circular being awaited for by the organization as to the applications. A difficult venture, a challenge for everyone involved. That is the eco schemes application, because now greening is over. Greening was an aid that during the previous CAPs was an increase of the basic support. Now things have changed in the context of the new CAP. All these processes, cross-compliance, have now embarked on this new concept of eco schemes. Actually, the European Union now does not give money ending up to the pockets of producers directly, just like the basic support. It subsidizes interventions in the field, in the farm, that will produce a positive impact on the environment, the environmental footprint, carbon footprint, all the objectives set out in the Green Deal. And this is something that producers need to understand. And also it needs to be understood by all those who will actually be involved in all these things, the centers for the reception of statements. And the environment, the context, turbulence, geopolitical turbulence, upheavals, climate change, climate crisis, that has brought about new practices, limitations, increased risks, things that the producer is called upon to face daily. Strong competitive market. We talk about If we talk about the Greek producer, well, there is a competition at global level, so we talk about a compressed cost. Food security and food sufficiency, food safety and food sufficiency, that is higher quality and higher number of products. The war in Ukraine made this even more critical, and all this puzzle needs somehow to be solved, and how the new CAP will play a key role in solving these riddles. What can we do? Economies of scale and modernization. The digital transformation is horizontal now in this new CAP. Introduction of new technologies in the production process that require a low installation operation cost. Data processing from multiple sources for prompt and valid decision-making at land plot level. This is the decision support system, so the producer is called upon to use technology in order to make decisions, to have technology as an ally, to decide what kind of moves should he or she do in the field to make sustainability a condition that will be feasible. Of course, sustainability is another big discussion. What does it mean for the primary sector in the country? Because if you go around the regions, villages and fields, farms, you will see that there is a desertification, abandonment, huge problems in the primary production. One of them is that there is a lack of staff, workers. The very increased cost of living, the living standards of people in production, and the entire production process becomes really, really squeezed. So we need to see as a country, as government, as a state, what should be done. And the National Strategic Plan, as reviewed, revised in the next two, we'll have two possibilities for the review of this plan. So far, we were saying that Brussels decide for us. No, we decide now. And the critical condition is to go above, to raise the bar and go above it. What do we do as a group? Since 2014, when GAIA EPICHEIREIN was launched, we talk about digital transformation. With Dimitris, we were the first ones to have been involved with smart agriculture, looking out with associates what this is, what is a smart agriculture, what are the conditions under which we can introduce it into the Greek reality. A Greek reality that has a rather scattered, fragmented land, limited profit for producers, so a service that will bring in added cost would be impossible to apply. That's why we said we will adopt a more holistic approach to give a solution that will not encumber the producer with installation costs. It will be offered as a service. The entire cost will be taken on by the group, and we will give the digital tools at very low cost, of annual cost, to be able to actually introduce and then use these new technologies. This is the gaiasense family. Gaiasense is split into three parts. Gaiasense 1, an application for mobile phones, the initial introduction and initiation of the producer in new technologies. We have geometric stations installed in the farm, and then we have gaiasense 3. Now, these technologies in the gaiasense family leads to rational management of inflows. The producer, through his mobile, can see through satellite pictures the field, the farm, how crops grow, the vegetation index, to watch the weather conditions, to get all this information on how production evolves in the farm. So have reduction of environmental footprint, reduction of production cost, increase of added value, and smart agriculture respecting the environment. How do we reduce the production cost? Because you see actually exactly the crops. What are the needs of the crops? So decisions will be taken when needed. For example, irrigation will not be as it used to be in the past, but irrigation will be there when the agronomist and the smart agriculture system indicates that should be done. So we talked about risk management, a daily phenomenon. Now with climate change, with the weather, you see what it is called upon to manage. We have some producers from Messina, Mr. Katsoulis, who is user of the system. He will tell you his experience. The DSS, the decision-making system, is a system recording natural disasters. Through satellite data, we can see what has happened in the field, in the farm, how much it has affected, how a disaster has affected the area, to be able to have a check as regards the compensation of the producer. We have some pictures of 6 smart traps for the fly, for the blight, and algorithms are used in order to see and when it is best to do the spraying. This is the index for the vegetation health. Data come into a centralized system, ACM, which is on the desktop. It's a cloud system, and we follow up the cultivation, taking all parameters in mind, risk management and detection of diseases. For cotton, we have some pictures here as cultivation and cotton crops evolve, and the NDVI indexes, how it is and how the agronomist can take all these measurements from the field and promote actually best cultivation practices, natural disasters, indicators with maps to assess, to estimate the damage. All these things are really useful tools. So, brief truths. Environmental protection is now such an important factor, similarly to the sufficiency of food. In Greece and the EU, food safety is equally important and ensures sustainability in rural holdings. Technology is rampant, and artificial intelligence is now taking the lead at a quicker pace compared to our capability to assimilate it. We ask questions to the ChatGPT and gives answers. It's very important. The model of technology's introduction is very important in each country, not only to have wastage of resources. And the options are national, and they are our options. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ τον Γιάννη, ήταν και 2 λεπτά.
Thank you, Yannis. You were 2 minutes quicker. You saved us some time. Yes, I believe that the same technologies are used also as regards the management of subsidies and as regards the management of production cultivations. Yannis really demonstrated this. You saw that technologies are not different from the ones used for subsidies management. So we come from, we know what we knew from the beginning. The use of data may have multiple objectives, and this is the objective, to create sort of goodwill, added value of using the data. So we continue with our next speaker, Mr. Manos Drakas, Director, Advisory Services Novaplan, member of the Board of Directors of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. And Mano, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. I will try to explain in my presentation why the three words you see underlined are important. Innovative, services, digital. I think that I am fan of the three concepts, as Mr. Hagnotti said. All previous speakers, and I will not dwell on that, stressed the ambitious targets set for European agriculture by 2030. They all talked about these multiple challenges that all farmers face at the same time. We have ambitious objectives and targets, and we face many difficulties at the same time. So this leads to changes in the productive process. And this is something understood by all parties involved in production. So, policies and directions have been set. The planning introduced under the new CAP for Greek agriculture seems to be the correct one. That is, all directions and guidelines given to farmers lead to the attainment of the objectives, of the targets. The big question for me is how effective their implementation will be. This is the biggest question, and this question will judge the success rate of the new CAP. Farmers need to witness effective applications. They need to see that there is a meaning in all these policies set out by the new CAP. Otherwise, they will have no practical benefit. There is a positive conjuncture. Besides the changes and the push towards innovation introduced by the new CAP, the entire agricultural sector leads to the same direction. That is, industries are led to new innovative phytosanitary protection systems that do not involve chemical preparations, and farmers themselves ask for solutions in their daily problems. You will hear them talk about cheaper pesticides, fertilizers. What does it mean? They understand the changes that need to occur in this field, and at the same time, a third factor is that the market itself leads to the same direction. There are big markets abroad that request their farmers having and producing products that have more rigorous specifications. For example, whether they regard the number of reagents that will be detected in the products or whatever. So you see that you have new CAP, the same agricultural sector pushes to this direction, and the market pushes to the same direction, the direction of changes, such changes that will help us attain the objectives. Now, the implementation will actually judge the success of the CAP. You will need complex and effective agricultural advice. You need both complex and effective, because agriculture is like nuclear science. Because this sector many different factors get in the way, affecting production, so that's why modern structures of agricultural consultants could really help farmers and all stakeholders do their job properly. What will make advice effective? The second concept, innovation. Only through innovation and the use of technology being available at present, the advisor can do his job effectively and carry it over to a big number of farmers. Innovation has to do with the first chain of the link, the first link of the chain. Then after this first link, all the others can be improved and can make it more attractive. But in most of the cases, the product has been produced. Any mistake there will accompany the product till the final consumer. This is what we need, the first link. At present, tools are available. An agricultural advisor can see what happens in thousands of land plots, to see environmental data, to see how spraying goes, post-spraying condition of the plant, and other useful conclusions. The third important concept to apply all these policies is digitalization. This will make sure that the innovation results are disseminated, and this has to do with all other links of the chain, because digitalization will offer processed and direct information. And I'm stressing this direct because there is not a luxury of time when we talk about agricultural product. Farmers cannot be available whenever we want them. Exporting companies, rural cooperatives, they need to receive the product as quickly as possible, not to be not be disqualified through delays. So digitalization can offer solutions right earlier for people moving and transporting agricultural products. Upon delivery of products, discussions should not be placed as to what are the specifications. Practically, it cannot be done. You cannot manage the information. But how wonderful it would be for a manager, administrator of 100 producers to know in advance how these were produced. And digitalization can help with the comparison. Good practices need to be followed. In many cases, there are chains, production chains, that are very, very effective. And this needs to be adopted by other producers. Digitalization will bring in stability in production. This is a very important factor because it creates the creation of a chain. We need to have a stable product so that consumers can look out for it on the following day. Production will be linked to the market needs when the demands of consumers are not taken into account. But if this is the case, the agricultural product will not fare well, and this is something we should always keep in mind. Digitalization will provide data for non-obvious process. In most of the cases, we focus on obvious problems. If we spray and we don't kill an enemy, the problem appears immediately. Okay, what should I do here and there? Nevertheless, there are many factors that we do not pay attention to because the results of the mistake are not visibly clear. For example, fertilization, problem with fertilization, problem with irrigation. It will appear in the long run. Digitalization will help farmers and the entire chain. It will release funds, reducing the chemical energy. We will be able to reduce resources. We will be able to design better our production. Digitalization provides information very quickly, and we will proceed to new levels, creating better products, agricultural products that will take into account the increased needs of consumers. To give you an example on how to link the market with a new CAP, I will give you some chapters based on a standard of biodiversity. It requires a big chain of supermarkets now. In Pella, there is an exporting company that applies this standard. It is certified and facilitates exports of producers. Now, Chapter 1, specialized advice without conflict of interest. Well, CAP tells the same thing. The biodiversity standard wants to see and have areas dedicated to biodiversity. There are 4 ecological systems for the integrated treatment of various problems. Integrated management of enemies, management of soil and nutrients, management of wastewater, and protection of sources of water. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that this model is already applied, a digitalization innovation model, combining consulting, has been in operation over many years. It is tested. What is not tested is the massive application of the model to thousands of farmers. But because something has already been applied, we are sure that it can cover a broader range. It is an opportunity, not a problem. This is how you should see it if you're a farmer or an exporting company. The new CAP gives tools to have a lower cost, better product, and bigger sale opportunity. The successful application of such a model will lead to synergies. This is a second stage. After applying these policies, synergies will be in place that I don't need to produce a good product in a specific area. I may produce it in different areas, in different municipalities, or even in different countries. So a product may create strong synergies through digitalization. And in conclusion, I really hope I made clear that innovation, digitalization, and consulting lead to green transition, which is the objective set by the European Commission. Thank you very much.
Well, as a person of the market, Manos keeps reminding us what we tend to forget. Everything starts from and finishes out the market, and gave us even an optimistic touch by saying that, if anything, the policies under the new CAP are conformant to the market, and obviously this should be pursued for politicians. You cannot afford to go against the market and trends. And what he also very eloquently said was that traceability provides added value to the products. So what I should retain from all that is that the more information we have on the kind of practices, cultivation practices, and on the way whereby a product was produced, the better we are in position to get more value to the product sold by the producer, which eventually, up to a great extent, brings us into the crux of the matter, technology and data. This kind of data, this kind of exhaustive information at times can only be managed by way of application of modern technologies. There we are, therefore, at the point of getting to the last speaker of our panel for this afternoon, Yannis Pazio, General Director of the Enosis Messinias Farmers Cooperative. And besides that, another capacity of his is that of being the person in charge of PASOK's political party, digital policy. So he's here in two hats. Knowledge of the farming sector and digital policy, and here we are waiting to have it from you. Thank you very, very much, Elias. Thank you very much, Chairman and President, for all this event for the 9th year in a row. We are so anxious to follow it every year, and we make the most of it. Since so many aspects have been raised by so many people around the environment within which we're expected to make decisions, an environment of multiple crises as it happens, and because the objectives have been set, some are very ambitious, some other less realistic as to how we are to proceed in the years to follow towards implementing the agenda all the way through to 2030 or 2050. The question is how all this, based on what has been said so far, and I truly believe that all of us, you before me, have described very eloquently what the process of green transition and digitalization is, a very useful tool. Let us see now what will happen afterwards, how Ajax will look like afterwards. As a matter of fact, a title I came up as we prepared this presentation was the post-Ajax time in the metaverse context. Right now, in Greece, we're called upon, all of us, year in, year out, to fill out the yearly subsidy request. This is something that happens both in Greece and elsewhere. And this is the passport whereby each producer will have a digital identity and also unlocking the access to a series of potential and capacities, be it under the first or the second pillar, or maybe more. One might also provide for some extra stamps to get a retirement pension or get a car. So landowners who would otherwise have no access to the rest. So essentially it is the state itself that comes forth and uses this very powerful tool of request for something to be communicated. So we need to have reliable data. This is the most crucial part if we want to discuss it. Visualization rather than having garbage in, garbage in and out. We need to make sure that data is reliable. I need, therefore, my producers to be well informed on what they will be declaring, as I want to have the request filing centers with specialized officials and an operational user-friendly platform. So I need the state to use its own agencies for these applications to be filed. And I need all these tools to be used for the producers to be informed as how to help us do our job, and for these all to reliably reflect the current state of play. Through that, I need to have data generated as open as possible and with respect to personal data protection requirements, by use of open software to the extent of possibilities, which will be helping also the government and its auditing and controlling systems and researchers, as well as companies within their own operational mission. If all these applications developed by GAIA EPICHEIREIN and Europublic, we have been liaising with all these years, all these issues about traceability, all these will be gradually conjugated within the Ajax request, whether because of the ecological schemes or because this is the way things will go anyway, fatally. So it will be very crucial to know how much informed the producer is, how well trained the producer is. We're talking about digital skills in a country of high level digital literacy. We'll be discussing infrastructure, fifth generation systems. We need to have them to be able to support our infrastructures. On the other hand, we need certification agencies to operate through an impartial system for a certification to be provided for the agency to be able to do their job correctly. And the government needs to have operational applications that are user-friendly and help everyone in the network, and for proper conclusions to be drawn. It is important for some 350,000 requests to be filed through the system, and the request is how much operational the system is, how well utilized it is. We've been experiencing a lot, and we're talking about the day after, and we need to underscore these as agents, especially for the next year. What with the experimenting, we have came up to a point where producers are paid in June for a series of issues that should have been paid for already back in December. By that I mean that maybe we should be grounding all those issues we have been discussing as orientations, adapting them to the Greek reality, which to us is crucial. I mean, the part of how we'll be able to correctly utilize this kind of technology by way of open data, by way of an open software, and then how to be able to encourage the creation of an ecosystem likely to be generating wealth and jobs, and ultimately for the country to be able to develop its own strategies. I will never develop that forget that right now. We have been waging an effort in the matter of DOP Kalamata olives, and how difficult it has been for us to find importers, exporters, how the whole system is being implemented, and perhaps see how under Ajax we can also pull some, mine some data. So for this kind of passport, we need to have it in place for more data to be unlocked, and for how we'll be approaching it. Will it be accidentally, fortuitously, just for some subsidy to be generated? And perhaps even by paying some fines, we get away with it. This is no longer the way to go up. We need to be more courageous in the way we are acting. So it is really important. It pays for us to understand that we can no longer afford to take our own way without taking into account the rest of interests. We cannot ask producers to give in so much and make compromises when we as a government we are not ready to provide them with the tools they need and the information they deserve, let alone the transition period they need to have. We may not afford to have a violent imposition of models if fines are paid without protocols being strict. No matter how much we speak about bilateral agreements between the EU and third countries, we know what is happening in the southeastern part of the Mediterranean with very competitive products, and we know that we're losing food. So we need to have ambitious goals. We need the EU, but we as a country, we have a major challenge to get. Rather than retroceding back to a time when Greece just paid fines and more fines, the Greeks of intransparency will need to be transparent, and it takes some effort for producers that we as a portal could function. So you see, we have to know how much it is we're getting. We need to know that beforehand. So we can no longer afford to say how much people are getting. So it is very, very, very important to get this in mind, because otherwise it undermines the trust. And this kind of trust is something we need to build. It has been perturbed, it has to be rehabilitated. And this also goes for the state and for the collective schemes, and also Brussels is also to take its part of the responsibility, because everything Brussels goes to take the blame. Now the pursuit for us is one and only. Ajax for the years to follow will be a modern digital identity, so it is up for the state to utilize this data, both to produce wealth and to carry out those controls necessary, because it will be on the basis of that the financial strategy will be built. This is how the producer will be able to come to grips with the benefits in store. It takes time, and it takes effort, hence the importance of understanding OSDE needs to know what the business research is for us. Many examples have been quoted. We have collected data and we know where storage premises are here and there, and we carried out an effort trying to see which would be the best way for those fertilizers to be delivered, what the cost will be, what the impact would be on the cooperative when one deals with some 1,700 producer members that are exchanging with our retail stores, and we saw how difficult that would be to be able to cater to it, and we would not even be able to do anything by raising the cost. Had I been blindly following this path and had this decision been made without taking into account the rest of the circumstances, one might go as far as implementing it without any provisional studies and then paying after paying amends and fines. So by using some of IX-generated data, you may be of service to the producers. You can imagine how many applications there may be obtained and how many new startups interested in developing can be benefiting from it. And this is something very actual for the interoperability to be guaranteed. To us, it's very important to have open data, freely accessible, to be fed into a subsystem of researchers and businesses through which to have a multiplier effect, which would be beneficial to the whole ecosystem in the primary sector. Not to forget the producer and the manufacturer, processor part. Let me insist further on the farmer. Farmers hear about commitments and many orientations. Farmers keep hearing about new subsidy models, and of course it is of concern to them. I can tell you for sure that after more than 100 producers I spoke to, they have no interest in getting part of a network. They don't like to have commitments because they are used to another model as to the way this distribution is here. Practically it's impossible. They are very concerned about the commitment. I won't be speaking of any other phenomena, depending on whether other ecological schemes will be implemented, but that's a breakthrough. The fact that this year we are operating this way. There have been some impossible delays, that of the eco-labels. We as agencies have an issue as to how to timely and correctly inform producers unless we have the whole range of implementing circular letters, and all the more since this should be coming at a cost for the producer. This is what makes things possible. This is the way we need to deal with this as an opportunity, and what we are looking for is that through such procedures and panels to sensitize, create awareness, we should see where to move and what to do. And for those who really are dominant in the market, we should avoid making this as a way of leaving people alike and behind. If this is the way to do things, Greece is not a leader in digital transformation right now, and despite whatever has been talked so far, hence the importance of us seeing how, under a difficult conjuncture for a grower in the provinces, we keep asking for more commitments, and how there is still leaders that undertake the administration and implementation of such large-scale projects, hence the issues of transparency, efficiency and performance. And here we are today, in July, without knowing how all this will finish and when. I'm not speaking about dates, I'm speaking about procedures relevant to the sensitive issue of eco-labeling. I believe that GAIA has been coming very active in informing through Steve, and the ministry has been carrying out update sessions. It's not enough. We're lacking in a regulatory framework for all this to be understood by producers and ourselves. So Whatever is in store, we're expecting it with pleasure. IACS will be the passport of the future, but we need more reliability, transparency, information, and training, which, especially when it comes to training, is of horizontal interest to us. Thank you very much.
Ο Γιάννης με το γνωστό χυμαρόδι τρόπο του.
Yanis, in his eloquent and passionate way, said everything. I will take note of the trust, and Yanis is very right in this. Trust, confidence, something that you can really lose very easily, but it's hard to build. So that's why we have to be very careful as to what we say, what we do, how consistent we are between words and deed. Digitalization is not dictated, it's not ordered. This is a factor that is very, very important. I see some questions. I will take them on board, but allow me to include them in my questions. Very quickly, one question for each speaker. I will start with Evangelia, because Evangelia mentions the context, the framework. When you go to a public organization and you say, share your data, you meet resistance. Maybe this is a Greek practice, a Greek phenomenon. In some countries where I have lived, it's not purely Greek phenomenon. I see that the European Commission's intention is too ambitious. Do you have an experience as to how to deal with this? Practically, not at governance level. Yes, you can hear me, I guess. Yes. I will answer your question. Yes, indeed. There are many public services that are really hesitant to share data, and Greece is hesitant. As regards IACS data notification, well, there is an effort by the European Commission. We try to facilitate cooperation between member states and the Joint Research Center to be able to safely notify this geospatial data. I have to say that many member states, despite the broad mentality, do move on to this direction. You can see on the website of the DG, you can see there are data on indicators, market, and there is a link that will give you the links to the geoportals, which member states publish data that can be used by other public services, private farmers. People are hesitant, but I think that through proper cooperation between the public service, farmers need to be informed. We need to have well-informed farmers. And there is no risk because legislation is in place that protect personal data. So I don't think that people should be afraid. We try to mitigate all risks in order to unlock the potential. And indeed, we continue and move on to this direction. There should not be any obstacle. And I think there is a way, and through the appropriate cooperation, we can proceed. Thank you very much. Now, I will now go to Yannis. Yannis Pazios. Yannis, actually, last year we made a survey and we asked producers what they think is the most important barrier. The investment cost, they said. Okay, I want your opinion. If you think that the investment cost is most probably prevents producers from adopting technologies, or is it the weakness of understanding the outcomes? What do you think is the cause? There is a very bad situation as regards the option. In the past, there were applications that were not, there were general applications, free to use, and actually they were not successful. And the producers being involved, because I had the fortune to talk with many producers, they had a very bad experience. Unfortunately, they will make fool of me. They will not give me a safe forecast. So there is certainly a part related to the uncertainty that these are just forecast systems. Deviations will be in place, but producers really say no. These systems are like a Bible, so they don't take it loosely. And when they listen to such, they hear about such applications, they think of the cost. How much should I pay? How much shouldn't I pay? So a part was also the cost, and the other had the inability to interpret, because most of it relates to applications either for mobile or so someone who is not so familiar, there is a big issue as to how to work with this. That is, some producers had a negative experience. Cost comes second, and illiteracy is third. I mention it as being part of digital, as part of digital skills, but it is also an opportunity, golden opportunity for older people to be able to mobilize younger ones, because I see it usually in people of older age. I will bring you my son, my grandson, to download the application, and there you see a young person who actually followed, although he had the experience of his father or grandfather, followed a different profession. And so once they realize that the mobile phone becomes part of their daily life because forecasts will be given, all of a sudden the young people embark on this path, and he or she may be intrigued into being involved somehow. So it is a window of opportunity for the future. Thank you. Manos, Mr. Stamatopoulos from Corinthia actually raises a question, a very, very long question. So the question is, what is the role of counseling? Whether all these measures that we discuss and that you also mention and have to do with CAP, whether they can reach producers, how easily they can reach producers without the appropriate system of consulting, whether foreseen by CAP or not. Because in any case, the market sometimes covers on its own what the state doesn't do. A small percentage of producers could adopt the practices without any consultant. The producer should not be hesitant to get involved in this process. If they are interested in the cost, the new CAP is funding the use of such applications. The new CAP is funding the use of other tools that will bring down the production cost. This is what producers seek. At present, CAP and technology are available. And so, because many people may really view all this data with fear, I believe that they need to see it as an opportunity. It is a new situation, a new opportunity, whereby if you're not part of it, you will definitely lose in the future. The benefit compared to the cost is overriding, is much higher. Now, as regards this individual questions, because the questions are fill out a page. A producer may have a future only when he keeps abreast with what the buyer of his products has to say. This is a very critical factor that should be factored in. I produce and somebody else buys what I'm producing. And I have to listen to the buyer. I acknowledge that many cooperatives and exporting companies fail to convey this policy to their members, but since once such a system becomes successful, immediately it will be spread to all producers. If the best product reaches the best market, then this will be disseminated to all, even the hesitant ones. Thank you, Manos. One last question to Yannis. New Republic and GAIA are two companies that joined this area when we were talking about smart agriculture. And we thought that this is a smart agriculture within a capital A. Some people were laughing and used to say that, look, these things don't happen in Greece. So after all those years being in this process, I would like you to tell us your opinion as to what is the most difficult thing to say to a non-existing market. The most difficult thing is actually to shape the market, although it doesn't exist. We're called upon to present to people, to producers, to our associates, a vision. And then a practice that existed abroad but not exist in our country. And it's with great pleasure that we have received this new strategy of the new CAP as regards smart CAP. People who embarked early on this, they have assimilated it and they are very receptive. And I think that we went beyond our teething problems and we now move on steadily. The fact that we were pioneers made us actually burn lots of money. We see that this has started turning a page. This is a project for which we feel really proud. The fact that we started this market in the country. We're very happy that many people have followed in because when you're alone, you seem to be not to be having too much competition. We hope that competition will be stronger and hopefully we will be able to embark on new objects. We can bring in drones and involve drones. And this object is something we haven't touched so much. And we are here together with the rest to talk about the next programming period. Thank you very much. What I would like to say in conclusion is that obviously technology, besides recognizing some things as positive, And this is one aspect. Well, management, data management is something more challenging, and I will actually keep what Evangelia said. Of course, we have to be careful. Of course, we have to abide by the rules. And always, society should try to find out new rules, because rules did not exist to this day. But we shouldn't be having this attitude of fear, because you cannot confront technology with fear. Technology is here. Technology has mature ways of producing results. So I think that this is the message of this discussion. And this is the message that we take from the European Commission, that we continue with rules, with an ambitious legal framework, but not with fear. So that's all. Thank you very much. We will now have our lunch break up until 3 o'clock. So do the same, and when we come back at 3 o'clock, we can all be ready to continue with sectoral programs and continue with the rest of our program. Thank you.
Συνυφασμένη με το ελληνικό πνεύμα, καρποφορεί κάτω από τον μεσογειακό ήλιο και φροντίζει για την ευημερία των Ελλήνων. Αυτήν τη γη αγαπάμε και σε αυτήν τη γη στηριζόμαστε. Σήμερα, η επιστημονική γνώση και η τεχνολογική πρόοδος μας βοηθούν να πετύχουμε περισσότερα σεβόμενοι, όπως οφείλουμε, το μοναδικό μας περιβάλλον.
Το σύστημα εφιούς γεωργίας gaiasense είναι ένα πολύτιμο εργαλείο για τον αγρότη και τον γεωπόνο. Και αυτό γιατί τους δίνει τις πληροφορίες που χρειάζονται για να διαχειριστούν καλύτερα και πιο αποδοτικά κάθε αγροτική εκμετάλλευση.
Η χρήση αυτών των συστημάτων στη σύγχρονη γεωργία είναι μονόδρομος. Έχοντας τα σωστά εργαλεία, μπορείς να έχεις τις σωστές αποφάσεις και να παρακολουθήσεις όλη την παραγωγική διαδικασία, από το χωράφι μέχρι το ράφι.
Εκτιμούμε ότι το gaiasense αποτελεί έναν πολύτιμο και αξιόπιστο οδηγό που θα μπορέσει να οδηγήσει τους παραγωγούς στην επόμενη περίοδο.
Η ευφυής γεωργία, αξιοποιώντας τη σύγχρονη τεχνολογία, έρχεται να συμπληρώσει και να ενισχύσει τις παραδοσιακές καλλιεργητικές μεθόδους, μεριμνώντας για τις οικονομικές πτυχές των αγροτικών μας εκμεταλλεύσεων.
Πήρα δείγμα από το χωράφι μου, το οποίο δείγμα θα το δώσω στο γεωπόντο του συνεταιρισμού και προσδοκώ, αφού γίνει ανάλογη ανάλυση, να μου δώσει όλες αυτές τις οδηγίες για την καλύτερη θρέφση των φυτών μου.
Ο γεωπόνος παραλαμβάνει το δείγμα εδάφους από τον παραγωγό, κάνει καταγραφή στην ειδική ψηφιακή εφαρμογή του gaiasense και συμπληρώνει το έντυπο για να στείλει το δείγμα στο εργαστήριο. Με βάση τα αποτελέσματα της εδαφολογικής ανάλυσης και σε συνδυασμό με άλλες πληροφορίες, εκδίδεται η συμβουλή λίπανσης και αποστέλλεται στον παραγωγό, ενώ με τον συνδυασμό διαφορετικών δεδομένων και πληροφοριών εκδίδονται και οι εξατομικευμένες συμβουλές φυτοπροστασίας και άρδευσης.
Τα προβλήματα που έχουμε όσον αφορά την ελαιοκαλλιέργεια είναι ο δάκος και το γλιοσπόριο.
Για το θέμα του δάκου στην περιοχή, εμείς οι ίδιοι παραγωγοί παρακολουθούμε με παγίδες την εξέλιξη του πληθυσμού και κάνουμε τις επεμβάσεις όταν αυτό κρίνεται αναγκαίο.
Συλλέγουμε δείγματα εδάφους, νερού και φυτικών ιστών για να κατανοήσουμε τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας σε αρδευτικό νερό και θρεπτικά στοιχεία. Θέλουμε με αυτόν τον τρόπο να μειώσουμε το κόστος παραγωγής και να περιορίσουμε τις ροές που δεν χρειάζονται και επιβαρύνουν το περιβάλλον.
Η τεχνολογία μας έχει βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ. Η τοποθέτηση του σταθμού μας έχει δώσει τα μέγιστα.
Με τη χρήση της τεχνολογίας προσπαθούμε να μειώσουμε το κόστος καλλιέργειας. Ένα πολύ μεγάλο όφελος είναι στις εισρωές του νερού, το οποίο είναι και πολύτιμο αγαθό, αλλά και αρκετό το κόστος για εμάς τους ελαιοκαλλιεργητές.
Οι παραγωγοί του συνεταιρισμού υποδέχτηκαν με πολύ μεγάλη προσμονή έως και έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι ο συνεταιρισμός μέσα από την στρατηγική του συνεργασία για την εφαρμογή των προγραμμάτων του gaiasense θα οδηγούνταν στο να μπορέσει να υιοθετήσει όλες αυτές τις τεχνολογίες, οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να τον οδηγήσουν σε νέου τύπου γεωργικές συμβουλές και έδειξαν πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον σε απρόσμενα μεγάλο βαθμό που και εμείς οι ίδιοι βρεθήκαμε σε δύσκολη θέση γιατί δεν μπορούσαμε να εξυπηρετήσουμε τόσους πολλούς παραγωγούς ταυτόχρονα.
Μέσα από ένα εύχριστο, εξατομικευμένο και απόλυτα φιλικό σύστημα αισθητήρων, ενεργοποιητών, βάσεων δεδομένων και δορυφόρων, η ευφυής γεωργία αισθάνεται το χώμα, τις καιρικές συνθήκες, τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας. Συνδέει δεδομένα και πόρους. Υπολογίζει συνθήκες και ποσότητες προκειμένου ο παραγωγός να έχει μεγαλύτερη εισοδιά με μικρότερο κόστος εισρωών και ενεργεί με γνώμονα την αύξηση της παραγωγής, τη μείωση της χρήσης νερού, ενέργειας, λιπασμάτων και φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων.
Από την εφαρμογή του συστήματος της gaiasense περιμένουμε την ορθολογικότερη χρήση των φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων για την αντιμετώπιση των εχθρών και των ασθενειών στο χωράφι, βάσει των συμβουλών φυτοπροστασίας που έρχεται από το σύστημα, την διαχείριση των φυσικών πόρων όπως είναι το νερό, βασιζόμενοι στα μοντέλα άρδευσης του συστήματος. Διαχειριζόμαστε πολύ καλύτερη την άρδευση στο χωράφι, άρα μειώνουμε την κατανάλωση σε νερό και οπωσδήποτε αυτό συνεπάγεται πάλι τη μείωση του κόστους παραγωγής.
Το gaiasense παρέχει κάποιες επιπλέον υπηρεσίες, όπως είναι η εξατομικευμένη πρόγνωση καιρού σε επίπεδο αγροτεμαχίου, αλλά και οι έγκαιρες προειδοποιήσεις σε περίπτωση εμφάνισης ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων.
Καλλιεργώντας βιολογικά, σαν πολυαγρόκτημα, έχουμε ήδη μειωμένο περιβαλλοντολογικό αποτύπωμα. Χρησιμοποιώντας τους αισθητήρες και το σύστημα λήψης απόφασης της gaiasense, είμαστε ακόμα πιο βελτιωμένοι όσον αφορά τη σωστή χρήση άρδευσης. Μπορούμε να ξέρουμε πότε η ριζόσφαιρα έχει την μέγιστη ανάγκη σε νερό για να μπορέσουμε να ποτίσουμε τη σωστή ποσότητα ανάλογα με τον τύπο της καλλιέργειας στο σωστό χρόνο.
Είναι σημαντικό να αναφέρουμε ότι το gaiasense δεν απαιτεί από τον παραγωγό να επενδύσει σε ακριβό τεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό, αλλά ούτε και στην υποδομή που χρησιμοποιεί το gaiasense. Αρκεί μια σχετικά χαμηλή συνδρομή σε ετήσια βάση για να αποκτήσει ο παραγωγός πρόσβαση στις υπηρεσίες ευφυούς γεωργίας του gaiasense.
Η ελληνική γη είναι πολύτιμη. Οι φυσικοί μας πόροι είναι πολύτιμοι. Αυξάνουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα των προϊόντων μας, μειώνουμε το οικολογικό μας αποτύπωμα, φροντίζουμε για το μέλλον μας.
Χρόνο με το χρόνο, η ατμόσφαιρα θερμαίνεται, το κλίμα αλλάζει, το περιβάλλον υποβαθμίζεται και η απειλή για την ισορροπία των οικοσυστημάτων και των κοινωνιών στον πλανήτη είναι ήδη αισθητή. Οι γεωργικές και οι δασικές εκτάσεις καλύπτουν περίπου το 70% της επικράτειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Οι αγρότες είναι οι πρώτοι που αισθάνονται τον ισχυρό αντίκτυπο της κλιματικής αλλαγής και καλούνται να προσαρμοστούν σε αυτή. Ταυτόχρονα όμως μπορούν και πρέπει να διαδραματίσουν σημαντικό ρόλο στο μετριασμό της, καθώς οι καλλιέργειες αποδεσμεύουν άνθρακα από την ατμόσφαιρα μέσω της φωτοσύνθεσης, ενώ τα εδάφη με σωστή διαχείριση μπορούν να αποθηκεύουν άνθρακα. Πώς μπορούν όμως να παράγουν με φιλικότερο τρόπο προς το περιβάλλον και το κλίμα, διασφαλίζοντας παράλληλα τον όγκο και την ποιότητα της παραγωγής τους? Η σύγχρονη τεχνολογία και η επιστημονική γνώση δίνουν τη λύση. Η ευφυής γεωργία αποτελεί μια δόκιμη λύση ώστε οι αγρότες να είναι σε θέση να διαχειρίζονται πιο σοφά την παραγωγή τους, μειώνοντας τη σπατάλη σε φυσικούς και οικονομικούς πόρους, ενισχύοντας την παραγωγικότητα, αντιμετωπίζοντας αποτελεσματικότερα τους κινδύνους, παράγοντας πιο ποιοτικά και ασφαλή προϊόντα. Η νέα κοινή αγροτική πολιτική που σχεδιάστηκε και θα εφαρμοστεί στην εποχή της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας θέτει ιδιαίτερα φιλόδοξους στόχους για το κλίμα, το περιβάλλον και τα οικοσυστήματα. Παράλληλα, στηρίζει τους αγρότες ώστε να ανταποκριθούν στους φιλόδοξους αυτούς στόχους και στις μεγάλες προκλήσεις της εποχής, ανταμείβοντας τις ορθές πράσινες πρακτικές όπως η ευφυής γεωργία, αναγνωρίζοντας την ψηφιοποίηση ως καταλύτη για τη βιώσιμη μετάβαση της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας. Ο τρόπος με τον οποίο παράγουμε θα πρέπει να αλλάξει. Αξιοποιώντας τα ωφέλη της ευφυούς γεωργίας, μπορούμε να διασφαλίσουμε ένα οικονομικά, περιβαλλοντικά και κοινωνικά βιώσιμο μέλλον για την ευρωπαϊκή και ελληνική γεωργία, κάνοντας τους αγρότες πρωταγωνιστές του πράσινου και ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού.
Το θέμα που επιλέξαμε να θέσουμε προς συζήτηση απόψε, η γεωργία άνθρακα, τοποθετείται στην καρδιά όχι μόνο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας, αλλά και της νέας κοινής αγροτικής πολιτικής, η οποία σχεδιάστηκε και θα υλοποιηθεί προκειμένου να υπηρετήσει αυτούς τους μεγάλους στόχους σε σχέση με το περιβάλλον και το κλίμα που πλέον τίθενται πανευρωπαϊκά.
is very important for the European Commission to support these types of projects because it does correspond, in our view, to the future for our agriculture in Greece and in Europe, but also for our food industry, and also in order to support, I think, the socio-economic development of rural areas to provide jobs and sustainable jobs.
Je voudrais dire un immense merci à la Fondation GAIA pour nous avoir organisé aujourd'hui cette visite de la coopérative NEOS Aliakmon, qui est une coopérative extrêmement performante. Nous avons pu visiter les locaux, les infrastructures et nous avons pu voir toute l'innovation qui est présente un petit peu partout.
I was very pleased to be here today here in Greece, and I was really impressed with what I saw. It's clear that we see people with passion, they love what they do and they strive to find solutions and to improve the production, the process and to deliver products.
Ελληνική γη, συνυφασμένη με το ελληνικό πνεύμα, καρποφορεί κάτω από τον μεσογειακό ήλιο και φροντίζει για την ευημερία των Ελλήνων. Αυτήν τη γη αγαπάμε και σε αυτήν τη γη στηριζόμαστε. Σήμερα, η επιστημονική γνώση και η τεχνολογική πρόοδος μας βοηθούν να πετύχουμε περισσότερα σεβόμενοι, όπως οφείλουμε, το μοναδικό μας περιβάλλον.
Το σύστημα εφιούς γεωργίας gaiasense είναι ένα πολύτιμο εργαλείο για τον αγρότη και τον γεωπόνο. Και αυτό γιατί τους δίνει τις πληροφορίες που χρειάζονται για να διαχειριστούν καλύτερα και πιο αποδοτικά κάθε αγροτική εκμετάλλευση.
Η χρήση αυτών των συστημάτων στη σύγχρονη γεωργία είναι μονόδρομος. Έχοντας τα σωστά εργαλεία, μπορείς να έχεις τις σωστές αποφάσεις και να παρακολουθήσεις όλη την παραγωγική διαδικασία, από το χωράφι μέχρι το ράφι.
Εκτιμούμε ότι το gaiasense αποτελεί έναν πολύτιμο και αξιόπιστο οδηγό που θα μπορέσει να οδηγήσει τους παραγωγούς στην επόμενη περίοδο.
Η ευφυής γεωργία, αξιοποιώντας τη σύγχρονη τεχνολογία, έρχεται να συμπληρώσει και να ενισχύσει τις παραδοσιακές καλλιεργητικές μεθόδους, μεριμνώντας για τις οικονομικές πτυχές των αγροτικών μας εκμεταλλεύσεων.
Πήρα δείγμα από το χωράφι μου, το οποίο δείγμα θα το δώσω στο γεωπόντο συνεταιρισμού και προσδοκώ, αφού γίνει ανάλογη ανάλυση, να μου δώσει όλες αυτές τις οδηγίες για την καλύτερη θρέφση των φυτών μου.
Ο γεωπόνος παραλαμβάνει το δείγμα εδάφους από τον παραγωγό, κάνει καταγραφή στην ειδική ψηφιακή εφαρμογή του gaiasense και συμπληρώνει το έντυπο για να στείλει το δείγμα στο εργαστήριο. Με βάση τα αποτελέσματα της εδαφολογικής ανάλυσης και σε συνδυασμό με άλλες πληροφορίες, εκδίδεται η συμβουλή λίπανσης και αποστέλλεται στον παραγωγό, ενώ με τον συνδυασμό διαφορετικών δεδομένων και πληροφοριών εκδίδονται και οι εξατομικευμένες συμβουλές φυτοπροστασίας και άρδευσης.
Τα προβλήματα που έχουμε όσον αφορά την ελαιοκαλλιέργεια είναι ο δάκος και το γλυοσπόριο.
Για το θέμα του δάκου στην περιοχή, εμείς οι ίδιοι παραγωγοί παρακολουθούμε με παγίδες την εξέλιξη του πληθυσμού και κάνουμε τις επεμβάσεις όταν αυτό κρίνεται αναγκαίο.
Συλλέγουμε δείγματα εδάφους, νερού και φυτικών ιστών για να κατανοήσουμε τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας σε αρδευτικό νερό και θρεπτικά στοιχεία. Θέλουμε με αυτόν τον τρόπο να μειώσουμε το κόστος παραγωγής και να περιορίσουμε τις ροές που δεν χρειάζονται και επιβαρύνουν το περιβάλλον.
Η τεχνολογία μας έχει βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ. Η τοποθέτηση του σταθμού μας έχει δώσει τα μέγιστα.
Με τη χρήση της τεχνολογίας προσπαθούμε να μειώσουμε το κόστος καλλιέργειας. Ένα πολύ μεγάλο όφελος είναι στις εισρωές του νερού, το οποίο είναι και πολύτιμο αγαθό, αλλά και αρκετό το κόστος για εμάς τους ελαιοκαλλιεργητές.
Οι παραγωγοί του συνεταιρισμού υποδέχτηκαν με πολύ μεγάλη προσμονή έως και έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι ο συνεταιρισμός μέσα από την στρατηγική του συνεργασία για την εφαρμογή των προγραμμάτων του gaiasense θα οδηγούνταν στο να μπορέσει να υιοθετήσει όλες αυτές τις τεχνολογίες, οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να τον οδηγήσουν σε νέου τύπου γεωργικές συμβουλές, και έδειξαν πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον σε απρόσμενα μεγάλο βαθμό, που και εμείς οι ίδιοι βρεθήκαμε σε δύσκολη θέση, γιατί δεν μπορούσαμε να εξυπηρετήσουμε τόσους πολλούς παραγωγούς ταυτόχρονα.
Μέσα από ένα εύχριστο, εξατομικευμένο και απόλυτα φιλικό σύστημα αισθητήρων, ενεργοποιητών, βάσεων δεδομένων και δορυφόρων, η ευφυής γεωργία αισθάνεται το χώμα, τις καιρικές συνθήκες, τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας. Συνδέει δεδομένα και πόρους. Υπολογίζει συνθήκες και ποσότητες προκειμένου ο παραγωγός να έχει μεγαλύτερη εισοδιά με μικρότερο κόστος εισρωών. Και ενεργεί με γνώμονα την αύξηση της παραγωγής, τη μείωση της χρήσης νερού, ενέργειας, λιπασμάτων και φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων.
Από την εφαρμογή του συστήματος της gaiasense περιμένουμε την ορθολογικότερη χρήση των φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων για την αντιμετώπιση των εχθρών και των ασθενειών στο χωράφι, βάσει των συμβουλών φυτοπροστασίας που έρχεται από το σύστημα, την διαχείριση των φυσικών πόρων όπως είναι το νερό, βασιζόμενοι στα μοντέλα άρδευσης του συστήματος. Διαχειριζόμαστε πολύ καλύτερη την άρδευση στο χωράφι, άρα μειώνουμε την κατανάλωση σε νερό, και οπωσδήποτε αυτό συνεπάγεται πάλι τη μείωση του κόστους παραγωγής.
Το gaiasense παρέχει κάποιες επιπλέον υπηρεσίες, όπως είναι η εξατομικευμένη πρόγνωση καιρού σε επίπεδο αγροτεμαχίου, αλλά και οι έγκαιρες προειδοποιήσεις σε περίπτωση εμφάνισης ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων.
Καλλιεργώντας βιολογικά, σαν πολυαγρόκτημα, έχουμε ήδη μειωμένο περιβαλλοντολογικό αποτύπωμα. Χρησιμοποιώντας τους αισθητήρες και το σύστημα λήψης απόφασης της gaiasense, είμαστε ακόμα πιο βελτιωμένοι όσον αφορά τη σωστή χρήση άρδευσης. Μπορούμε να ξέρουμε πότε η ριζόσφαιρα έχει την μέγιστη ανάγκη σε νερό, για να μπορέσουμε να ποτίσουμε τη σωστή ποσότητα ανάλογα με τον τύπο της καλλιέργειας στο σωστό χρόνο.
Είναι σημαντικό να αναφέρουμε ότι το gaiasense δεν απαιτεί από τον παραγωγό να επενδύσει σε ακριβό τεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό, αλλά ούτε και στην υποδομή που χρησιμοποιεί το gaiasense. Αρκεί μια σχετικά χαμηλή συνδρομή σε ετήσια βάση για να αποκτήσει ο παραγωγός πρόσβαση στις υπηρεσίες ευφυούς γεωργίας του gaiasense.
Η ελληνική γη είναι πολύτιμη. Οι φυσικοί μας πόροι είναι πολύτιμοι. Αυξάνουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα των προϊόντων μας, μειώνουμε το οικολογικό μας αποτύπωμα, φροντίζουμε για το μέλλον μας.
Χρόνο με το χρόνο, η ατμόσφαιρα θερμαίνεται, το κλίμα αλλάζει, το περιβάλλον υποβαθμίζεται και η απειλή για την ισορροπία των οικοσυστημάτων και των κοινωνιών στον πλανήτη είναι ήδη αισθητή. Οι γεωργικές και οι δασικές εκτάσεις καλύπτουν περίπου το 70% της επικράτειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Οι αγρότες είναι οι πρώτοι που αισθάνονται τον ισχυρό αντίκτυπο της κλιματικής αλλαγής και καλούνται να προσαρμοστούν σε αυτή. Ταυτόχρονα όμως μπορούν και πρέπει να διαδραματίσουν σημαντικό ρόλο στο μετριασμό της, καθώς οι καλλιέργειες αποδεσμεύουν άνθρακα από την ατμόσφαιρα μέσω της φωτοσύνθεσης, ενώ τα εδάφη με σωστή διαχείριση μπορούν να αποθηκεύουν άνθρακα. Πώς μπορούν όμως να παράγουν με φιλικότερο τρόπο προς το περιβάλλον και το κλίμα, διασφαλίζοντας παράλληλα τον όγκο και την ποιότητα της παραγωγής τους? Η σύγχρονη τεχνολογία και η επιστημονική γνώση δίνουν τη λύση. Η ευφυής γεωργία αποτελεί μια δόκιμη λύση ώστε οι αγρότες να είναι σε θέση να διαχειρίζονται πιο σοφά την παραγωγή τους, μειώνοντας τη σπατάλη σε φυσικούς και οικονομικούς πόρους, ενισχύοντας την παραγωγικότητα, αντιμετωπίζοντας αποτελεσματικότερα τους κινδύνους, παράγοντας πιο ποιοτικά και ασφαλή προϊόντα. Η νέα κοινή αγροτική πολιτική που σχεδιάστηκε και θα εφαρμοστεί στην εποχή της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας θέτει ιδιαίτερα φιλόδοξους στόχους για το κλίμα, το περιβάλλον και τα οικοσυστήματα. Παράλληλα, στηρίζει τους αγρότες ώστε να ανταποκριθούν στους φιλόδοξους αυτούς στόχους και στις μεγάλες προκλήσεις της εποχής, ανταμείβοντας τις ορθές πράσινες πρακτικές όπως η ευφυής γεωργία, αναγνωρίζοντας την ψηφιοποίηση ως καταλύτη για τη βιώσιμη μετάβαση της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας. Ο τρόπος με τον οποίο παράγουμε θα πρέπει να αλλάξει. Αξιοποιώντας τα ωφέλη της ευφυούς γεωργίας, μπορούμε να διασφαλίσουμε ένα οικονομικά, περιβαλλοντικά και κοινωνικά βιώσιμο μέλλον για την ευρωπαϊκή και ελληνική γεωργία, κάνοντας τους αγρότες πρωταγωνιστές του πράσινου και ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού.
Το θέμα που επιλέξαμε να θέσουμε προς συζήτηση απόψε, η γεωργία άνθρακα, τοποθετείται στην καρδιά όχι μόνο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας, αλλά και της νέας κοινής αγροτικής πολιτικής, η οποία σχεδιάστηκε και θα υλοποιηθεί προκειμένου να υπηρετήσει αυτούς τους μεγάλους στόχους σε σχέση με το περιβάλλον και το κλίμα που πλέον τίθενται πανευρωπαϊκά.
this is very important for the European Commission to support these types of projects because it does correspond, in our view, to the future for our agriculture in Greece and in Europe, but also for our food industry, and also in order to support, I think, the socio-economic development of rural areas, to provide jobs and sustainable jobs.
Je voudrais dire un immense merci à la Fondation GAIA pour nous avoir organisé aujourd'hui cette visite de la coopérative NEOS Aliakmon, qui est une coopérative extrêmement performante. Nous avons pu visiter les locaux, les infrastructures et nous avons pu voir toute l'innovation qui est présente un petit peu partout.
I was very pleased to be here today here in Greece, and I was really impressed with what I saw. It's clear that we see people with passion, they love what they do and they strive to find solutions and to improve the production, the process and to deliver products.
Ελληνική γη, συνυφασμένη με το ελληνικό πνεύμα, καρποφορεί κάτω από τον μεσογειακό ήλιο και φροντίζει για την ευημερία των Ελλήνων. Αυτήν τη γη αγαπάμε και σε αυτήν τη γη στηριζόμαστε. Σήμερα, η επιστημονική γνώση και η τεχνολογική πρόοδος μας βοηθούν να πετύχουμε περισσότερα σεβόμενοι, όπως οφείλουμε, το μοναδικό μας περιβάλλον.
Το σύστημα υφιούς γεωργίας gaiasense είναι ένα πολύτιμο εργαλείο για τον αγρότη και τον γεωπόνο. Και αυτό γιατί τους δίνει τις πληροφορίες που χρειάζονται για να διαχειριστούν καλύτερα και πιο αποδοτικά κάθε αγροτική εκμετάλλευση.
Η χρήση αυτών των συστημάτων στη σύγχρονη γεωργία είναι μονόδρομος. Έχοντας τα σωστά εργαλεία, μπορείς να έχεις τις σωστές αποφάσεις και να παρακολουθήσεις όλη την παραγωγική διαδικασία, από το χωράφι μέχρι το ράφι.
Εκτιμούμε ότι το gaiasense αποτελεί έναν πολύτιμο και αξιόπιστο οδηγό που θα μπορέσει να οδηγήσει τους παραγωγούς στην επόμενη περίοδο.
Η ευφυής γεωργία, αξιοποιώντας τη σύγχρονη τεχνολογία, έρχεται να συμπληρώσει και να ενισχύσει τις παραδοσιακές καλλιεργητικές μεθόδους, μεριμνώντας για τις οικονομικές πτυχές των αγροτικών μας εκμεταλλεύσεων.
Πήρα δείγμα από το χωράφι μου, το οποίο δείγμα θα το δώσω στο γεωπόντο του συνεταιρισμού και προσδοκώ, αφού γίνει η ανάλογη ανάλυση, να μου δώσει όλες αυτές τις οδηγίες για την καλύτερη θρέφση των φυτών μου.
Ο γεωπόνος παραλαμβάνει το δείγμα εδάφους από τον παραγωγό, κάνει καταγραφή στην ειδική ψηφιακή εφαρμογή του gaiasense και συμπληρώνει το έντυπο για να στείλει το δείγμα στο εργαστήριο. Με βάση τα αποτελέσματα της εδαφολογικής ανάλυσης και σε συνδυασμό με άλλες πληροφορίες, εκδίδεται η συμβουλή λίπανσης και αποστέλλεται στον παραγωγό, ενώ με τον συνδυασμό διαφορετικών δεδομένων και πληροφοριών εκδίδονται και οι εξατομικευμένες συμβουλές φυτοπροστασίας και άρδευσης.
Τα προβλήματα που έχουμε όσον αφορά την ελαιοκαλλιέργεια είναι ο δάκος και το γλιοσπόριο.
Για το θέμα του δάκου στην περιοχή, εμείς οι ίδιοι παραγωγοί παρακολουθούμε με παγίδες την εξέλιξη του πληθυσμού και κάνουμε τις επεμβάσεις όταν αυτό κρίνεται αναγκαίο.
Συλλέγουμε δείγματα εδάφους, νερού και φυτικών ιστών για να κατανοήσουμε τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας σε αρδευτικό νερό και θρεπτικά στοιχεία. Θέλουμε με αυτόν τον τρόπο να μειώσουμε το κόστος παραγωγής και να περιορίσουμε τις ροές που δεν χρειάζονται και επιβαρύνουν το περιβάλλον.
Η τεχνολογία μας έχει βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ. Η τοποθέτηση του σταθμού μας έχει δώσει τα μέγιστα.
Με τη χρήση της τεχνολογίας προσπαθούμε να μειώσουμε το κόστος καλλιέργειας. Ένα πολύ μεγάλο όφελος είναι στις εισρωές του νερού, το οποίο είναι και πολύτιμο αγαθό, αλλά και αρκετό το κόστος για εμάς τους ελαιοκαλλιεργητές.
Οι παραγωγοί του συνεταιρισμού υποδέχτηκαν με πολύ μεγάλη προσμονή έως και έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι ο συνεταιρισμός μέσα από την στρατηγική του συνεργασία για την εφαρμογή των προγραμμάτων του gaiasense θα οδηγούνταν στο να μπορέσει να υιοθετήσει όλες αυτές τις τεχνολογίες οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να τον οδηγήσουν σε νέου τύπου γεωργικές συμβουλές και έδειξαν πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον σε απρόσμενα μεγάλο βαθμό που και εμείς οι ίδιοι βρεθήκαμε σε δύσκολη θέση γιατί δεν μπορούσαμε να εξυπηρετήσουμε τόσους πολλούς παραγωγούς ταυτόχρονα.
Μέσα από ένα εύχριστο, εξατομικευμένο και απόλυτα φιλικό σύστημα αισθητήρων, ενεργοποιητών, βάσεων δεδομένων και δορυφόρων, η ευφυής γεωργία αισθάνεται το χώμα, τις καιρικές συνθήκες, τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας. Συνδέει δεδομένα και πόρους. Υπολογίζει συνθήκες και ποσότητες προκειμένου ο παραγωγός να έχει μεγαλύτερη εισοδιά με μικρότερο κόστος εισρωών και ενεργεί με γνώμονα την αύξηση της παραγωγής, τη μείωση της χρήσης νερού, ενέργειας, λιπασμάτων και φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων.
Από την εφαρμογή του συστήματος της gaiasense περιμένουμε την ορθολογικότερη χρήση των φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων για την αντιμετώπιση των εχθρών και των ασθενειών στο χωράφι, βάσει των συμβουλών φυτοπροστασίας που έρχεται από το σύστημα, την διαχείριση των φυσικών πόρων όπως είναι το νερό, βασιζόμενοι στα μοντέλα άρδευσης του συστήματος. Διαχειριζόμαστε πολύ καλύτερη την άρδευση στο χωράφι, άρα μειώνουμε την κατανάλωση σε νερό και οπωσδήποτε αυτό συνεπάγεται πάλι τη μείωση του κόστους παραγωγής.
Το gaiasense παρέχει κάποιες επιπλέον υπηρεσίες όπως είναι η εξατομικευμένη πρόγνωση καιρού σε επίπεδο αγροτεμαχίου, αλλά και οι έγκαιρες προειδοποιήσεις σε περίπτωση εμφάνισης ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων.
Καλλιεργώντας βιολογικά, σαν πολυαγρόκτημα, έχουμε ήδη μειωμένο περιβαλλοντολογικό αποτύπωμα. Χρησιμοποιώντας τους αισθητήρες και το σύστημα λήψης απόφασης της gaiasense, είμαστε ακόμα πιο βελτιωμένοι όσον αφορά τη σωστή χρήση άρδευσης. Μπορούμε να ξέρουμε πότε η ριζόσφαιρα έχει την μέγιστη ανάγκη σε νερό για να μπορέσουμε να ποτίσουμε τη σωστή ποσότητα ανάλογα με τον τύπο της καλλιέργειας στο σωστό χρόνο.
Είναι σημαντικό να αναφέρουμε ότι το gaiasense δεν απαιτεί από τον παραγωγό να επενδύσει σε ακριβό τεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό, αλλά ούτε και στην υποδομή που χρησιμοποιεί το gaiasense. Αρκεί μια σχετικά χαμηλή συνδρομή σε ετήσια βάση για να αποκτήσει ο παραγωγός πρόσβαση στις υπηρεσίες ευφυούς γεωργίας του gaiasense.
Η ελληνική γη είναι πολύτιμη. Οι φυσικοί μας πόροι είναι πολύτιμοι. Αυξάνουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα των προϊόντων μας, μειώνουμε το οικολογικό μας αποτύπωμα, φροντίζουμε για το μέλλον μας.
αγρόκτημα έχουμε ήδη μειωμένο περιβαλλοντολογικό αποτύπωμα. Χρησιμοποιώντας τους αισθητήρες και το σύστημα λήψης απόφασης της GAIaSense, είμαστε ακόμα πιο βελτιωμένοι όσον αφορά τη σωστή χρήση άρδευσης. Μπορούμε να ξέρουμε πότε η ριζόσφαιρα έχει την μέγιστη ανάγκη σε νερό για να μπορέσουμε να ποτίσουμε τη σωστή ποσότητα ανάλογα με τον τύπο της καλλιέργειας στο σωστό χρόνο.
Είναι σημαντικό να αναφέρουμε ότι το GAIaSense δεν απαιτεί από τον παραγωγό να επενδύσει σε ακριβό τεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό, αλλά ούτε και στην υποδομή που χρησιμοποιεί το GAIaSense. Αρκεί μια σχετικά χαμηλή συνδρομή σε ετήσια βάση για να αποκτήσει ο παραγωγός πρόσβαση στις υπηρεσίες ευφυούς γεωργίας του GAIaSense.
Η ελληνική γη είναι πολύτιμη. Οι φυσικοί μας πόροι είναι πολύτιμοι. Αυξάνουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα των προϊόντων μας, μειώνουμε το οικολογικό μας αποτύπωμα, φροντίζουμε για το μέλλον μας.
Λοιπόν, επιστρέψαμε, ξεκινάμε πάλι. Πριν περάσουμε στην επόμενη ενότητα, στη δεύτερη θεματική ενότητα.
All right, then we're resuming our work. Before going into this session dedicated to sectoral strategies, and we'll be elaborating on as many as 4 sectors represented by some very interesting speakers. We will be dedicating some 10 minutes to a very important project. We have been very happy and honored to monitor at the EU level a project running over research and innovation co-financed by the Commission. It is called Plutos, Wealth in Greek. It is a project which, as of its conclusions, proposed quite a series of interesting and practicable solutions as to how to innovate along the supply chain, not only in the domain of production, but in all other consecutive subsequent aspects. And in order to highlight the outcomes of this important project, we have Mr. Marianos. Mr. Marianos has been the overall coordinator of the Plutos project, so we'll have it from him. His is the task of sharing with us the outcomes of this project. Thank you very much, Ellie. Just as Ellie said, I'm here to share with you the outcomes of the Plutos project, a series of hard facts on the solutions proposed under the project. The Plutos project is an EU project focused on sustainable data-supported solutions along the supply chain over a term of 3 years to be completed in September of this year. 33 partners are participating and another 3 countries will be joining in once the results are here. It is open for cooperation to supermarket chains, cooperatives, supermarket owners and labels, a series of partners meant to apply the multi-actor approach system. These are agencies coming from the entire spectrum of the agri-food chain affected by the outcomes of the project, joining forces in planning solutions. This is a joint venture under the Plutos project. Just as Ellie said, it is GAIA EPICHEIREIN as the main coordinator, comprising specific agents like Barilla, as well as quite a number of cooperatives and agencies from the entire agro-supply value chain, working on the reshaping and modernizing the agri-food sector, both in Greece and abroad, in Europe mainly. Plutos aims at balancing the value chain in order to enhance its viability, both financially and environmentally speaking, without forgetting the social aspect. This is achieved by way of an innovative, a viable innovation context, combining innovation per se, and behaviors, attitude, and cooperation all along the agri-food chain through synergic, cooperative-styled partnership models that may be adopted. This is not a project carrying out research for research's sake. It is here to provide solutions to real needs in the agri-food sector we have identified along various supply chains, implicating both the farmers, supermarkets, food processing businesses, and we know that there's a good and a bad thing about it in the European Union. The good thing is we know new technologies may provide the extra mile and by providing benefits to the agri-food sector if applied correctly. But there is also quite a high investment of several tens of millions of dollars, of euros, for the technology to enter the agri-food sector, especially in culture. This is obtained by way of imposition, and we know that this is not really performing. Under Plutus, we know that for new technologies to be truly incorporated and yielding real results, we need to have a combination of technology and adaptation to behavior and the will to cooperate along the supply chain, along with those business models allowing all participants to benefit from these benefits, using technologies and having the farmer not benefiting from the plus value will never do the job.
Το Plutus λοιπόν.
Plutus comprises some 11 sustainable innovation models that are replicated throughout Europe. 13 countries participate with 26 different value chains, from deep frozen fruit and vegetable, all the way up to a series of other value chains. Under 3 of these, there is Greek participation. In Greece and Cyprus, GAIA EPICHEIREIN and Europublic are there to provide solutions. Such pilot projects enhance the value chain for deep frozen fruit and vegetables, comprising small producers using smart agriculture and traceability, reinforcing the position of consumers by way of digital tools for them to regain control power over their food, as well as getting entitlement to fair trade products, by that meaning products produced in a fair way vis-à-vis the producers, along with an improvement of viability terms by way of implementation of smart agriculture, traceability, and the bio-label. Let me share with you some of the solutions developed within the context of this project, which are meant to cater to true needs of the production and economic administration of the exploitation. I may be sharing with just a technological solution, but each of these solutions are combined with a specific synergic model. At the basis, there is the implementation of smart agriculture and gaiasense, providing the producers information about nutrition, irrigation, and the development, from land inspection to sensors on the field, down to taking stock of the applicable culture practices. The solution provides data to the most experienced agricultural engineers and agronomists, giving answers to specific questions as to how much do I irrigate, when to sprinkle, and if there is a risk for the onset of a specific kind of plant disease. Moreover, such application allows for stock taking of cultural practices through the farmer's digital calendar, building on these, aiming at catering to the new requirements vis-à-vis the producers. In so doing, the application provides the possibility for automated indicators inclusion to the benefit of an entire cooperative, also allowing for benchmarking to other farmers, which is very useful in the case of cooperatives and farmers. This obviously is obtained by conforming with all regulations, because this is data coming from a field, from a farmer, which as such has no interest in having its data shared. Moreover, the possibility is given to use the digital calendars, allowing for these data to be combined to those data collected along any other supply chain, so that traceability of products be ensured. There has been a pilot implementation for deep frozen peach with the help of Piraeus cooperative and the Altera deep frozen food with very positive results. Besides the information being capable of reaching the final consumer and the intermediate enterprise, as is the case of Danone acquiring products that enter the yogurt before reaching the final consumer. Besides this possibility, there was a possibility for some help in the process of certification when it comes to best farming practices and viable practices on the part of the members of the cooperative. What's more, there may be the use of the calendar used to trace elements in terms of checking the conformity to standards and norms, be it in terms of the culture followed or a label that follows a norm. It is the consumer label. So this is a pilot application that was used also, and very successfully so, within the context of cooperation with the label of the consumer and the Arosis legumes and pulses processing company. Data generated from the intelligent smart agriculture and the calendar may be used by wine producers for labeling purposes and for the nutrition information to be on the label. In the past, producers were not expected to quote the number of calories contained in the wine. Now, because of the change in legislation, wine producers are expected to either quote this data on the label or having this information outside data, hence the possibility we have for us to be able to add further information having to do with the sustainability and viability of a product, showcasing the extra added value. Some other very important results and outcomes you see on the screen: the reduction of the impact on the environment in all cases, the reduction of use of inputs by 36% for pesticides and water consumption, and lower cost of production by 32%, also very critical under the current circumstances. In parallel, we have a coverage of real needs through traceability and preparation for the future under the new CAP. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον...
Thank you, Nikos Marianos. Plutos, exactly what the name denotes. Positive results across the chain. Now let's continue with the next presentation, the next thematic session, the panel session. I invite Mr. Lapas, Director of newspaper Epithros Hora.
Ακούγεται.
So, if you attend remotely, you can also join Epithros GR. You can also follow our works and Article 24, Άρθρο 24. Possibly these are some links. So, I invite Gabriel Falcon, Director General of the Central Association of agricultural cooperatives of Spain, and of course we will talk about this openness and outward approach and sectoral approaches in Greece and Spain. Mr. Perogiannakis, President of the Olive Growing Agricultural Cooperative of Emparos. Mr. Georgos Ikonomou, Director General of Sevitel, which is the Association of Greek Olive Oil Standardization Industries. Mr. Sarantidis, Director General of the Union of Agricultural Cooperatives of Kavala, is online. And Mr. Enzo Filardo. Enzo. President of Producer Organization of Natura in Calabria, dealing with fruit and vegetables, Cooperative Association. Actually, Mr. Fotinos Efthimios, head of the Interprofessional Association of Cotton. Mr. Peveretos, I don't know if we have enough seats. At some point, we should all be on the panel. Mr. Peveretos, President the Hellenic Livestock Breeders Association. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start. The key words in the title of our session is openness, extroversion, and sectoral policies. A sector is extrovert when exports and imports of similar products taking place in a country represent a very important percentage of the overall value of the sector. Dairy products, for instance, to begin with Mr. Peveretos, we export feta cheese and yogurt at 900 million. But at the same time, this is an extrovert sector, not only because we have a high rate of exports, but because we import some similar products, for example, cow's milk. We import also animal fodder, animal feed. So by definition, this sector and many other sectors are extrovert because why is this part of our roundtable? Because we need to see the big picture, to know how we need to plan policies and how we need to plan smaller policies for the primary sector, or what should farmers do at the level of their holding. To understand all these things, we need to have the big picture of the markets, imports, exports of similar products. Now, why do we approach the issue from a sectoral point of view? Because there are some actions that need to be taken on horizontally, and they need to regard all products, the entire primary sector. However, many actions, historically, if we take a look at our country and many other countries, Spain, Italy, for example, particularly in some cases, success was high when sectoral policies had been planned and implemented. Which sectors have we chosen? Olive growing, cotton, dairy products, and olive oil, and fruit and vegetables. So what does it mean for our country? 70% of the value of our agricultural production is covered by these 4 products. Whatever we produce as a country, 7 out of 10 euro comes from the producers of these products. Now, how are we going to structure this discussion now? We will have a 3-minute presentation by an executive of GAIA as to regarding the sector. What is the direction of the sector? What are the macroeconomic data? And what do we expect from the new CAP? And then we'll have a 7-minute intervention. We presented all speakers and their capacity, so each speaker will have an intervention, 7-minute intervention, to talk about the challenges in each sector and what we expect from the new CAP. And when we talk about challenges, we talk about sustainability, which is a key issue of the conference. And we have said that for us, sustainability is not confined into environmental issues. It also encompasses economy, social cohesion, and of course, the environmental parameter as well. And everything is interrelated, interconnected. One depends on the other. So we begin with our first speaker. As we said, the first speaker is Gabriel Trenzado Falcon. Falcon, yes. Director General of the Central Cooperatives Association in Spain. He will tell us what they do back in Spain and their associations for the extroversion, for the outward approach of the basic products. They produce more or less the same, that is Mediterranean products. Gabriel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Right. So thank you very much. Sometimes it's difficult to say my name because in Spain we have 2 names, father name and mother name.
Spanish are peculiar people.
We are really inclusive. No, but thank you very much to GAIA. Thank you, Ali, for inviting me here to Athens. I could say it's the same hot city as Madrid today, 36 degrees, very hot. Thank you to give me the opportunity to express what agri-food cooperative in Spain would think about CAP, because we consider, just before entering into details, that CAP is the, let's say, the most European policy that we still have. And of course, the main tool we can use in order to get the most important thing for cooperative is the profitability of the farmers' members. And that's the main objective of our companies, cooperative companies, and the organization we are working for. For that, we need to create not a food value chain, but a food chain with value. Well, it has never happened until now. Well, it happened for certain holdings, for certain sectors, but it not always has been like this, that we have to work quite strongly in how to create the value. It is easy to say, but it's quite difficult to get it, because, of course, not all the farmers are the same, not all the sectors are the same, and we need to work really, with several, let's say, no solutions, because in this world there are so few solutions, we could say ways in order to react, in order to act. And for that, a cooperative normally works in 2 ways. We work to market the product of our farmers, to process, but in the other way, we are very important to make them efficient too, in terms of services, in terms of sustainability, in terms of new opportunities. And of course, there are some duties for the institutions at regional, national, and European level, but we have our duties too, that we have worked to that. So I'm going to focus in my introduction on what we think about CAP and what tools do we have in the new CAP. Starting for one of the main measures we have promoted in European Union in the last reform, this is sectorial interventions, which really, let's say, it is really to extend the fruit and vegetable sector to other sectors, to have the opportunity. We have promoted that from Spain. We have Our negotiators have really worked hard for that. But I must say that it's difficult because when we have a common agricultural policy based on basic payments, dated basic payments, it is very good for receivers. But I can say it's not a policy who really look to the future. Because we need to think as cooperative, not in the farmer of today, but in the farmer of tomorrow. And when somebody only receives a payment, okay, conditional to certain environmental elements, it's okay, he made the calculations, but we need to think in the sector too. That's because sector intervention is very important, because it means that European money give money to those who invest, to structure the farmers, and of course, it give money to those who really invest in the sector. One money from European Union, €1 from European Union, €1 for the producer organizations. And this is called responsibility. And of course, we use so few money in order to make really a huge impact in the sector and in the modernization and innovation. So for us, sector intervention is key for the future because basic payments are going to be there, but they are going to be reduced. Of course, it is going to be always a really political discussion and debate. And we really need to work in the economic part of the common agricultural policy. We will never forget that. Agricultural policy is economic policy. But of course, linked and really conditioned with environmental questions. The other question we are working hard for that, in my starting presentation, is market management. It's a long time ago, we don't have any market management. We always speak about crisis management, but this is a debate, it's outside of the European Union, but we have seen in the last 3 years that we need tools in order to balance the market. Balance the market is not intervene the market. We have a lot of tools. We can work with self-organization. We can give, for example, in wine or in olive oil, cooperative, all the stakeholders can agree in order to maintain the market to a certain level. Of course, this allows them, to do it with no, let's say, a competition control, which is very important. But we need a certain way to balance the market. And after that, in the part of rural development, I finish with this element. It is we need to invest into structure the sector. In Spain, we have a measure. It's called cooperative integrated law. That it means that we, let's say, in the national rural development program, we leave certain cooperative, not all the cooperative, only those cooperatives who really integrate, who get certain number of farmers or who get certain value in the turnover, right? So they have access to a special measure in order to invest. Let's say the same rule, public money, but as well with producer money in hands of producer organization. And this is working very well. It is complicated. We only have, for the time being, only 17, let's say, we call cooperative, okay, priority entities. We say that. You need to reach certain elements to get that. But it's very important to really encourage the cooperative to get economic dimension, which is one of the main problems we have in most of the cooperatives is the size dimension that allow you to reach innovation, to reach good professional, to reach an international market, etc. And not because we are going to leave away the small or big farmers. And a cooperative never, they are always with the big and the small, but they need to have the key measure and the key strategy in order to get them profitability, even if they are professional or not, if they are part-time farmers. So that's a key question that we consider the new CAP working. We are promoting that. Sometimes we don't success because, one thing is what we say as an organization, and another thing is what our government says. So, but now I think there is opportunity because in Spain in the last few years we have worked a lot with the historic basic payments or single payments we called before, and of course it is a lot of money that at the end is a fight between farmers who has single payments and farmers who has not, and really we make another debate who is receiving the public money and know who is happening with the sector in the future. And we need to invest in the future. If we don't invest in the future, if we don't enjoy, our, let's say, sustainability opportunities, we cannot afford the sustainability, the green objective in red numbers. That is impossible. Now we will have, that electronic notebook. In our organization, we have been working for electronic notebook. We will be compulsory in 2026 in order to give a tool to our members, because in the future, you will have a lot of software in order to, for example, to measure fertilizer consumers or pesticide consumer in any farmer, but it gives to us a lot of element and data. So for our organization, we say data is a value. Our objective is those data coming from the farmers and the value created because of their information remain in the cooperative, remain in the organization. So the importance is not only the electronic notebook, the importance is as well the interface, who is going to deal, who is going to manage the data created in the farmers. This is very important for the future. This is a service, and of course, it will change the way how we manage our sector in the future. But of course, if we use more precise data, the value created for that, it could be Google, it could be Microsoft, but we want the data remain in the sector. And it's key for the sector. It's an opportunity we cannot lose. Bioeconomy, energy, if we don't have cooperative, if we don't have this digitalization in our hands, it will be very difficult to keep the value in our sector. I leave it here. I think I have respected the time. And you have any other question?
No, you have some more time. You have 2 more minutes if you want.
2 more minutes, right. Oh, I've been very fast. So.
It's a special treatment for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. No, perfect. So the other 2 questions, I could speak later about that, but is 2 questions normally we don't speak is about the economic sector. When I have said we haven't had in the last few years, I will say even 20 years, that we haven't had a value food chain, or we have had a food chain really with no value for all the stakeholders. A lot of structural matters that we are getting now. For example, we don't have young farmers. We have a very, let's say, we don't have too many women in the sector. This is weighting the sector very heavily. We are cooperative. We are based in people. If we don't have people in the future, cooperative has no sense. So we need to work hard on that. We need to encourage new people, new farmers. We need to understand what is happening, because sometimes they say, oh, it doesn't matter. I always listen my president say, if a sector is profitable, no problem. Farmers and Jones arrive. And this is not true. If the sector is profitable, we will get bigger and bigger farms. But if we don't know, if we don't have the knowledge why the young farmers don't get the sector, or even more, why the young farmers don't believe in cooperative, we need to communicate in a different way, using the different language in order to encourage them to say, listen, this is a model after more than 1 cycle. It has been a success model, but we need to explain then why. Because they don't have a perception of the need of the grandfathers or the parents or the father to be member of the cooperative. And why do they there? They think that the cooperative something is there. He's always to be there, and they don't realize if they go alone, they will have a lot of trouble in the future when the cooperative won't be there. Everybody here knows about that, but it's a huge challenge to make understand everybody what is the importance of the cooperative, what is the importance of the food sector, and if the institutions want that the farmers produce food in quantity, in quality, sustainably, in safety, and of course to the not cheap, but a fair value. That's very important. We take into account all these elements and always see to the future, because in most of the debate of CAP, 80% is how much money I get it.
Ωραία. We thank you. Κρατάμε τις αναφορές που έκανε ο Γκαμπριέλ.
Take note of Gabriel's mentioning as regards the concept, the perception of sectoral interventions, the role played by interprofessional associations and the interprofessional approach. Definitely, I was actually, I have a question, but I will discuss later about this special fund for investment, sustainable investment for cooperative associations above a size, and anyone wishing files an application. And what actually Gabriel said about the campaign of the Association for New Farmers to join in the sector, to participate for young members, young farmers. And now we start with olive growing, the first sector. Mrs. Maria Gulta, in 3 minutes, she will try to square the circle and tell us what is the state of play in olive growing in Greece and what we are expecting from the new CAP and how it will affect the sector. Mrs. Gultra, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I will make a brief introduction into the working programs, the sectoral programs of olive oil and table olive, edible oil. And actually, we will talk about the increase of agricultural income, production of safe and healthy food. These programs have a high funding rate that can reach 87.5%. And they can submit programs to the recognized associations of producers. In the current period, we are about to complete 111 approved programs in Greece, distributed per geographical department, and most of them are found in the Peloponnese and in Crete. And you see the sectors being developed. And you have the budget rates per intervention area. And now let's talk about the new CAP. We have sectoral programs of olive oil and edible olive. According to the published tables, the total available budget of the EU is 47,514,000, distributed per reference year annually, as you will see on the transparency. Now, if you compare the two programming periods, 2014-2020, 2021-2027, there is a reduction of funding by 12.8%. That is 8,840,000. A key parameter in the funding is the trading value of production of any association of olive producers. In a nutshell, let me tell you that funding is 30% for the years 2023-2024 and 10% for 2027, duration from 3 to 5 years. As we mentioned, the possibility to submit an application to these programs is reserved for the associations of olive growers with a turnover exceeding 800,000. And the EU budget, the association budget of the sectoral program will be 500,000 up to 2.5 million. Now, the Northern Aegean Islands, Ionian Islands, Eastern Macedonia, Thrace, Thessaly, mainland Greece, there the turnover will be more than 300,000. So here you see the interventions included in the strategic plan of Greece. Special emphasis is placed on environmental protection and climate change in the actions regarding services provisions and provision of equipment. So, to put it briefly, now, today we expect the implementation of the approved strategic plan of Greece. There is a risk that the available budget for 2023 will not be absorbed because we're just running, we're just half of the year. There are limits of the turnover of an association of olive producers, so some producers are likely to be excluded. So upon the issuance of the regulatory framework, we will determine the reference year for which producers' associations will present their famous turnover. We will give a specific framework for the conclusion of cooperation, and what also remains to be solved is the red tape. There is a lot of red tape. Now we'll have 2 7-minute interventions. Seven-minute interventions. Two executives, market executives, with a different capacity and different departure, will talk to us about the challenges of the new CAP and where do we stand as regards the olive growing sector, what are the challenges to confront, and we can make a comment on what Mrs. Gupta said earlier. Now, these programs, if they are used, sectoral programs, if they are used in the best possible way, if they are optimally used. Or I don't know if anyone would like to take the floor from the podium. Would you? Okay, they would like to use the podium. Our next speaker. Thank you very much for this invitation. Just a few words about Embaro Cooperative. It began in 1937, and so far it has been focusing on the production of quality olive oil, standardization and distribution in the market. 257 members of the broader area represent the strength of our cooperative. 172 are active members of the Producers Association. And they set up an association in 2018 in order to improve and further the main occupation of our farmers, that is to cultivate and produce olive oil. Climate change has really provoked damage due to extreme rain downpour or due to prolonged drought. In the primary sector, weather conditions represent one of the key problems, the main problems of farmers. Now, in securing the capital and offering compensation could help the producer, but we all know that delays for assessment of damage and granting of compensation do take time. The delays in actually implementing the spraying against the olive fly is something that increases the production cost, because farmers, to protect their crop, do apply spraying themselves on their own. During the harvest period, it's difficult to find workers because Greeks don't want to miss the opportunity of being enrolled in the unemployment fund, and recruiting foreign workers is time-consuming, and production cost has increased because we have the fuel, have the fertilizers, have the natural human resources that are more costly. And now, what do we aim at for the future? CAP, over the last years, it has been trying to support producers at personal or individual or collective level, but there is a long way ahead. I will stick to the period during which we have been operating as an association of producers. We managed to modernize a big part of our engineering equipment in the olive press and the delivery equipment, reception equipment, so our olive oil is of higher value and it is safer We modernized the equipment for better dissemination of cultivation practices and transfer of olive oil. Producers learned new cultivating practices. They enriched their knowledge to be able to constantly improve the yield of the olive grove. We had more effective practices. We were led to standardization, and so we can now follow up the cultivation, and we also have a competitive advantage of the added value of our product. Our activities were promoted to third countries not producing olive oil. Our steps were tiny, but they were steps towards changing our mentality, making the shift to a more environment-friendly approach. And we aim at having a more sustainable olive oil production. Finally, as regards the new programs, the publication of the Greek legislation, the latest legislation, took time for it, and so, for example, you need to have a minimum turnover of 800,000 to be able to join one of the programs. Up to this point, the reference year is not clear, which will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Now, turn for another George to take the floor from Sevitel. Mr. Konomo has the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the floor. Thank you for the opportunity given to us to be heard. Thank you to the organizers. As a matter of fact, all these interventions are so interesting, very informative, and so are the opinions voiced. I represent a critical sector of agricultural economy in Greece. It is the olive oil production sector. Our president mentioned the problems we're facing. Olive oil is the protagonist in this time of year. We are on a rally of prices. I'll try within two sections present to you what are the most important issues we're having in the sector, seen from the perspective of processing, manufacturing, industry, distribution and exportation rather than the primary sector, although we are in the best of terms, I have to say, with the primary sector. The first and most important thing is how to produce the eponymous standardized olive oil because of the added value this is bringing up and because of the high interest in it to be distributed. So when it comes to the production of the eponymous labeled standardized olive oil, what we need is to prohibit the sales of bulk olive oil that is not controlled. Some 50,000 tons of that product are sold domestically. It is a phenomenon that, apart from undermining the interest of the appropriate producers who are always distributing their products through the cooperative associations and selling the products through the appropriate networks, it is also a problem affecting national economy, what with the loss in fiscal income and also undermining consumer safety and security. The same applies when it comes to the restriction of the distribution of olive oil bottled in non-standardized bottles, recipients. So we need to increase the number of controls by controlling authorities at points where such illegal distribution of non-eponymous bulk olive oil is happening. It takes for the ministries and controlling institutions to be coordinated. We need to have the quality of olive oils appropriately checked, the price being very low. It goes without saying that the quality level is not the one enunciated upon the recipient. We need to have the implementation of the e-record of distribution respected. The president of the Cooperative of Messina said that Unless we have the data allowing us to apply for the appropriate policy, we need to have an appropriate recording of all production and distribution data, as the Spaniards and Italian colleagues are doing. We need to check the distribution of olive oil at restaurants and restoration establishments, as well as taking stock of the varieties distributed, so as to have a clear picture of the organoleptic features of the olive oil circulating in Greece. At the time of discussion of amendments to regulations in Brussels, all this should be borne in mind. When it comes to quality, we have had information about problems in the domain of aromatic hydrocarbons, as was the case, and the state chemical laboratory should be checking and communicating to the olive oil producers the need to be very, very vigilant as to the way they're collecting olives destined for oil production. This has been mentioned as of a horizontal presentation under a previous speaker's intervention. Training producers is to us of paramount importance, as is the improvement of the applicable rules for olive fly extermination, because the quality is affected. Amongst other issues, we should be mentioning the need for a more short-term reimbursement of VAT to the businesses that are entitled to it, the inclusion of export businesses in a program similar to EPICHEIREIN, and as to the protected denomination of origin, things of the kind should be very well checked, and the need to support the agencies of trade policy of Greece abroad. Our ambassadors should be trained on how to best promote Greek olive oil. We need also to support the interprofessional organization of olive oil producers. This is something that has not been developing lately because of the problems that are encountered in the primary sector between the new federation that is not as yet active. We need very soon to provide for the opportunity for all of this to happen quickly. We need to have this interprofessional association have a say in the whole process. Nutri-Score has been mentioned as a very important aspect. I would say as much for the proposal of new differentiated positions to be reckoned with as far as the main label is concerned. And the last point, also very actual. Despite the fact that processing, olive oil processing label has become part of the process under the ministry's orders, bureaucratic interpretations and other machinations claim that processing, standardization is not processing, and processing is not something to be standardized. It's another problem. Let me now go into the last part of my presentation, proposals for the improvement of the situation. It has been mentioned by, amongst others, a colleague before me at the floor, that there is a very urgent need for us to project and ultimately implement a national strategy. This has been around forever as a request, a demand that everyone in the sector has been voicing. For the National Interprofessional Association of Olive Oil Producers be restructured, that training is ongoing to the benefit of oil pressers and the producers, the oil press operators playing a very critical part, and in that our association is to play a very critical part in all that in terms of informing and updating these factors, an e-record of the whole production chain. As a matter of fact, by way of my data and all other up-to-date application, it is so easy, so there is need for all this to be associated with a vertical registration of the entire process, from the oil press up to the ultimate sales of the product. Such process is expected to contribute to us fighting combating the problem of distribution of non-eponymous, non-labeled olive oil. Hence, more VAT going into the treasury of the state, and we'll finally know how much how much quantity of olives are pressed. Further to the retail trade and generalized consumption, some 5 years ago, a law was promulgated for small, non-reusable packaging of olive oil at restaurants. It is our request for these olive oil and vinegar set to be available on tables, having a labeled, eponymous package that will also contribute to the publicity of the sector without incurring further cost for restaurateurs and for the consumer to pay only a very small price in the cover charge in exchange for the use of eponymous and quality controlled olive oil, which will also allow tourists to appreciate better our national wealth and not those bottles that are exposed to the sunlight throughout the summer, and updating consumers on the value of olive oil and the importance of quality classes. There is not just one type of olive oil. Olive oil used in salad is different from the one used for cooking purposes. And this is a process that requires training and updating. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, we have been taking stock of the arguments made by all parties on the panel. These have been constant issues. Some of you scorn the distribution in bulk of olive oil. On the other hand, of course, we have the producers who are having a nice time price-wise. Producers have for some time now been wondering how come the price paid to the Greek olive producers is so much lower compared to the prices paid to observatories in Italy and Spain. These two issues have constantly been those that have been bringing together people around the table. And I'm sure time will come when, in the light of what Mrs. Gulta said, whether so little amount is deserved to be paid for the training programs. We'll see how things fare. I would like to thank all three speakers. Now, the next section is about greens and vegetables. Mrs. Angeliki Lagogiannis, an agricultural engineer and agronomist. Mrs. Lagogiannis, you have 3 minutes over which to answer to the challenges in the domain of greens and vegetables and what the new COP is bringing up. Then she will be followed by Mr. Sarandidis, General Director of the Kavala Association. He will be speaking over the internet. And Enzo Filargo, representing the Union of Producers and in charge of the environment in Calabria, an Italian association. Enzo, please bear with us. Now, starting with Mrs. Lagogianni. Angeliki, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Now, the field of greens and vegetables. Fruit and vegetables accounts for some 40% of the overall liquidated added value and some 8% of the cultivated farmland. Greece is excedent in this kind of products, and this is one of the main exporting sectors in the country. As of late, we have been under the plague of lack of hands, and because of the climate situation, transports and the climate being also problems, as the case of olive oil is. Despite all, as we say, we're still self-sufficient, and according to the latest data coming from GAIA EPICHEIREIN as to the challenges, the illegal trade and other issues, we're still self-sufficient in our products. We are sharing data about imports, exports, and consumption for those who want to delve even deeper. For 2021, according to the latest data by the European Commission, Greece has been having a value of traded production of some 369 million euro, increased by 40% compared to the average of the last 5 years, whereas the European average went up by 27%, going up to 27.5 billion euro. But such increase we witness in Greece should not make us forget that we still are among the countries with the lowest traded value, despite the number of associations of producers. Greens and vegetables is supported by some fruit and vegetables sectorial programs. After the INO sectorial program, under 32% of the budget of sectorial interventions, we're following that of the 23% of the budget, some 50 million euro for the 5 years, 23-27. The European Union has been further supporting under the new CAP the environment and the climate, while placing emphasis on modernization, and new targets are set for the increase of consumption and the improvement of employment conditions. Under the strategic plan, interventions remain the same, whereas the duration of operational programs under the European regulation is amplified between 27 years, 3 to 5 years under the national program, as the case has been to this day. Now, as to changes, up to now, we have had some 10% of expenses that had to concern interventions in the climate and environment, or 2 environmental actions. 10 is now 15, and in combination we have 3 times of the intervention for the climate and environment, and 52% of the budget to account for interventions and for the research and development. The financing contribution of the Union remains the same, whereas over time the associations are capable of claiming national support. In closing, here are the latest data from the European Commission for the year 2020 in terms of expense under the operational programs. For all 27 countries, 27 billion euro, 17.1 billion being for Greece. On this graph, you see what the distribution is per target of expenses. The first is the target of the programming of production at 3.5% for Greece, 25.7% for the 27 country members of the European Union, followed by improvement of trading, environmental protection, which is obligatory, whereas other member states are spending even more money on the improvement of the quality for Greece. Going up to the end of the graph, we see that there is no recording of the expense on research. This may change for the years to come, according to the new targeting for the modernization. In closing, we'd like to say that for those implementing operational programs, we remain stable over the years, which shows that despite the problems we've been facing, despite the operational programs being the same, we need to acknowledge what the value is, trying.
Σας ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε και εμείς.
Thank you, Mr. Klearchos Sarantidis.
Can you hear us? Good afternoon, Mr. Sarantidis. Good afternoon from Kavala. And this is Piraeus talking to you, Mr. Sarantidis. I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank the Board of Directors, the President and Mr. Tiforu for the honor bestowed upon us to include us in the list of participants in this conference. Moreover, I would like to say that I have been following the activities of your conference from the beginning, and I may say I am more than satisfied by the quality of the content of the contributions, as well as by the modern approach that all speakers have been adopting. Now, as for the Kavala Association, let me tell you some things. We are now 10 years older than what we've heard before. We've been around since 1927, and we have been stable as such to this day. All the way through to the 50s and 60s, we have been assigned missions by the Bank for Agricultural Development and other associations. Essentially, we've been working with the European Union from the onset already since the 70s. under Regulation 355 of 78, if I can recall the number correctly, and we have started the first industrialization. Up to then, we have had services for supplies and procurement for tertiary cooperative organizations. Now, as to the CAP, we have started utilizing CAP programs quite early. In 1978, we have a major beans processing packaging unit, and ever since we worked on the industrialization all the way through to the 80s and 90s on a variety of other products, as is corn, olives, and any other product available in our area. For the fresh products, since the 90s and all the way through to the late 90s, we became very active in this field. There have been very favorable conditions through the new CAP and the new CAP programs at the time, specifically to the benefit of producers. But because of an opportunity that has been at the time for producers to deal with kiwis, there has been a very abrupt transition from the cultivation of corn and olive to asparagus, spargles, and kiwis. At the time, CAP mostly focused on producer groups. As a cooperative, we had the possibility, therefore, to organize the installation of major refrigeration units amongst the most voluminous in Greece, some 15 stremas of processing units and refrigeration rooms for more than 10,000 tons of kiwis to be stored within. Some 1,000 tons of spargles have been processed. These being the most basic products in the area, which through the common agricultural policy programs gave us the possibility to benefit from quite a sizable subsidy of more than 70%. Consequently, through such programs, we were able of coming to assistance to producers, because within those programs there have been producers. So when it comes to cultures and for kiwis and spargles, all these went through programs with a quality improvement of 40%, besides common agricultural policy programs already utilized on an individual level. So through such cultures, our area went up to 24,000 strema of kiwi culture, up from 500 strema, which is very abrupt for our area in Chrysoupolis and along the river Nestos, for you to be able to localize yourself what we're talking about, which helped, made us start under pressure, including our agronomists, for this culture to happen in the best of conditions and be very well taken care of. Comprehensive, integrated management was to us paramount. So the comprehensive, integrated form of administration is happening to this day, and now we've been enriching the whole scope with smart agriculture under GAIA programs, the digital agriculture, and any other satellite programs we've been using. So we are ready, and we have been going through lots of things in an effort to implement digital and smart agriculture for us to be able to create an appropriate product that will have a plus value for our producers. Through such section of our CAP, I'm checking on my time, I know I'm in a hurry. There have been programs under the CAP through which we were able to attend almost all trade fairs in the world every year, year in, year out. We've been present at every trade fair, subsidized as we are, to the benefit of our customers, and year in, year out, we are enhancing our customer bases, utilizing the programs under CAP. Directly aiding has been almost minimal, if non-existent, to producers. All the way through to 2027, these will be settled under the new CAP. Olive groves will be part of this new system, which will be having an immediate direct affection. Now I would like to say that there has been a major effort at the moment through the procedures that we are following for major cultures, and I would like also to say modern ones. So may I say that we have been trying through that and into the market to create an appropriate product which is bound to provide more value, capable of over time generating products that will be prevailing as a Greek product in the area. Whether this or that, kiwi-wise, we're getting the second position. Kiwi being a Greek product, and we need this to be a good and tasty product that will be constantly selected. Still, a major increase of production has been creating quite a distortion in the market, and the Greek market, in the world market as a whole. So unless there is
προσπάθεια την οποία γίνεται αυτή τη στιγμή είναι αυτό το κομμάτι να μπορέσουμε.
So the idea being for this part to be normalized, for more and more sizable installations to be secured, for this to happen and for the market to be not under pressure and to avoid some bulking to happen, for some products to be more selectively chosen. That was the case last year when there was no demand. So our reflection was how to better the product, how to advance, and how to have this product yield the plus value and an intemporal value to be ensured in the long run with producers, as the case was in Spain, and we heard Mr. Gabriel speaking about it in Spain. This is something that should be better understood, for this to be read and consulted with by all young producers, so that all young producers are convinced that their future is settled through their connection to an association. Thank you very much for your attention.
Άξιζε τον κόπο. Ξέρουμε ότι
Yes, I know that you read the newspaper. Sometimes we disagree, but you're a regular target readership by you. Last speaker for fruit and vegetable session. So our friend from Italy, Mr. Filardo, Enzo Filardo. He is member of a group organization of producers who will present their experience in Italy, in what colleagues, farmers do in Calabria. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Eli, for addressing this invitation to us. I also wanted to actually address all speakers and to convey the greetings of Mr. Giardini. So, I was saying that I haven't prepared a presentation because I would like to share the experience we have all had in Italy. I don't know if I should be satisfied or concerned. I am happy because we are in Greece, this beautiful country, but I have some concerns because I see that we all share the same concerns. I don't know what will be the solutions that we will come up with, because being able to find the guiding line, well, I don't know, maybe concern is the answer. Cooperation, ongoing concern. And cooperation is something that actually is built around the good for everyone, what is good for everyone. So I start from our experience. June 30, we got the approval. Our budget was approved. Our organization OP Natura numbers more than 300 partners. It is registered in Reggio Calabria, southern Italy. We export around the world, throughout the world, and we have an increased turnover over the last years steadily with important investments. We have constructed a packaging plant, packaging factory, and I'm saying all these things not to praise myself, but to just highlight that this is the output of the work done by all our partners. Of course, being solely dependent on our partners is not enough. We need a more enhanced cooperation. We need engagement, because higher engagement can give more advantages in the market. And because our sector demands it. Now, as regards the representation, Eli mentioned it earlier on, but it could have a political clout to avoid laws like the one of Natura a law that was voted a few days ago in Italy. So our members, our farmers, have difficulty in planning the years to come. Now, the planning of the next 5-year period for a cooperative should take into consideration the international context. We should start from this. That is, it's not enough to have national engagement. We want European-level engagement if we're talking about Europe. So since we're talking about Europe, we need to join hands and join forces, because there are many challenges ahead, and their solutions are not easy. I'm talking about the markets. I'm talking about promotion of products, which is not simply a promotion towards consumers, towards citizens. In addition, the issue of training, education. We need to impart information at schools to talk about the value of fruit, vegetables, and olive oil itself. There is a long way ahead, even to convince children to eat tangerine. I mean, we need to showcase our products in the market, to have some kind of convergence between production and the place we live in, to have an engagement and cooperation between Spain, Greece, and Italy. And as regards the common agricultural policy, objectively speaking, I am actually rather skeptical about this CAP, because I know that it was born during the pandemic and it's difficult to implement, and I'm wondering how could a cooperative, having as its activity to make the best use of the partner's product, how could a cooperative implement all the tools and means mentioned in the CAP? And in a rather challenging financial environment. We need to have a higher representation, and we need to be able to actually solve all these concerns. Of course, viability, sustainability are very important. How are we going to use the pesticides issue? You're not going to solve it overnight, And all these things are issues that require an increasingly higher level of engagement. And we need to have some kind of comparison between us to be able to find solutions for the future. And not only through some kind of engagement at national level, but we need to have an engagement, a total engagement. And I believe that this event will be the departure point for a fruitful cooperation. I wish you good luck, and I really hope we will talk soon.
Grazie, Angelo. Μέχρι εκεί τα ξέρω. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον πρόεδρο της ομάδας.
I would like to thank the president of the Producers Association of Calabria. Indeed, we share common problems. Cooperation is the solution. Indeed, CAP that started to be implemented a few months ago requires many things from farmers associations, producer associations, and farmers themselves. And they are really challenging in their implementation, cannot be easily implemented. We take note of this, and in the end, if we have a dialogue, we can ask some things. And some attendees raise questions remotely. Mrs. Lagogianni talked about producers groups in Greece that play a small role, regardless of the increase year per year. But if we compare ourselves with the other member states, actually a very small quantity of fruit and vegetable is distributed through the associations. And Mr. Sarandidis talked about this abrupt way that the area of Nestos and Chrysoupolis actually went from arable crops to kiwi, asparagus, and what kind of issues derive from these things, and what kind of preparation is required for this transition. Now we will talk about cotton. This is the third session. On behalf of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, we have one more agronomist. We have many agronomists, female agronomists, Mrs. Maria Correa, who will talk to us about some key data on cotton, the challenges of the new CAP, and Mr. Fotinos Efthimis, President of the Interprofessional Organization of Cotton. Greece is the first in surface of land and production in the EU. You see actually giant cotton that you can find in the study of GAIA EPICHEIREIN challenges in production, trade, and sufficiency of Greece's agricultural products. They cover the period up to 2021-2022, but we have also updated them and we go as far as 2023. And we see that the surface of land is 255,000 hectares, a small reduction compared to the previous period. On the contrary, productions post an increase by 7%, and is set at 315,000 tons. The main reason had to do with the favorable conditions, weather conditions during harvest. This is giant cotton. In 2022, exports of giant cotton subsided to the level of 629 million euro, and there was a reduction by 7.6%, and cotton ranked fourth in the exportable agricultural products of the country in 2022, although it was the first one in 2021. We need to also highlight the big increase of the export price, plus 31.28%, 2.35 euro per kilo. The main exporting countries, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. Let's talk about the support foreseen by the scheme under the CAP, special coupled support to cotton, still continuing with a total 5-year budget, 919 million, and the aid amount, 733.98 euro per hectare, plus 2 euro per hectare for those who are members of the Interprofessional Association. The eligibility requirements are more or less the same. The support amount it relates to the reference amount, actually, of 2020. And we need to highlight the reduction of the reference amount that brought about a reduction in the annual budget. During the previous period, up to 2020, the reference amount for Greece was estimated at 234.18 euro. If you multiply it with a yield rate and take into account the surface covered, we end up with an annual budget of 187 million, and then this budget went to 183.5 million. Cotton producers can receive support by participating in eco-schemes and in 8 measures of Pillar 2, improvement plans and various other measures. Thank you. Okay, you were very fast because you had to not waste time. Now, the head of the Interprofessional Association, you, Mr. Fotinos Eftimis, and you will tell us which eco-scheme cotton producers need to apply. And Mrs. Correa, you can tell us the most appropriate scheme. Which is the scheme to choose? Good afternoon. I would like to warmly thank Mr. Christodoulos Anteliadis, head of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, the CEO, Mrs. Elitsiforu, Yannis Mavroudis, all executives, for the honor to attend this conference and talk about the Interprofessional Association of Cotton, since it was its re-establishment to this day. This association, since 2016, has as its main mission to give more added value to the product being produced, that is cotton. Every year, this Interprofessional Association of Cotton organizes its annual evening events having to do with the quality of Greek cotton, and so far it has organized the Panhellenic conferences in cooperation with Dimitra project, aiming at showcasing parameters of Greek cotton cultivation that will make it more profitable and more extrovert. In our era, which is really competitive for the satisfaction of customers and the harmonization with the national requirements, agricultural exploitations need to be based on terms that ensure quality and security of products while respecting at the same time the environment as regards production. After this year's evening events at the 3rd Panhellenic Conference for Cotton that were completed in March, all participants shared a common thread: how the prospect of Greek cotton is optimistic, because we talk about a natural fiber that gradually replaces synthetic fibers. The Greek government is true that supports cotton, and we need to really build on our position in the EU, because we produce 80% of European cotton. Spain comes second, and worldwide we rank in the 8th position. But what we need to do is to produce quality and certified product in order to make it more competitive. It is an impediment need for the Greek cotton production to address all environment-friendly means in order to reduce carbon footprint, and it needs to improve its product constantly through research and innovation. The new CAP is a big challenge because it contains interventions, reforms, and changes for the primary sector. The balanced embedding of objectives for social, environmental, and economic development is a key pursuit for Greece in order to create a common future for policy future in Europe for the agricultural sector. It should be geared towards green, smart, resilient farming. 2023, due to its particular conditions, is the year of relaxation and adaptation to the requirements. Relaxation on behalf of the bodies and the state, the Greek state, trying at the same time to find new varieties of cotton by studying the genetic material. They try to find varieties that will be more resilient to drought. Cooperation with the Center for Taxonomy and Certification of Cotton sets the new framework, and all this effort bears fruit because the quality of our product is very well known, both in Greece and abroad, and it's not genetically modified. This is very important. In our interprofessional association, we consider that Greek farmers, cotton farmers, have proven that should they want, they can follow the updated production models, the integrated management models, and the new tools put forward by modern era. Keep this in mind to say a couple of words afterwards. Obviously, the RRF fund, Rural Development Program and Investment Program, help farmers to invest in the innovation and make cultivation competitive. On the other hand, it is important to minimize tax burdens. The Interprofessional Association, through its cooperation with Dimitra project, has created an investment program that regards four axes: quality, placing emphasis on the quality of genetic material, the identity, standardization, and particularly Article 2.1 to 2.2.4. The environment as main functions, irrigation, fertilization, and precise agronomy issues. We see that the training of producers and the new technologies and the cultivating practices. I would like to add something, that a program we have embarked on with the Association of Industries of Volos, and this has to do with teaching the pupils in all upper secondary schools to teach within the curriculum a subject regarding the history of cotton in Greece. So the point is to have value to be enjoyed both by consumers and producers. The results of the studies elaborated by the Agronomy University do showcase that cotton has the lowest gas emissions as regards the reduction of gas emissions. This can be achieved through in other ways. For example, we can have new practices of fertilization using modern ways during cultivation. Cotton is less water consuming compared to other crops. Corn, for example. As regards water consumption, this can be further reduced with varieties with less requirements. It can be helped. As regards climate change, cotton positively responds to. I think I'm digressing. Okay, I will have to conclude. Yes, I will not spend more time than allocated. the changes we observe in the climate will definitely affect the production of cotton in Greece. Greek cotton cultivation is present and has a future ahead. So those of us involved in this cotton change, we need to fight for a cultivation with value and claims that will bear fruit and needs to be more active. We believe in this sector and we can showcase it even further. And our association is a founding member. And also we have special certification programs, for example, BCI for the cotton. So the point is to have our products being extrovert and open to other countries. In our interprofessional association, we all work together for a sustainable crop with good, best cultivating practices. Thank you, President. You still have 3 minutes. It's not little. I think that there is no other product that to have been accused and so much and to have received such a criticism in Greece. I mean, it's amazing how much it was criticized. But as Mrs. Correa said, we are the 7th or 8th country producing cotton in the planet. For example, USA ranks much higher, but we are the 8th country in cotton on the planet. And I read somewhere that as regards the environmental sustainability, if we decide to replace cotton clothes with wool, now the entire continent should become a pasture land. We need all these lands to be created as pasture lands to take the wool, to take the material actually to create what we wear. This is environmental footprint. And actually something else. The buyers of Greek cotton are limited, and this affects the prospect of the sector. Of course, we shouldn't forget the steps taken by the Interprofessional Association, both as regards quality, which is measured every year, and every year is improved. Because if you recall, back then we had 3 varieties during the 70s and 60s, and now we have 80 varieties, and we gradually go back to fewer through the interventions of the Interprofessional Association. Now, pre-purchase contracts. This is something we will discuss some other time. Now, last product. Dairy products. Now, as for the dairy products, we have, on behalf of GAIA, another agronomist, Mrs. Prodromidou-Irini. Actually, she has repeatedly disseminated her knowledge to us. I need 5 minutes because I will read out a letter by Mr. Fasoulas, who is not present here, head of the Interprofessional Association in the field of animal husbandry. Dear associates, I would like to thank the GAIA EPICHEIREIN for the invitation to attend the 9th Panhellenic Congress for the development of Greek agriculture. I would like to thank Mrs. Tsifourou in particular. I apologize for not being able to attend due to other engagements. And as president of the newly recruited Interprofessional Association for Meat, I welcome this initiative, showing that GAIA EPICHEIREIN lies at the at the heart of the modern challenges. Actually, recently we had a voting at the European Parliament for industrial emissions, and it is quite clear that information cooperation will help us really gain the issue of sustainability. Our association was set up by the main bodies representing mid-sector. We represent the entire chain of production and distribution, and I'm sure that the opinions by distinguished speakers will help substantially to the discussion of our to this discussion. Good luck to the works of this conference. We thank Mr. Fasoulas. So, hello again. I read a very interesting article, and I would like to stress that livestock farming today sends an SOS alarm signal. What is happening with farmers? There has been a reduction in the number of ovine and caprine. There's in the number. There has been a reduction of 5.3 for bovine and 5.6 for caprine, and reduction in the holdings of calves, etc. This, in cooperation with other factors, this shows the cost of animal feed in the net value of animal production. If you take a look at recent data, for example, 2021, you see that the producer not only does he do not make profit, but on the contrary, you see actually the rates. I raised these concerns. Mr. Peretos will be more elaborate. We want to show the development of the average price of cow's milk, and we see that in our country there has been a reduction in the price sold by the producer, a reduction by 30%, whereas respectively in the EU have an increase by almost 14%. Now, according to current data, producer sells 0.51 euro, whereas the supermarket value is 1.94. New CAP, new strategic plan, new support schemes. The new CAP has 9 and 10 objectives, and each objective includes some guaranteed interventions. I will refer to some interventions having to do with farmers. We have the redistributive support. We have the support of the sheep, the cattle, etc. We have support depending on how young is the it depends on the age of the carcass. Now, as regards competitiveness, we have some improvement plans up to 250,000 euro, and processing, investments in processing, 400,000 to 5 million. Now, improvements in the position of producers, setting up of an association of producers. As regards environmental and climatic objectives, the interventions of the new strategic plan regard an intervention of organic farming, this will be part of Pillar 1. Whereas newcomers in we have the well-known measure of preserving the threatened genetic, protect, preserve and improve the genetic resources, and we have a compensatory allowance. Now, demographic renewal, additional income support of new farmers, and we have Pillar 1 that was it, and Pillar 2, the aid can go as high as 42,000, and this is also expected within 2024. And last, I would like to stress that we have a CAP objective having to do high nutritional value products. We have investments for the improvement of animal welfare, and we have the reduction of the use of antibiotics while breeding caprine and ovine. €13 per head. So that's all I had to say. I now give the floor to Mr. Kavaretos.
Ο κύριος Πεβερέτος παίρνει ένα πανωτάκι.
Mr. Peveritos. So, hello everyone. Thank you, President, you and your Council, for giving us the possibility to develop huge issues around animal husbandry.
Το πατάω, δεν ξεκινάει. Ναι, ξεκινάει τούτο. Εκείνο, από εκεί φαίνεται. Τι νομίζεις, εγώ γέρασα τώρα και δεν βλέπω τόσο μακριά. Λοιπόν. Φαίνεται εδώ, δεν βλέπω εγώ όμως. Μισό λεπτό.
Αλλά μη λες ότι γέρασες 30 χρόνια, γέρασες. Λες, αλλά κάθε φορά σε βλέπει και καλύτερο, Τάκη.
Φτύσαμε. Αγαπητοί φίλοι, σε ένα τόσο σύντομο διάστημα είναι δύσκολο να...
It's really difficult to elaborate on all these topics.
Η εξωστρέφεια προϋποθέτει.
Extroversion requires a branded product, quality in the recognition and confidence by the markets, in mature markets with communication, and in developing markets with very important rigorous promotion measures.
What we're trying to have is obtain extroversion through a strategy of tackling of fundamental problems of viability, which is being obtained through viability and sustainability. Let us see how is this obtained. What kind of viability are we after? Is it for cheese making or what? What is viability about? It is about the very source. Unless we have viability and sustainability at the source, in dairy production, in milk production, but the same goes for meat, for that purpose, there can be no viability anywhere else. Last but not least, milk, and more interestingly, let me share some things about what the situation is right now in the domain of production.
Ποια είναι η κτηνοτροφία?
What is animal husbandry? It employs 500,000 people. We are 120,000 families, and with the family members included, we are 400,000. We employ 150,000, mainly immigrants. It's a hard work, and Greeks don't come. And, you know, people now have different standards of living and different aspirations of living. Meat and dairy production employs more than 30,000 enterprises, small or big, whether we talk about cheese factories or whatever. We talk about processing, transport, a full cycle. The sector supports and absorbs 1/3 of production. If it hadn't been for animal husbandry, wheat and many other crops wouldn't have a way out. And it protects the environment, cohesion in the countryside. It produces products of high value, nutritional value, more than 400,000 tons of meat in our country, in all sectors.
And 1.5 million tons of milk, 876 tons of caprine and ovine. Meat plus the consumption, some 900,000 and some 643,000 tons of milk and buffalo milk, little but still recorded, and several thousands of tons of eggs. This is what husbandry is about in Greece. Now, when it comes to the two products accounting for the basis of our exportations, feta cheese and yogurt, up-and-coming power, strained yogurt made of cow milk. When it comes to cow and to ovine and caprine-based yogurt, this is limited. Still, more than 260 million euro of foreign exchange is entering the country thanks to yogurt. Feta cheese may be known to bring in income for 140,000 tons. 605,000 tons of feta cheese are produced, but take into account that anything under 90,000 euro value of exportable product is not recorded by the statisticians, we may safely say that feta cheese is more than 650 million euro, and please try to explain this. The speaker is getting angry for being asked to observe strictly the time allowed. Anyway, I'll try to curtail, says he. I won't be going into the details about these 23 types of cheese that have been formally acknowledged and classified as cheese of protected origin, but there is quite a variety of products of cheeses not accounted for in Greece. The Cretan Gruyere cheese from the islands, which are not that high in volume to be accounted for. And going further into detail, that is what we're proposing. We propose that a network of minor dairy producers be created and incentives provided for the possibility for scale economies to be achieved and the possibility to export. These are the reforms that should be considered if we are to help the cheesemakers capable of surviving, especially the smaller ones. Some strong points and some weak points. You'll see that in the presentation. you should be consulting this presentation. I am in a hurry to save time, but according to the latest statistical data, 10,000 exploitation of caprine and ovine growers have exited the market, and several greens and vegetable producers and dairy producers have also exited the market. 400 or so of those exploitations were still accounting for the production of 80% of cow milk, so you do understand how difficult the situation is. If we are to take into account that all the way through to 2026, historic entitlements to husband raisers are coming to an end, 44 such growers get the coupled one. More than 100 kilos of milk are being produced, and the rest are only surviving thanks to the aids and subsidies. So the sector is having a very difficult time. We're expecting to experience a very drastic decrease, shrinking of the life in the country. Hence the need for a study to be elaborated for the restructuring of the provinces. We expect the young generation to come back, but if we are to do so, we need to provide money and some incentives. Some 1,000 euro per animal is required. Well, you do understand that this money may be received and used otherwise. We have to check how many of those who get AIDS also end up become stock growers. There are no incentives for the younger generation to remain in the country. The retention rate is very low, schools are closing, so also within the context of the so-called smart villages to be established, we need to have a new strict structuring using the money from the Recuperation and Resilience Fund. We need to have people being close, doctors going to live in the provinces, and for digitalization to happen, for the young generation to come back to the provinces. Now, there is a very low level of cooperativization. We have been launching a new module, and there has been quite an effort by those cooperatives, especially when it comes to milk. Milk in Tripolis reached an interesting height of some 170, when the average price of the ovine milk is at 153. These are very strong points, an indication for the young generation to come to grips with the fact that the solution would be to create cooperatives and have members of producers becoming members of cooperatives. In other areas, there are private companies being created, another kind of scheme, and it's an interesting solution. If to all these problems, the reduction of the cost of production, the photovoltaic units, and various other modulations in the province, we managed to turn around the situation, we may have a hope. I'm 72 years old. I don't know how much is left for me to live. I wish I would live up to 120 like my grandpa, but I wonder what will be the future of husbandry. My sons so ask. On one hand, it's difficult to make ends meet. On the other hand, there are packages from the funds threatening to take our house away because we're indebted to the banks. Those who had modern units set up conforming to the EU standards have had to spend a lot of money. They spent all their economies and they even took loans. So mortgages covered everything, houses, homes, everything, including our wives. In 2008, a crisis started, and we started having aids and subsidies guaranteed by the Greek government, but then the state changed attitude, and these debts are now become interest-bearing, and there are fund collectors asking 128,000 euro for a loan of 30,000 euro. Secondly, those loans sold to funds and everything. So those people at the funds are ruthless. They're taking away people's homes, having no scruples whatsoever. That's why we're asking for the protection of the first main principal house we need for our husbandry units to be safeguarded. It is difficult for us to raise any more loans. We're experiencing a very difficult time. Other than the fact that we're in shortage of working hands. All these, plus the Nutri-Score, plus those worms that will be replacing proteins, plus all other synthetic types of milk that will be substituting plant-based milk. Well, I don't know, there's a black tunnel. There is no light. Why should we stay? Try to come into our shoes and position under so difficult circumstances, with this happening 365 days in a year, hours at an end, working, no holidays, and unable to see things ahead. This is why we're saying we are in a difficult position. And as for the genetic improvements, we should be reducing the cost. Unless we raise productivity, highest performance bringing the cost down will do nothing. We deposited a request to the attention of Minister Voridis, a project study for the implementation of genetic improvement. He filed this with the Recovery and Resilience Fund. We asked for money. Assessors came all the way through. Mr. Skylakakis brought this to 50,000, and Mr. Livanos, Minister at the Ministry of Rural Development, brought this down to 15,000. It was only about research, not genetic improvement. So we're asking for a new package that should go hand in hand with secondly. There's a pilot application together with the European Commission, so that in the end we're in a position to help revive the economy and improve our quality, because beans and the rest may be produced and they may be creating a good situation. Time is ruthless. Within 8 minutes we should be releasing the panel. Some should be catching their planes and so on. So please, bear with us. We won't be having any questions. All questions should be put through in writing, and for those wishing to take the floor, you may answer a question or say something in addition. If you mean to answer, you can do so. Gabriel, what is it that growers ask for them to become more active members of the cooperatives in Spain? Please try to answer within only 2 minutes. If not, never mind. Now, about olive oil, a friend of ours are putting through an issue. Is it dangerous what we're experiencing today? Some small quantities of olive oil are sold at ridiculously high prices. Could this create a problem to olive oil in the future? And in any case, some people ask about industry and businesses, what is it that should be done so that the added value of Greek olive oil goes up, not in bulk? And for Spain, what is it other members ask to become more active members of the cooperatives? A question to Enzo, the same going to the General Director of Kavala. Some years ago, when for the first time the issue of cooperations started to be discussed about international cooperation amongst olive producers, there have been major schemes. The same going for milk as well. Danish producers cooperated with foreign partners, and this helped them grow very big. Today, in Italy and Greece, there are similar products like the kiwis. Can we have this kind of cooperation schemes between organizations of the two countries, which will enable them to enter more dynamically the international market? And a question to the Interprofessional Association, please tell us what will happen with contracts this year. Who's going to start? Who would like to take the floor? So we're starting. Gabriel, would you like to tell us what it is the Spanish members ask to become more active members of the cooperatives? 2 minutes, only 2 minutes, please, Gabriel.
Thank you. It's a complicated question to answer in only 2 minutes, but as you know, as a cooperative, when we are in crisis time, all the farmers want to be member of a cooperative. We are in a good price time. No, everybody thinks that they are free and they are do better. Okay, right. We say two things. In the future, the farmer who is not going to be in the cooperative is not going to be a farmer anymore. They are dead, they don't know. And the second question is, the farmer who is not going to be assessed for the cooperative they are already made, they won't be a farmer either. So the cooperative needs to be really a company, profitable, and to give a right assessment to the farmer. So in the future, we see everybody is going to be a member of a cooperative, even if they don't still know. But nowadays, with the new model of producing sector, I think there is not any other option for big and small ones.
As we know, cotton is a product quoted on the stock exchange. 2022 has been a very good year for cotton, because producers have been able to benefit from the highest price in the market, both quantitatively, qualitatively. It was near to €1. In 2023, we are realizing that the stock exchange is not that profitable and profits are low. I believe that things could be recuperating because pre-sales tools is very good. This is the only product benefiting from this tool. So we know that the production cost is specific, and we know how things fare from the day of sowing of cotton through to the day of cropping. There is a possibility to close from low to high. The cost is predictable, and sales price as well. That's a benefit that has been benefited from by the Interprofessional Association of Cotton. This is very specific to cotton, and I believe that if there's something we should be concerned about, the fact that we producers know how to produce, but we don't know how to sell very well. Meaning that 2021 has been a year that when it comes to the primary sector, some money was lost, producers did not get any profit. 2022 was better. I want to believe that 2023 will be a good year compared to what things were in other years. Thank you very much. Olive oil, raw material price is breaking records of the last 40 years. It provides producers with a very positive perspective. It's a price accounting for a small quantity but has been shaping a kind of climate. But we also need to see what consumers feel like, and indeed we are concerned about the fact we will be losing markets, both domestically and abroad. We will be losing consumers, the same going for markets abroad. Besides the Greek olive oil, also olive oils of other countries. And these will be benefiting other competitive plant-based oils. Now, as to why and what the Greek olive oil could do to recuperate for the last decades, even at the last moment, we should have a national strategy we should be considering this as a truly national product. It's a national treasure. No matter how much we speak about it, nobody really understands it. We need to have a single way of promoting olive oil, and we should work on all the counter incentives so as to improve our position in the market as a whole.
Sì, per quanto riguarda proprio il kiwi, credo che l'aggregazione.
As far as kiwi is concerned, I would like to say that aggregation and cooperation is something necessary. We see there are major lobbies operating in Italy. For example, we have started a discussion in the matter of creation of an association that will account for all producers. So we should be finding ways whereby to benefit from this transnational aggregation. We have the instruments, we have the means, we should be working on investment, and most above all, it is almost an obligation now for us to be able to see whether producers are convinced. It is about the very continuity of our presence in the market kiwi-wise, and it's also a lobbying issue. When it comes to the efforts carried in Italy, we realize that after a liquidation of some 30% when it comes to producers of kiwis, this is something we can no longer justify. It takes more aggregation and cooperation for kiwis, both nationally and internationally. Takis, you have one question to answer, only one question, please. What does the husbandry is taking to recuperate? For so many years now, we complain about losing flocks and more flocks. What are the two most important things the new Minister of Agriculture should be doing for things to start improving in the world of husbandry? Well, it takes for some 160 million euro to be paid. We've been pursuing this request. This will enable us to come afloat once again, and this goes for cow growers and caprine and ovine growers. A long-term genetic improvement is also necessary. Unless we maintain the purity of the races we have, races that have been neglected and allowed to be lost, we won't go anywhere. There are so many good sources, centers of genetic improvement, and only one is operating in Mesembria. This is possible for the very good species, a red one, thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Moscow in charge of the team, and this is a very emblematic effort. It's a flagship mission.
Ναι.
Μην απαντάς τώρα στον πρόεδρο.
Ζητάμε να διαγραφούν αυτά τα δάνεια. Ζητάμε να διαγραφούν.
We're asking for this loan to be written off. We're asking for the state to undertake, assume the responsibilities. We're asking for the loans to be written off. And last but not least, we've been very much concerned about this from farm to fork policy. As we stand, prices are running wild. Products go 3 to 4 stages through before they end up to the fork. So there has been a proposal of ours according to which some serious reforms should be considered so that there should be agro-logistics carried out in every region. We have this experience in Thessaly, in Arcadia, and things can be generalized at the department level. So besides the cooperative, we have to have a pre-selection for this product to be recorded, and for the hotelier, by pressing a button, know how many lettuce is there, how many tomatoes. For the overexploitation to cease, So it can be afforded. We cannot afford having 12 euro for the ovine and caprine growers and 110 for the reproduction cow. And what about the rest? In Spain, up to 28 euro for caprine and ovine production, up to 27 for France. Isn't this
Παρακαλώ.
Please. Let's start quickly. Please be seated. Those of you who are standing up, let's start with the last session. It's a discussion, you know, roundtable discussion. So, participants. Mr. Danelis, Mr. Kintsios, Mr. Mageravegas. Let's really help here. We're missing some microphones here.
Έχω ένα εγώ, είναι άλλα δύο εκεί. Άλλο ένα μικρόφωνο κάπου πήγε. Ωραία. Ωραία. Λοιπόν, αν μπορούμε να έχουμε άλλο ένα, θα μας διευκόλυνε πολύ. Πάμε λοιπόν σε αυτή τη συζήτηση στρογγυλής τραπέζης, που το θέμα της είναι ταυτόσιμο στην ουσία και με τον τίτλο του συνεδρίου. Ο σκοπός αυτής της συζήτησης είναι να λειτουργήσει...
The aim of this discussion is actually to be a wrap-up of everything we have discussed, all interventions, and so we will be helped by our distinguished participants, speakers, to wrap up. Each conference needs to draw some conclusions, useful conclusions, and each one by one, in your sector, you really help us to achieve this. I had prepared 4 questions. Now 2 questions actually. Will be 4 will be squeezed into 2, and I begin with the first one. We talked about conclusions. We heard many things today, and we actually can put them in our minds. So what do you keep from this? Some key messages, some key proposals. And if I were to ask you now, what are your 2 or 3 priorities? If we were to draw up a plan for the reconstruction of Greek agriculture, always in the context of sustainability and extroversion, what would you propose? Mr. Kintzis? Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations for this event, because indeed you touched upon all dimensions. It's so difficult to process all of them. I will be really brief because we're past our time and I don't want to abuse our allocated time. Okay, where should we place emphasis on? We need to understand that agriculture, animal husbandry, represent a business activity being exercised at either at the level of isolated producers or larger collectivities, cooperatives, associations, etc. It has a very important social aspect, social priority, because it has to do with our nutrition. And I would like to add to this the issue of climate change. We heard many things, and actually we have the technical solutions. We have solutions having to do with biodiversity. We need to capitalize on this. We have solutions with digital transformation. It's very important to minimize and to rationalize inflows. We have the issue of trading, marketing. We can showcase branded products. We talk about new agri-food products. We talked about this Nutri-Score. We actually present new food standards. Nothing can be done unless we stop with this fragmentation in the way we actually build policies. Contrary to what is happening in other countries, like in Israel, our research programs are fragmentary. And we'll talk about the agronomy university. They only actually focus on what producers need on a fragmentary basis. We used to belong to the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Kintios comes from the Agricultural University of Athens. So back then, we focused on what our nation needed. Now, the curricula depend on what professors believe they think should be addressed, depending on how they perceive priorities. The same happens with the industry, the recipients of services, etc. So I believe that what we need to do is to sit down all together and to actually draw seriously a strategy. We need actually to have specific commitments across all partners, and we need to say that in order to be able to have this outcome, you need to have this deliverable, and this is the only way to proceed. If we achieve this, we have the tools, we have the research findings, we have a huge biodiversity, our production is very good. Of course, we can cover the deficits in training, but we want to have more binding cooperative structures. Are we missing a linking to the market? Let's build on that. Very useful things, yes. We keep this composition and engagement of forces, of powers. This requires consultation, systematic consultation, and let on some measurable targets. Now, same question for Mr. Maravellas, Deputy Rector of Administrative Affairs, former Deputy Rector, Emeritus Professor, Department of Political Science and Public Administration, very experienced in CAP issues. You have written many books, we have read them and discussed them. Please, we will invite your answer. And for some time, I served at the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development, and for me this was very useful experience to be able to process my thought. Look, what I observe in our country, because this is where we should start, this is the most critical thing, is that there is a displease and discontent on behalf of consumers and farmers. The high prices, market prices, and very low prices for producers. Is this new? Well, no, but it becomes more acute now because the economic crisis and the geopolitical situation and the lack of competition has led to high prices. On the other hand, it is true that if the production cost is not reduced for agricultural products, farmers will never be satisfied. Of course, how are you going to reduce the production cost? Besides the economies of scale and the land issues, I think what should take precedence now is to be able to train farmers, to train them, and this is the #1 problem. We have repeatedly stressed it. You know very well. You are actually the one that should stir the whole debate. Dear Rector, those agronomists who have created rural holdings, exploitations, fare very well. This means something, because being a farmer, really, requires a great deal of knowledge. If you lack knowledge, you cannot go far. And if you have the knowledge, you will definitely build on smart agriculture, digitalized agriculture, everything. And all of these things that you try to instill into the farmers. And I think that in this case, it may have some kind of result. And in this way, you will have an increased production, reduced cost, production cost, and a lower environmental footprint. I think that this is the most important thing. If I were heading a group of people who would create the new rural development program, I was a professor at the Agricultural University back then. For me, the most important thing would be training and education. They need to have knowledge. They need to be trained. And then everything will fall into place. Cooperation between farmers will be facilitated through training, no doubt about that. Cooperation schemes definitely are facilitated. I think the #1 priority. And I'm really surprised that after 40 years, we're talking about it. And the ministry has not perceived that this is the biggest problem. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, the issue of knowledge and innovation is recurrent. Everything boils down to that. It is a huge horizontal issue. Mr. Spiros Danelis, coordinator of the Department of European Policy, Central Political Secretariat, Syriza Political Party, former member of the Greek Parliament, former member European Parliament. And actually, you played a pivotal role back then in the reform under the previous CAP. What would you say today for the new CAP, this new context? A heartfelt thank you to GAIA, to the President, you, Eli, for this invitation to be participating in this discussion. And let me say, because we need to stress good things, that the GAIA, for some time now, has been covering a big gap that the Greek state hasn't managed to fill in. And this is really telltale of the ailments in the Greek society. Time is flying and it will not wait for us. Now, today we said many things, but they are really very characteristic of what is this new CAP already in progress. The landscape is totally different. We navigate in totally different waters, but we are unprepared and we are not mature. I think this is the most important thing. We have a new reality beyond the one we have been used to, and new tools are needed. The previous CAP and from the previous CAP, actually, there has been a rampant nationalization of the CAP, and there will be a nationalization of the resources that will support CAP, another tragic thing. We understand that there is no time left, because in this new landscape, knowledge and innovation are the only things that can really make us win the lost time and gain the lost time. So, very briefly, what was a common characteristic, what a common theme in the expression of anguish by everyone has to do with sustainability. Sustainability has a holistic approach. It has to touch on many spheres. So the first thing we need to actually boost is, in order to be competitive, either in products or service provision, what we need are two things: economies of scale, big production that reduces the cost and increase revenue, or the uniqueness of the product produced that gives you added value and less competition, because if you have it and if it's unique, of course, it will find part of the market. In both prerequisites, what you need is the producer to be able to follow the product at an advanced stage in the agri-food chain. No matter how quality-based is the product, if it is detached from its primary form, it will not be sustainable, because added value will fall heavily on the subsequent stages. So producer will have to follow closely the product across all stages. And so having a qualitative product is not enough. You need standardized, you need it to be standardized and certified. And the information of the product should reach and approach the consumer as much as possible. Production across its stages requires specialized knowledge, cost, energy, time, that no producer can actually follow up. So, what is the outcome? We need to find again reliable collective systems, the systems we lost by disqualifying cooperative schemes. So we want strong mass collectivities, cooperative schemes, producers' teams, producers' associations, cooperatives, because they have access to various tools and instruments. And in this way, that I think is the most important thing, and this is the way to build this. And the second is reliable, valid and prompt information, the true systems for consulting across all stages and throughout the country. One last thing, and I apologize for taking much of your time. When we talk about social sustainability, we refer to keeping the countryside alive. I mean, under the circumstances, you cannot, because in order to have access to knowledge, and in order to be able to manage innovative tools, you need to be a younger person, to have other skills. But for a young person to go to the countryside, some prerequisites need to be met. And this requires planning. And I'm afraid we didn't have planning. Thank you for this answer. So how are we going to bring together the two ends of the chain, production and consumption, through collectivities, through cooperative schemes? We can achieve it. Production can approach consumption in a more effective way, in an easier way. Production close to the shelf to gain this added value and to move to this direction with smart decisions, investments, and knowledge. Mr. Petropoulos, Thanasis Petropoulos is secretary in rural issues in PASOK Kinal political party, and he has an administrative role in the Geotechnical Chamber of Greece, Western Central Greece. This is the regional department. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate. All your previous conferences actually contributed highly to the primary production. We, as agronomists, really drew on all these things you offered and contributed in the previous conferences. But as regards this issue for the new CAP, we are lucky to have the new CAP. We wish that we will have more common policies in other sectors: defense, foreign policy, education, maybe we would have solved many problems and in the Greek state, because these policies, common policies, give us the guidelines, but the downside is that sometimes the leadership of the ministries are sometimes complacent. And, for example, the integrated administration and control system, we should have completed it. It's not on. Why it took so much time? Why? This results in an overall delay in rural development. I cannot understand why. I mean, we agree on the basic things. We agree on environmental protection. We agree on the existence of the climate change being a threat. We agree on the obligation we have to support and boost farmers' income. I don't understand why we don't advance what we should advance. Now, in order not to be unfair with previous speakers, I have to say that Mr. Chaniotis raised the key issue, the inflation in foodstuffs. Now we witness a competition between prices, consumer price and production price, and this is due to inflation. Cherish are sold 1.80 euro per kilo from the producer, but the consumer buys them for 6.5 euro per kilo. Yes, indeed. So Mr. Chaniotis underlined that Greece is one of the 4 countries with the lowest farmers' income compared to the overall income. This is a gap that we need to make the best use of European policies to cover this gap. We need a national objective for that. We also talked about agricultural advisors. Agricultural advisors is different from agricultural consulting and advice. We need to start discussing not so much as to who will give the advice, but what kind of advice shall we give to combine the knowledge mentioned by Mr. Maravegias and the rector, how they will be able to match the knowledge produced and generated in Greek universities and link them to production. This is a role for agricultural consultants, advisors. And now I come to what we said in the last session. It would be tragic if we didn't have cotton. Imagine today, in Athens, with a heat wave, if we didn't have cotton as a raw material for our clothing, we would have to wear wool. Today, with this heat wave. So you understand the contribution to the economy and to the human existence, the contribution of cotton, that is. And I will conclude with the way Mr. Peveretos elaborated on the problems. And I think that really this encompasses everything. We need to be talking about the overall development of the countryside. This is the big challenge. We need to serve the development of countryside with a strong farmers' income. Agricultural land needs to be protected, and new technologies need to be integrated. Now, as regards your second question, to be more simple, the objectives, the targets to be set are the following, and to be discussed. Permanent threat is the climate change. Reduction of eco-footprint. This year has been really very hard. Their production was destroyed. Lack of fruit that the national bodies cannot compensate. The state needs to create a network for the protection of production. The European Union foresees that 3% of direct payments could go for the creation of a savings account, let's say, an amount to be made available to be channeled towards the coverage for damages in case of loss of crop. We need, de minimis is not the solution, to use state aid to be able to tackle what the insurance organization, farmers insurance organization doesn't cover. we can draw funds elsewhere. We will have a review of the strategic plan of CAP, and we will respond to the climate change problem. Secondly, we need to build cooperation for precision agriculture, and when matched with innovation. Our Spanish guest also mentioned it, and he explained in a very clear way why we need to cooperate. But we need to convey knowledge generated by universities to the primary sector, to be more flexible, to reduce costs, to be more competitive. That's why cooperation is needed, innovation and digital services. How is it possible for you to have digital services if you don't have internet in rural areas? And this is key, not so much of CAP, but of infrastructure problems. And we need, shall we take resources from CAP, 30% of European budget, and carry it over to infrastructure, because this is a different fund. Broadbanding applications is not only CAP problem, it has to do with the development of the entire country. So many questions arise, and they need to be supported. And to conclude, we always need to do it. It is a long-lasting target of rural production, primary sector, to provide support and to have age-based regeneration of the population. Incentives need to be given so that we will have newcomers, younger people. In the past, we had early retirement incentive. Now, old farmers use direct payments, direct aid, first pillar, as complementary, supplementary income. They don't transfer their land because they have a very low pension. It's not enough to make ends meet. Banks do not fund farmers. They represent a risky population. How could a young person take a loan, be granted a loan, and set up a business? In addition, the land is of high value. Time is running. Yes, and I think I set the scene. Thank you. Yes, indeed. CAP, because you actually implied it, is a policy, a toolbox, a very rich toolbox. Renationalization, said Spiros Danelis. It's our responsibility to make the best of it by setting targets and serving the targets. Giorgos Katsoulis, President of the Association of Agricultural Cooperative Organizations and Enterprises of Greece, SASOE, the cooperative voice in this panel. Giorgos, your contribution. I promise to be brief.
This is a very good opportunity for us to take part in that. Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to thank personally Eliki for this opportunity. I've spent so many minutes pondering on the title of the event. There's one term missing, if I may, that typifies agriculture. Greek agriculture may be considered as a patient, to put it mildly. It is an anemic phenomenon from A to Z in infrastructure, in production, and in perspectives. It is not typical of my character to be eloquent, but this is a reality we cannot drive around, and I would be able to answer your questions by giving you just one phrase. If we were to turn back time to the time of the creation of this publication on the phenomenon of food crisis, that is a very fundamental reason why we should have decided very quickly to help the Greek reality recuperate. And if we are to believe that we are at a level of safety in this country that perhaps help us feel calm, but we have a duty to produce for other countries which might not be able to make it, for a variety of reasons. Quite briefly, I will be very concisely referring to a couple of factors I believe are actual over time, and I believe most of you will be agreeing with me. For so many years now, Greek realities after a very good period of time for Greek farmers, imposes that the only way whereby the Greek, the European and international reality to be tackled would be through modern, up-to-date and qualitatively revamped, well-targeted cooperative schemes. It is now more than clear that no one can afford to go it alone. No one could ever believe that one could privately be trained separately from others, and unless there is good training, there can be no specialization. So we may not either distinguish or even help highlight the farming profession in terms of the features any professional farmer should present. On the other hand, it is certain that there is no possibility to produce under those circumstances. What is critical is that we should be finding a way and allow this vulgar expression to keep taking the same drum time in, time out about this old adage of the cooperatives being the ones to be blamed, because if we see what things are happening around us, there is no other way around. We should be stopping this. Countries which more or less have comparable economies to ours, countries within the basin like Portugal and Spain, they have been doing what we mean to do. If we are to follow the steps of the European partners, quite clearly there is a protection index we can obtain through two institutions, cooperatives and decentralized administration. This is a main vector that we should be taking into account, and this is how the decentralized administration should take into account to go forward. It's not enough for the entire farming world to depend on the activities of a single bureau at the ministry. The complexity of our situation, the variety of our products that are of high quality and high diversity deserve a more complex treatment. And when it comes to perspectives, I keep saying so, but I'd like to repeat it. Again, working on the example of countries similar to ours, we also in Greece may boast of that locomotive of revenue generation, which is tourism. Unless we make the decision of associating our primary sector, both in terms of the positive capital and in terms of the stock capital, to that of tourism, we won't go far. It's something I keep repeating. We play host to something of 20 million visitors. Well, it's high time we started working on this one. Unless we provide visitors with the possibility to come into contact with those products we mean should be showcased, we're going nowhere. What better passport is there for them to take away with them than sharing good experiences with producers? And then steps should be taken, which I would also qualify as leaps ahead. Obviously, the dramatic reduction of population, which in this country has been accelerated dramatically in the rural areas. We all know what happens to those working in the rural areas. This is the second most important reason why we should be defending our primary sector. We need to somehow intercept this situation and provide the incentives. I had Takis Peveretos very eloquently describing it. We may not afford to allow a young couple being deprived of even the most fundamental conditions for their household to be set up in the provinces, whereas on the other hand, insist so much on digitalization. Digitalization is a qualitative element that may provide the possibility to people to shift away from this disgusting bureaucracy that has been tormenting the primary sector. This can also become a modern inducer towards the qualitative traits we mean to safeguard. We are members of the Eurozone, And this is a good opportunity for us to set a very good bypass to balance costs, something we're badly in need of. We could go on forever. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left. I promise to be brief. One way or another, we have another series, another round of interventions. Quite briefly now, I would like to put through another question. It is coming up time and again in this discussion. We're faced with a landmark, a milestone of sorts, the European elections to take place within a year from now. Today we've been speaking about it, and we came to grips with the fact that in Greece the national calendar is not synchronized to the European one. On the other hand, we all know all too well, unfortunately, all these are very low on the agenda as to the order and the kind of priority given to these things by the Ministry of Rural Development. Please tell me, what do you believe should be done so that this time, on the way to the urns, and what with the campaigns that will be carried out, what should be done for the rural issues to be discussed so as to be present, both calendar-wise and substantially, in the light of developments underway in the European Union, not to be left behind. Quite briefly, Eli, I might answer your question by splitting my answer in two parts. One part is the culture and the political compass each politician should be having to take part in these elections, and what this decision needs to be made for one's political priority to be showcased both in the domain of economy and in the domain of society. When it comes to the other part, that of collectivities, of aggregations and scientists and farmers participating in all this, one may not say those parties are not trying enough. Obviously, we have the good example of today's event. Here we are, all of us gathered here, in a position to discuss and eventually draw some good conclusions. But besides a wish, the social pursuit, and I believe what is to be done is now clear. The country, as I said, as of the first part of my position taking, relies on two pillars. The first one being tourism, but we are also reckoning the primary production pillar, and indeed I explained we have demographics. The second reason, and I had to invoke it, this being an opportunity of why we should be bringing this high on the agenda, on the way to the urns, the historic association of each product to one's place of origin and the factors of production, a very good tool indeed that is in a position to incentivize tourism, to also sell a package of services and plus value. On the other hand, it is more than certain that at long last, the next generation of growers and those delving in biodiversity, you see, our fields are not just a place of production. This is a source of life for people. So if we work on those aspects, then it is a matter of culture and civilization to come up with the means to feed the generations to come and prepare them for whatever issues may be raised. Still on the same question, as briefly as possible, Mr. Petropoulos. Answer. There are two aspects. One is the reason why your deputies should be supporting primary production. Things are more simple than they look like. Food crisis has been showcased in it. We almost got there. Africa was not spared. We were. That was a close touch, and it was very intense as of the COVID era. What with our borders being closed, we need to have food sufficiency, and this touches upon all sectors, whether agriculture or stock raising. A second pursuit is that 30% of our population within the European Union, and most of Greece, 45% of the Greek population lives in rural areas. So we as a country have two special means to generate revenue: tourism and primary agricultural production. So this is so telling. All political parties and deputies should reckoning the importance of husbandry and agriculture for the development of the economy and the survival of our population. Then, what about the battle to be waged at the Parliament? It is a battle of the external convergence. This is where the dilemma will be presented to all your deputies and the Union as a whole. Do we want to have equality in subsidies, as most of countries demand, by hectare or by strema, to use the Greek term, strema, for the measurement of land, or does it happen by virtue of exploitation? Well, we need to have equality. Working on farming exploitation is about justice. Thank you very much. Let us go on with Piraeus Danielis answering the same question. Let me tell you what I'm pursuing in my world, on my mind. I don't know whether what will happen could be different from what has been happening so far. Unfortunately, we're all in agreement as to the fact that it takes some national strategy, and any national strategy requires some kind of agreement and consensus and serious work. Rolling up the sleeves, that's what we need to do, and we have not seen that as yet. If you're asking me, for the few months still ahead of us before the elections, the government and all political parties and their representatives need to liaise closely and consult with specialists so that, gauging the opinion of those directly involved in the matter, need to specifically describe what our objectives are against the reality of the new gap and how can we support all that. But this is an illusion, and this will never happen. Eli, if I may complement my answer by saying this, just as the case is with every European election, the debate and all the conflicts amongst the parties will be far from discussing CAP. Let us be realists. What I mentioned before, and this I say because I have been reminded by Tassos and Eli later on, only a minute ago, this is an answer to this argument of Brussels being so far away, and we are a weak loop in the chain, and as such, we cannot expect to be heard and wage substantial battles and change things over. Well, let me say this about what Tassos said before me. As of the previous reform of the CAP, in close cooperation, us Eurodeputies, being on the Agriculture and Rural Development Committee under Paro de Castro at the time, meaning Georgios Papastankos and myself, we came to grips with the fact from the onset, at a very early stage, that under the CAP regulation, in that section about definitions, the definition of a pasture land was exempting the majority of our pasture land, those areas considered as such under the Mediterranean criteria. This was prejudging what the distribution of the funds and aids would be and how those pasture lands would be delimited. And that would also determine the kind of money we could ever hope to pursue throughout the 5 years of effectiveness of the CAP. So working on that premise, and even without the ministry having really understood what was happening, we started working on it, taking part in the heated debate within the Council. So in a close cooperation with other colleagues from countries having similar traits and similar problems, we were able to eventually achieve something very quickly, because if we allowed for time to lapse, there would be no time for a revision. We were able to impose a very critical change to all that. This I'm quoting because things can happen after all, however hastily. It takes some presence and physical involvement, that's all there is to it, quite aptly. And it's a testimony that enriches our experience. See, a composition of powers, national alliances and alliances with other countries, one may make the miracle happen. That's the way Europe works. Mr. Maravagis, you have the floor.
Θα
First of all, I fully agree that the priority of agriculture is low for many reasons, having to do with history, and there are some historical milestones, but we don't have time to mention them. But even now, I think that many important steps can be taken. Already we said that although we are, albeit being a small country and albeit having low priority in agriculture, if some knowledgeable people get together and if political parties choose people with knowledge, I think that things will be much, much better. The point is, will they choose people with knowledge, or will they choose journalists and actors? And to avoid this, we will not be actually putting a cross, a voting cross on the ballot paper, but we'll be having a list. If this is the case, I do have this slight hope that something can be done. Actually, the interest in the rural sector in Greece is so low, contrary to countries such as France, where I spent 7 years. It was on the agenda almost daily, hitting the headlines. Particularly when the common agricultural policy was about to change, it was hitting the headlines. Now, to showcase this, I tell you that tonight there is the expiry of the agreement on cereals. It's a big issue. It's not outside us. It concerns us. If this case does not continue, we may have further soaring prices, skyrocketing prices for cereals, fertilizers, animal feed. Who cares? They called me from the radio broadcasting 984, and I don't know, he remembered that there is an issue and just made a statement a little while ago. But it will never hit the headlines. It will never be the first item on the agenda. Unfortunately, this is the reality, but we need to change it. And if we don't change it, nothing will happen. If the agricultural sector does not rank very highly, if the agri-food sector does not rank very highly in priorities, there's no point. Some children believe that agricultural products are part of the industry. I mean, agriculture is a whole process, is a whole that we need to be taught about. And we need to learn about its environmental footprint, because it can contribute, but also it can cause problems. It has both aspects, dual aspects. And I think from a very early age, children should be sensitized, so as mature citizens they can discuss again, and as democratic citizens they need to choose the people who will be in a position to have knowledge in these matters. Thank you very much. Your role is really so important. Yes, we thank you. We try to do our best. And I'm so happy that you actually advertised this conference on TV. Very important, the conference we're having today. It's really very important. We have been trying throughout our lives to really actually steer the agriculture away from the dire straits and open it up a little bit, not confine it into the agricultural university limits. And our aim is to bring the Greek agriculture to the fore. Thank you very much. So we will going to conclude with you. Actually, I have no time, and I come from the area of Laconia, which means laconic, very brief. So, first of all, we need to place emphasis and give priority on agriculture, if we're going to be presented before the European Parliament when we have European elections. We need to focus on agricultural issues. We need to rebuild, reconstruct the countryside. We need to have infrastructure for the countryside, transport, health systems. You cannot exclude one or the other. And funding for the CAP will be dwindling, and this will continue being reduced. So there is a visible risk, and the visible risk will make countryside being abandoned. So the representatives of the European Parliament, they need to focus on the regeneration of the countryside. As regards Greece, I think we need to place special emphasis on supporting the basic products, as we saw in the previous panel. So we need some flagship products: olive oil, feta cheese, yogurt, cotton, and some fruits and vegetables. Let's place special emphasis on these without, of course, disregarding the others, and let's focus on improving their quality, how we can increase traceability, and how we can convince Europe to impose controls. Tools are there, traceability is very important. The new food standards are there. We need to impose our standards, and we need to insist and focus on 3 or 4 products. We will pave the way for all the others. We cannot do all the things all together. One last thing, because I heard about tourism. There is a recent study showing that our production capacity is not enough to achieve this objective. It is an objective we need to take a look at, but to achieve it, we need to have a more productive and competitive agriculture. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you all for your contribution. What is agriculture? Agriculture refers to its products, and in Greece we have more than 70 products, a diversified, rich agriculture. Let's start with the things that really have their potential, and all the others will follow suit. Before we conclude, and before I thank you all, I think I couldn't have thought of a better way to conclude this discussion to make an announcement, because we're very much concerned about these issues. There is a landmark of the upcoming elections, European elections. We want to combine forces, proposals, and actions to highly upgrade the agricultural issues. The gentlemen who are with me on this panel, except for Mr. Petropoulos and Mr. Psaltopoulos, professor at the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki and advisor of the World Bank, will come back in the upcoming period in the context of a think tank that will try to work towards the first landmark milestone, the European elections, to see what we can do in the public debate, public dialogue, to start this effort. So we stop here, this panel, and I would like to invite on the podium our President, Mr. Antoniadis, to conclude the proceedings. I don't want to do, I want to do justice to all of you. You really managed to combine all sessions. I don't want to have a preferential attitude towards one or the other. We need to take a good care of what we mean by sustainable. Sustainable covers all aspects. And I really admired the way that Professor talked about education. We cannot be claiming young farmers without training. They will be more friendly towards our practices if proper training is offered. And I'm really happy that the pessimism of Yorgos was succeeded by optimism by professors, university professors, and we reversed the climate. We, as an organization, yes, we receive many comments. We don't give up. We're always optimists. Hard work will pay off in being inventive, believing in our field and the sector we serve. So we will be, I think that life will do us justice. And we will be able to achieve things. So we need to be optimists. We need to convey the message of optimism. Things will change. Because if not, there will not be any role to serve something. We will serve our vision we spend our life on. Thank you very much for your love, your support. And next year we'll have the 10th Panhellenic Congress, and I hope that we will be more elaborate, less tiring, and it will be actually like to commemorate, you know? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Θέλω να πω δυο κουβέντες λίγο πριν σας καλείτε. Εσείς μπορείτε να φύγετε. Κύριε καθηγητά, ήμουν αφιλητής σας. Αλήθεια, έτσι. 1990. Τελείωσα. Εσένα κατηγορούσαν, εγώ φλιαρώ, Τάκη. Λοιπόν, κλείνοντας, θέλω πραγματικά μέσα από την καρδιά μου να ευχαριστήσω τους εκπροσώπους της...
To thank the representatives of the speakers who conveyed their concerns, representatives from Spain, from the university professors, businessmen, producers, interprofessional associations, colleagues, executives of GAIA who organized this conference. And we actually share with you commitment that these conclusions will be a useful guide for the state and all stakeholders. I would like to thank the members of the board of directors of GAIA who actually support Elitsi Foru and for her planning. I would like to thank the company that really took a good care of us and in such a nice environment. I would like to warmly thank four interpreters for their great job. Interpreters, thank you as well. And we make a commitment. It will be a commemorative event next year. 10 years are 10 years, so we need to celebrate. And we need to set the scene for the next 10 years. So, thank you all. A heartfelt thank you. And hopefully next year, by springtime, we will have our new appointment. Thank you very much.